Hey, how's it going? It's Manosphere here. I want to thank you guys for coming through on this Friday night. I am currently in Council Bluffs, Iowa, getting ready to pick up tomorrow in Kansas City to go to Monroe Township, New Jersey, to deliver at the Costco. So before we go forward today, you have to understand that, like, people just don't believe in the concept. Like, the Manosphere itself was supposed to be a library of personnel to give their experiences so that way we can have better outcomes. So, how is it that an actual library turns into an actual comedy hall? A library that's not that hard to understand. It's really not that hard to understand. And then you have these incredulous individuals who attach themselves to such a concept because you cannot say that this ain't the best collection of people overall in the actual space itself. You just can't say that that's not the best collection. So how do we go from place is supposed to be a library to it's a place to learn how to get back into the problems that were apparently not solved by the previous generation? I'm Generation X. Generation X. We didn't solve the actual problem when it came to the opposite sex. We didn't. Actually, R&B music and all that nonsense kind of really, you had the 60s, you had the 70s, so you can't say that the music wasn't there. But these people so-called professing their love for the opposite sex. It's just that the more love you show, the less you got out of it. That's what it was. The more love you showed, the less you got out. Because then it became from the part of you not caring to you showing too much love to you getting less and less out of it with the attention that you the absolutely no sense whatsoever. To say that you want to quote unquote see the black family, like that shit's a grift. Pro black, that shit's a grift. The black manosphere, that turned into a grift. Taking great offense on the behalf of a space that you don't care about, that's just a grift. The only thing you got to do is look at the community tab, look at the content. Look at the community tab, look at the content, look at who they share, look at the things that they talk about. It doesn't even matter because over time, these personnel are going to come into your movement and they're going to turn your movement from progress into entertainment. They do it every single time. That's why I call myself the president of the actual Black Manosphere itself, because we got to cut this shit off. Because we can't have any more Mr. Fantastic sitting here for like 3 and 4 fucking years, soaking up the actual information in the space, and then turn around and representing it to a whole bunch of group of people, pretending like he give a fuck about the outcomes of these personnel. Like our space has consistently been under attack by BGS Itmore. Consistently been under attack by him. Not only consistently been under attack by BGS, a guy who came here pretending like nothing was here. Then invited a whole bunch of people here within this space to grift off the actual space. Inviting person after person into this space to make himself seem more legitimate. Arguing with non productive feminists because the non productive feminists and the fake pro blacks, they need to point to the men as an actual problem here. Rather than leave the women out the conversation, which I kept saying this space is not about complaining about women, but it's the only unifying force that you can give to non productive personnel. Because believe it or not, men who never had their stuff together should have never been allowed to procreate in the first place. Never been allowed. Because, see, the silent generation locked out the worst parts of the boomer generation from being able to just go out and recklessly go out and just have families. A lot of these boomers know that if the family unit stayed together, those people would not be able to go recklessly go have an actual family. This is why most people in the boomer generation, who ain't shit, by the way, most of those people are very much tied to the entertainment piece, very much tied to being the coolest guy in the room. We're talking about 50 and damn near 60-year-olds who's dressing in tracksuits with Kango hats, that type of stupid shit. The only thing that they really accomplished in their generation is destroying the women of Generation X because they had just barely a little bit more productivity than the next person, but they didn't socialize the productivity piece into the next generation. We'll go ahead, let's give shouts to people who came through. Mon Perry, K. Diggy, Malal Vanguard, Roger Spice, Spiritualogic Hulk, Deion Davis. What's going on? Thanks for coming through. Hit the like button when you come in. All right, so now you're looking at personnel with no experience, trying to take advice from people who just merely have the talking points of, but not the experience of people who are so-called winning. What's going on, Ike? What's going on, Ronnie outside? Like this stuff is getting so weird to the point to where you got all these people with no identity come to nearly the same place and follow the wrong people to get the wrong outcomes, to complain to the wrong people about how they didn't get the proper experience. That's wrong complex. And so you have these grifters who come through. Oh, they're talking about the space. Oh, like, why you think they dodge me? FD Signifier isn't stupid. He's seen my content. Because he knows he walk into a room, you can't really fucking challenge somebody who got way more money than you, who actually live in a fucking liberal area. I participate in the actual process and I get outcomes. I can tell you that the more that you've done for black people in the Denver metro area, the less of them showed up. And I got the actual numbers to prove it. And if this is what's going on in this area, what do you think's going on in a Chicago or Philly or St. Louis or you name it? The most embarrassing men want to represent the entire group. It's going large. The most embarrassing men don't like these movements were meant to leave these guys behind. So you can't take offense on behalf of a space that you never represented. Oh, MOT, why do you stay? I stay because I'm just going to consistently keep showing you. Come on, LM. I'm going to consistently keep showing you that these people didn't come here to follow directions. These people came here because they wanted fake representation. They wanted an excuse to keep going back into the same situation. They wanted an excuse to keep failing. They seriously think that they're going to embarrass the entire population because they don't have any results. This is why I say the women should run the fucking red pill. Why? They're the ones trying to get their own homegirls off the market, not men. Because these strange ass men online, you think these strange ass men online who came to this space, do you honestly think that they want you getting to a decent woman on a one and done basis? Do you really think that they think that? Only thing I gotta ask you is, look, where are the $1 million clients? You got people who claim that they raise straight A children, but come online to do smoke shows to destroy the credibility of the space. You got people with bad outcomes, but they want to show you that game works somehow by actually saying the same game out into the same open space that the people who benefit from game, which is women, it's not men, especially not long term, because they want to leave this place dirtier than it already was. This is why I keep saying that this stuff is entertaining as they try to make it. These outcomes are not entertaining at all. These statistics are not entertaining at all. Period. What's going on, Senku? What's going on, LOM? But this is currently where we're at. Like, how many people here that you hear on these 24-hour BGS networks who sound like people that you want to hang out with? Who sound like people who's crushing it in society? Who are these people? If we talked all this stuff about separation for 5 or 6 years before these people got here, why is it that you need a whole bunch of numbers? Why is it that you want to recklessly grow the space with non progressive personnel? What's going on? I think I've seen you here before, but what's going on? All right, so how does that work? So, how do you grow a space with a whole bunch of non progressive personnel who just want to complain about women, who don't want to get their money right, who don't want to actually learn how the actual system works, who don't want to participate in the actual system, who just want to ride everybody else's back? Well, Kevin Samuels' job was to get men to actually date bad and worse black women. He was not a leader among the space. He was a fraud. He was a fool. And a whole bunch of people came in here because they actually thought that Kevin Samuels was going to lead them to the pot of gold or putty at the end of the rainbow. Kevin Samuels was not a leader in this space. BGS brought Kevin Samuels in here to destroy our space. He was not a positive influence. Not at all. The guy had no career field before telling a woman that she wasn't shit. He walked away from his own family. That's not the representation of our actual space. He was not the godfather of the Manosphere. I was the original godfather of the Manosphere. When personnel wanted to move toward actual outcomes. That's the history. I'm the original godfather of the actual Black Manosphere, not him. He became the godfather when everybody wanted to look up to him as the actual verification of where they wanted to go. See, this is what I mean, man, about Kevin Samuel dudes who came to the actual Black Manosphere because of Kevin Samuels. You can't trust Kevin Samuel dudes, man. They're lost as fuck. you can't, because here's the thing about Kevin Samuel dudes. They don't understand the background. They don't understand the history. They don't understand the intent. They don't understand any of that shit. The only thing they understand and respect is the actual numbers of personnel that's being misled. You can understand whether you're part of the Black Manosphere or not. If you don't have better outcomes because of all of this information, then clearly you were never part of the Black Manosphere in the first place. Clearly you were never part of that shit. If you don't understand that, this was not supposed to be a hangout place. Like there's a lot of dude, this Black Manosphere shit is way too easy. But see, people want to look at eyeballs as the actual representation of the space, not the intent, not the history. So now the existence of bullshit is my fault. So the existence of bullshit is my fault. I tell you what, Mr. D Music, I want to see you jump up on BGS's platform, and why don't you ask them all these questions? I want you to actually jump up on Art New Style platform and ask them all these bullshit questions. I want you to jump on the Coliseum, ask them these bullshit platform uh, questions. I want you to go to Angry Man, O'Shea at this point, Obsidian on Rumble, and ask them these questions. Because all of these questions are some shit that you should already have understood before you even came to this live stream. And you are a very good representative of the type of personnel who come to this space. So what's the problem, sir? So what's the problem? If they kicked you off for asking basic questions, what's the problem? Do you have better outcomes because of all this information? What's going on, Garfield Lawson? Do you have better outcomes because of this information that's here? Or did you come here to grow platforms for BS individuals? Like once people start talking about subscriber counts and not blackmail outcomes because they participated in the process, you're listening to a person who's wearing Black Manosphere colors, but they don't care about the history or the intent of the Black Manosphere. It's all about me, I, us, victim, victim, victim. How women are acting, not what they accomplish, not what career field they have. not how they move past the BS. Because a lot of these people came here for enough information to get into the actual BS that they're actually complaining about. A lot of these people came to the Black Manosphere and became newly minted child support dudes after hearing about all the pitfalls of dealing with the wrong type of women. Can you believe that? A lot of these people deliberately went out here and married the wrong type of woman so that way they can have the justification of not living up to their masculine responsibilities. Say it again, man. Say it again. To avoid the pitfalls. The whole point of the Black Manosphere was not so that way you can keep complaining. The whole point of the Black Manosphere is so that way you can have better outcomes. I'm not gonna lie, there was a lot that I did not understand about this because I typically just wasn't around it. The social circles that I'm in pretty much protect me from these typical outcomes here. And even today, you can pick your stuff up and really move on to a better outcome. Right now, you can do that. A lot of these people think that, oh, okay, I don't have access to the opposite sex. That means I should latch on to complaints of other people. I'm like, no, dude. If you ain't got no kids, that means that you should have the better outcomes than anyone else here. Because I'm not sure what you was doing with your life before you had this information, but this information was supposed to save you from all these outcomes that these people have. This is why most of these people want to look at just having a kid within a bad environment and having bad outcomes. It's the verification of their masculinity. Yeah, these people go hunt down Instagram women to go complain about. They go hunt down women from TikTok to complain about. Now, they don't cover this shit like Black Ram 313 to keep warning you, to keep it disassociating from bad outcomes. They warn you about it, complain about it, and then they say they're the master of it, and they still want to engage with it. Because a lot of these people have no individual identity. They want to hide in a male progressive space and damaging the credibility of that space as their identity. People know who to pick fights with. People know all that stuff. At the end of the day, non progressive men do not care about the progression of everyone else within the environment. They do not care. These are the people who need the infinite do overs. These are the people who need the infinite retries. These are the personnel who don't have their shit together, who come to a black male progressive space so they can raise money for a laptop. Get the laptop, still don't do progressive male content after they give the laptop from the very space of personnel who are not progressing. Now these unproductive men need avatars of non-progression within the progressive male space. If you wanted bad information, you didn't need to come to the Black Manosphere for that. You're surrounded by bad outcomes in your regular life. You are surrounded by bad outcomes in your regular life. The only thing you have to do is log off, take your ass over to your nearest corner store in your nearest downtrodden area of the actual community, and you can go to those individuals who actually think that they got stuff figured out. What's going on, Lonzo? You got grown up individuals here. Yeah. How many times did Obsidian say that he needed help paying his internet? Still fell for it. They still fell for it anyway. Yeah. They came to the Black Manosphere to avoid self accountability. Yes. They wanted to project their actual non participation in society and the lack of outcomes. Then they wanted to turn 360 degrees and point at a random female that they don't know, they don't have access to, they don't have any consequences of, and blame her for the fact that they ain't nothing in society. Oh, and especially that. And especially that. I have never promised to stop my live streams because I didn't get donations. Never done that. This is why I keep saying that these people are so stupid. They can only facilitate BS level conversation. It's going to seek my creator. These people are so stupid that they cannot jump up on live streams to talk about or contribute to any conversation. They can only facilitate conversations about nonsense for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Did I not answer all your questions? I answered every single one of your questions. Every single one of them. And if you want to jump up here, hey, you can ask even more questions. Look, listen, look. Here's something the rest of these people can't do. You want to jump up and ask all these questions? Ask as many questions as you like. Because at the end of the day, once these questions are answered for you, you should have better outcomes. You should be in better spaces. You should be around better people. You can't use this Black Manosphere as an actual um, Comcast TV network. That's not what this space was about. Non productive people can be non productive. They can hang out in their neighborhoods. They can do whatever they want to. They can have that outside the liquor store conversation right in their community. They don't need to be online to have that. Your job was to take this information inside of this environment and go compete with the rest of society with it. That's what you were supposed to do with it. No, because I clearly want to show that it's not the information. It's the fact that people have not applied the information that's here, and they still having the worst outcomes. That's what the problem is. That's how this stuff get turned into a call to inaction, not a call to participate, not a call to educate, not a call for self accountability, a call for you to actually sit here and do nothing with the best information that's available. Like, bro, I don't give a shit about your research. If you don't know shit about the space and you dodge the most legitimate people that's part of the space, then you're not doing honest research. Okay, so you could do this Diallo level of research, which is point at the biggest people with the worst platform and try to label the space as those people. Because when most people want to talk crazy about the Black Manosphere, they're not talking about my channel. They're not talking about Wacky Word of O. They're not talking about Spiritual Lock and Hope. They're not talking about the Black Brain Trust. They're not talking about all these people here who got good outcomes. They're not talking about Nagone 11. They're not talking about people who know all of that stuff. They're talking about people who obviously shouldn't be here or allowed to be here among these channels. And, and when I know that they're talking about the Black Manosphere, I know full well that they're not talking about my channel. I know that because I put myself in such a powerful position that not only I could just say, look, the people are not a part of our space. I'm not sure why would you research personnel that doesn't care about the history or the intent of an actual space as the reason for the people being here within this space. Like most of this stuff is a whole level of miscategorization on purpose. It's purposeful miscategorization. I didn't come here for popularity. I came here for better outcomes. I didn't come here to fix the black family. I came here to fix the singular problem in this unit, which is the man. The women that's operating their free choice, they can get whatever they get out of it. You as a man need to be able to exercise your free choice so that way you can get better things out of it. And if you do not want to exercise better options when they're clearly provided to you, if you're still attracted to bullshit artists among all of this, then your ass couldn't have been helped anyway. And you got to stop thinking that popularity and actual progression and having good outcomes is going to be just as interesting as listening to entertainers and bullshit artists. That's an internal problem that I can't fix. You know damn well I can't fix that because that's a you problem. I can only give you the best practices with the best outcomes. Because I'm trying to keep every dime that I make. I'm not trying to give away everything that I made for illicitly having a kid in an environment because I want to have a whole phase at 40 something years old. No, no. I don't believe in the myth of infinite footy with no consequence. I don't believe in it. It's all complex.
Oh, hey, MOT, you there, bro?
Yeah, it looked like he jumped
Oh,
up, so
okay.
hold on a second. So let's see what's going
Oh,
on.
okay. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Uh, I have to put my I have to put my shield up.
Oh, you gotta put the shield up.
Yeah. You know, people be coming up here bucket naked, showing their public
Yeah,
hairs
bucket naked,
days.
bucket naked.
What's going on, man?
What's going on? Obviously, you have me confused with someone else. I would not destroy your channel by coming
No,
up
no,
here
no,
with
no,
such profanity.
no, no, no. It's just that when you say
I
that you're
understand.
doing,
I
all right,
understand.
but,
No, no,
but
no worries. No worries.
no,
It's
no,
better,
no, it's
better
not to
safe.
shout you down. It's not to
Right,
shout you down.
right. Better
It's
safe than
not to do
sorry.
any of that.
No worries.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Right,
It's just that when
right.
you talk about Kevin Samuels within this space. Wait, hold on a second. Let me show who you are. So that this is DJ
Music.
Music IQ who's in the
DJ
chat. So
music.
Right.
let's
Okay.
all right.
DJ
So
Music.
all right, man. So this is what I'm saying.
Okay.
You see how easy that you made it so that way we can have a direct conversation, right?
Absolutely.
Most men are too cowardice within this space. They don't even attempt to do what you just did.
Hmm. Agreed.
But there's nothing wrong because here's the way algorithms work. Algorithms is going to feed you exactly what you came here for. As a concept, they want to keep your eyeballs glued to whatever. So when personnel think that they know about the Black Manosphere, they always
Hmm.
go to the big channels. They always go to the BGSs,
Hmm.
the rapping attorney dude, Dennis Sperling,
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Samuels,
Mm-hmm.
MTR. What is this dude? 50-year-old dude talking about the
Mm-hmm.
Instagram shit. Uh, Damn, whatever. The,
Okay.
the biggest people in the
I,
places where you
right.
wouldn't be listening to 50
Right.
year olds.
I get the gist of what you're saying. So I get the
Yeah,
gist of what you're saying so far. So continue.
yeah. So what I'm saying is that if you have people who give the best outcome,
Mm-hmm.
why can't those people who have problems with the actual space just go after those people rather than the low hanging fruit?
Well, to be quite honest with you, MOT, I wouldn't consider you low hanging fruit.
No, no, no,
Uh,
no, no. I'm asking a direct question.
okay. Okay.
Why would
As
they
far as
go
you
toward
said,
those big? Okay, so I'll rephrase the question because I want you to
okay.
actually go after this question.
Okay.
Why would they go after large platforms of personnel that don't provide any outcomes to anybody as the representation of what the black manosphere is? Why would people
Well,
who are so-called detractors do that purposefully? That's my
well,
direct question.
okay, to answer your question directly, because I mean, with anything with popularity, you see folks at the major channels like you. I heard you mention the Angry Man channel, Kevin Samuels when he was around. I heard you mention his channel, the
Yes,
Obsidians, and a few
yes.
BGSs and all that. I've heard you mention those channels. So this is where on YouTube where Black people tend to congregate. Am I correct?
Yeah, but if they don't know how to do research and they're attracted to bullshit artists versus people who have the information on the one and done, if they're over there on those channels and they don't like that those channels exist and they don't seek out better information, whose fault is that?
Well, that would be their fault. So that's exactly what you're saying. So I'm seeking out better information. The mere fact that I'm here, I just didn't stop at say an angry man's channel. Would you agree?
Yeah, but I've seen you in this space
If you
before.
if
I
you're
have seen your name
right,
in this space
quite.
before in a
So
lot of different places.
I've
Yeah,
been
so
around for quite some time. So it's just
I
not
I know you
accident
have
that I showed up there. Right.
at least 5 years. At
Well,
least
at
5 years.
least actually probably a little bit longer than that. A little bit longer than that. A little
I
bit
think about
longer than
five to
that.
seven. I think about
Yeah.
5 to 7 is how long I've seen you around here.
I was around when Kevin Samuels was selling perfume. Let's put it that way. How long ago was
Okay,
that?
well that's 8 9 years then.
Okay, okay, okay. So that clears that up a little bit better, right? When
Okay, so if
Andrew,
you've been here for
right,
8 or 9 years,
right.
how is it that you're asking these questions about these
Well,
different platforms?
the reason why I'm asking the question is not so much for you, MOT, because you remember there was a time, like I said, I've been around for a while, so I have seen the shift in your personal content. Am I correct? There was a time that you had, dare I say, a chip on your shoulder towards a certain member of our community. Am I correct? Yes or no?
Oh no, I mean that chip has turned into a Grand Canyon because
Okay,
I didn't know how. Yeah, I don't
right,
like bullshit niggas. You know that if I
right,
commit genocide, I obviously would. Get away
right.
from me.
And
Yeah,
maybe about
and
6 or 7
yeah,
years ago, you did say that if you could commit genocide against the Pookies and the Ray Ray in a low hanging fruit, you would. Am I correct?
yeah, yeah. You're
Right,
correct.
right.
That
So
Well,
hasn't
wait a
changed,
minute
by the
though.
way.
Wait a minute though. Around the same
That
token,
hasn't
there
changed
was a guy named Cerulean Gray who said the same goddamn thing, and I didn't hear nobody say
about
shit.
us, and nobody
well,
really said anything about that.
So it's
well,
likewise, right?
Well, Cerulean Gray is not around anymore, so that's apples
But
to
that
oranges,
doesn't
right?
mean that
Okay,
there
but
wasn't a
that
cohort.
doesn't negate the fact that 7 years ago there were people saying that on that side or whatever we're calling it. Like, do you think that was coming from MOT? It came
No,
from
no,
that
Exclusively,
side. Then
no.
exclusively.
then there was a switch. Then there
Right,
was a
right.
switch.
No, I don't know. I don't know the originator of it. They're my man. But the first time
No,
I
no,
heard
no, no.
that,
But we're telling you about the history of it.
I'm
okay,
That's
telling
why
you.
we're telling you about the history of it.
okay. Well, that part of history I wasn't aware of, so I'll make sure I write that down.
I mean, like,
Okay.
okay, so
Right?
like the whole point.
It's not always what people say about us being aggressors. No, a lot of salacious shit was said back then, and it wasn't on our part.
Well, my man, I'm not sure who I'm talking to, but if you go back and read any of the comments that I spoke of, I put in the room tonight, none of
Mhm.
them was salacious. They were just basically, to me, just general questions.
No, I'm not talking about
What?
you saying
Like
salacious
No, I'm
things.
not.
conflict,
I'm
No, I'm just
conflict,
okay. Okay, just
conflict.
just
Hold on
clearing
a
it up.
second. Hold
Right.
on. Everybody, hold on a second. If you've been here
okay.
for eight
Wait
or
a minute.
9 years, okay, so If you've been here at least 7 years ago,
Hmm.
did you listen to any of the Coliseum that BGS was putting on 7 years ago?
Well, there's nothing that BGS calls himself the master teacher, and I completely disagree
No,
with
no,
him
no,
calling
no. That's
himself the
not my
master teacher.
question. I'm asking a direct question.
Of what? That have I listened to BGS? Is that what you're asking?
Did you
And
listen to the
no,
Coliseum from 7 years ago?
I'm
If
not
you've
sure
been
what the
here for
Coliseum.
7 years,
If anything, if there's any content that BGS had the lead or anything to have to do with, no, I did not listen to it. No,
okay.
no, I did not.
So now you're missing history, and that's why I'm catching you up.
No,
But this is a
I
response.
don't, no, I don't think BGS is a fair representation of history. So why would I inundate myself with information that I don't want?
You
Well,
have to
because
learn
you
about
bringing
that
up
history.
Kevin
You
Samuels
have to learn
as
about
a
that.
No,
representation, and
right,
he
no,
came through BGS. So
right, no, I brought up Kevin Samuels as a question, as in why even after Kevin Samuels is gone, we still hear people calling him the Godfather. This was not a direct attack
No,
on
sir, no, sir,
MOT.
no, sir. Like, okay.
Right,
So I
right.
was the original Godfather of the Black Manosphere because that's where they purported that they wanted
Okay,
to
well,
be at the end of the
that
day.
answered my
Then
question. It
wait,
was
wait, wait,
no more of a
and
question than
then
that.
and then
Right.
things changed.
Okay. So why?
Once that guy
Let
blew
me
up.
ask you a
Well,
question.
wait,
Let me
hold
ask
on,
you a
hold on,
question.
hold on, hold on. You get to ask me any question. We have to
Okay.
catch you up on what you don't know. Then we can
Okay.
move to your next question.
Okay.
People purported that they wanted to be productive men at the end of the day. That's where they
Okay.
purported to want to be.
Okay.
And then it changed. Everybody changed into professional content creators. Everybody were brand managers the moment that guy blew up. So there was an actual place to where people purported to want to do good with this actual information. And then they turned around and they wanted to be brand managers and all that kind of stuff once they did get the information.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Explain brand managers.
Okay. People who just wanted to put out bullshit for popularity's sakes,
Okay.
who did not care about black male outcomes. That's
Okay.
an easy
So
way to say it.
basically grifters. They just had
Yes.
idle chatter for 4 and 5 hours at a time.
Yes. And if you've been here
Okay.
for 7 years, there's no way that you don't know that.
Well, it's obvious that I do because I'm speaking on the MOT. At no point in time, I listen. Don't assume that I don't. I want you to assume that everything that you're saying right now, I already know. Let's go with it that way. Let's try it
Okay,
that way.
okay. Okay. If you already know this stuff, then why is there a need
huh?
to have conversations if you don't know?
Well, okay. Well, you're the one up here trying to say that these guys should go a certain way. So my question to
No,
you,
no, no.
well,
The
wait.
problem that you
Let
have
me.
is
Right. Let
all
me
right,
ask
all
you.
right, all right.
Let me ask the
Okay, okay.
question.
Ask the question.
My
Ask the question.
right. My original question was, since that we have so much fault, and all we see is the bad part of the manosphere. When is the
Yes.
good part of the manosphere going to step up and say, instead of watching these guys, watch me? I really
No,
represent the manosphere.
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well, then how are we
Absolutely
supposed?
not. What,
Well, how are we
okay.
supposed to know? How are we
Well, what
supposed
is
to
this
know about
we
you?
shit? Like, sir,
How
what is this?
how is anyone supposed to know about the manosphere, as you say, the good part of the manosphere, if you guys don't tell us about it? If the only part of the manosphere we see in the layman's term is the guys like the BGSs, is the guys like the Kevin Samuels, the guys like the Angry Mans, the guys like the Obsidians. How do we find the supposedly the good guys like you, MOT?
The
That's my
algorithm
question.
pushes you to the other bullshit artists that you pay attention to online. My channel's not gonna come up in your algorithm. Like,
Well,
listen, if
how did I find you tonight
okay,
then?
dude,
How did I
you say
find
you've
you
been here.
tonight?
You
How
say
did
you've
I
been here for
find you
seven
tonight?
Well,
years.
wait a
Well,
minute.
wait,
If
top
you
black,
found him,
top black,
Either wait a minute. Either one or two ways.
wow.
Either I'm
sir.
subscribed to you or you were in my algorithm, right? One or two ways. Either I've subscribed to you or you were in my algorithm, correct?
There is no way that you've been here for 7 years within the Black Manosphere and you have never heard of my channel. You have never heard of
So
me
that's
arguing
my
with
point.
people in
So
in this space.
right.
No, sir.
So
That's
that's my
my point. No, no,
no.
no.
What
That's
is your point?
my point. That's
What is your
not
point?
your point. Your
What is your
point
point?
is you found my channel. My point is my channel has always been here and you've never been a part of this actual content.
Okay, so
Because
I
you're
want you to
wait,
I
hold
want
on,
you to
hold on, hold
I
on,
want you
hold
to
on.
go to your subscribers, and I want
Okay.
you to tell me the exact date that you found Mr. DJ Music as a subscriber, and then please go
I don't
and
even know whether you're subscribed to the channel or not. I'm
I'm
not
telling
even.
you that I am. So it's no accident that I found you. I'm
Okay, okay,
telling
okay,
you that I'm subscribed to you. So there's no accident that I
okay,
found
okay,
you. So
okay. So
that
now you're
chick that
answering your own question. So now
no,
you're
so that
answering your
so
own
no,
question.
so that so
Wait,
MOT.
okay, okay. Let's stop
So
right here.
that take
Like DJ
what?
Music. Stop for a
Okay,
second. Take a
okay,
breather.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Your
ahead.
argument was, how come my information isn't pushed?
No, no, I asked you, I said, and I'll repeat this one more time. If and me as a layman, if you say that the black
You're not a
manosphere
layman though.
is
You've been
okay, right?
subscribed to my
No, no.
channel.
I'm just saying me as a layman, as in generalities, okay? So let's just speak me as in layman's term, as someone that's never been to these channels before. And the only
But you're
representation
speaking
of
from a person.
no,
Wait, sir,
no,
hold on. You
I'm
can't ask
okay,
that question. You
okay,
cannot ask that question.
okay.
And here's the
Let's
reason why
go.
you cannot ask. Wait, hold on. The
Why
reason why you
not?
cannot ask that question is because you've
Because you
been here
won't
for
let
7
me
years.
answer it. Because you
I'm
won't
not
let
gonna
me
let you
answer it.
ask a bullshit fucking question you already know the answer to. Okay? You're not gonna sit here and waste my motherfucking time. You've
Okay,
been here
so
for 7 fucking years. Why would
what
I
is
allow
me?
you to ask a question as if you've been here for
Okay,
5 minutes?
okay. MOT. Let's get past that. So let me ask you then.
Whoa, no. Let's not get
And the
past like
7 years that there's been a campaign that for you to say that the manosphere is more than just what I've seen in the past 7 years. Give me a great example of why the manosphere doesn't exist in the way that me and everyone sees it, as a bunch of grifters, as you explained them.
because at the end of the fucking day, you didn't want good outcomes. You went to bullshit artists. You did that shit on purpose. That's what you did. You did that shit on purpose.
How would I know they were bullshit artists in the beginning?
Nigga, you don't fucking know that they're bullshit artists?
Excuse me.
You
No,
think there's some fake ass fucking wannabe
well,
street nigga at
I
40
I
something
didn't
years
think
old with a
to be
dyed
quite
beard
honest.
is a fucking great representation
No,
of black
no, no, no.
masculinity?
Listen,
Like, come
listen.
on, man.
Hold up. Let me explain something to you. Long before you knew Angry Man, he was on a little call-in thing called Blog Talk Radio. So,
Okay, time out. Time out, sir. Time out, sir. Time out. Time out,
wait.
sir. Time out.
Okay, go ahead. Go
So
ahead.
now you've been here way longer than fucking
Longer,
7 years.
longer. So you're not talking to a novice.
Sir.
That's my point.
All right,
That's
man.
my point.
Here's what we're gonna
Right,
do. Since you know the
right.
answer to all these questions that you're actually talking about, we got to move the conversation along, man. You know the answers to
Okay,
all your questions.
okay. Well, let's move the
Remember, you have a
conversation
nice
along.
day, though. Fuck that. If this nigga been here 11, 12
I
plus fucking
mean,
years,
what
what the
the?
fuck we look like having fucking day one
He was
conversation, man? Fuck
answering.
that.
He was answering his
What
own
the fuck is
question.
this? Yeah, that's
That's
what I'm
why you
saying.
told me to stop. I was like, wait a minute, wait. I'm like,
Why on earth
what?
would you be asking questions if you've been here like Angry Man, that's 12, 13, maybe even 15 years. Because Angry Man was on Blog Talk Radio, I think for 3 or 4 years before he even came to the Black Manosphere. That's 12 years ago. There ain't no motherfucking way that you've been here 12 years and you don't know any of the answers to the questions
Anything?
to what you're
What?
talking about. There ain't no way you don't know that shit. Man,
I
fuck
was on
that.
I was on Blog
It's
Talk Radio
actually
with them.
I was getting
Yeah,
ready
and
to,
the
I
gun
was
was
getting ready,
back there.
yeah,
I was back with
I was
them.
getting ready, yeah, I was getting ready to say the same thing. I was on Blog Talk back then. That's more than 12 years. That's more than 10
It,
years.
it's been a long time, and
Hmm.
and just with Obsidian, that was back in 2014, 2015. So that was like
How
2014,
could a person come through and ask these questions as if they don't
that was at least 10 years
as
ago.
if they're
Yeah,
brand new though? Like, man, I'm
yeah,
not fucking with that. Nah,
yeah.
man.
So what would be the point of
I was
that?
on Blog Talk as far back. I think the earliest I was on Blog Talk was like 2009, 2010.
Yeah. See, lot of guys, yeah, exactly. That's when a lot of the and that's when 1.0 guys were on a lot and on
Okay, so
when they were
he's
on
still
YouTube
here.
and
So now that we got the timeline down, let's bring him back up and ask him what's the point of these conversations. Because it's not like he don't know the history. He knows the history. Okay, so we just wanted to get
So
that
do
out of the way.
we.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So DJ music guy, what's the point of your questions if you've been here for 13 years, or known about this actual space for 13 plus years? What's the point
Well,
of these questions and
well,
pretending like you
actually, the
don't know the
man.
answer to this?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, first and foremost, I was down in your chat room typing my opinion. Am
Sir,
I correct?
we're past
No,
all
no.
that.
I
I had a
listened to
direct
you.
question for you.
Okay.
If
Okay.
you've
I'm
been
answering
here
your.
for
You
12,
can't.
no, it doesn't sound like it. So let me repeat the question.
Okay.
And while I
Go ahead.
repeat the question, I want you to think about it for as long as you need
Okay.
to think about it. And I need you to
Okay.
quickly sum up your actual answer to my question.
Okay. You're funny, but go ahead.
You have more information than most of these people in this chat room and most of these people in this space. If you know the answer to everything, because everything that you're asking, you're just repeating the conversation as if you don't know the answer. You can't ask questions from the standpoint of ignorance. So my question to you, if you know all of this stuff, why would you come online and pretend that you're asking questions as if you don't know it? The
Oh,
floor is all yours, sir.
okay. You
Take as
say
long
I'm.
as you need to take. Take
Okay.
as
You
long as you need
said.
to take.
Are
And
you? Are
once you
you?
start rambling and not answer my direct question, I'm gonna cut you off, and then we're gonna go on to something else. But
Okay.
but you've been here, knowing of the concept for 13 to 15 years.
Okay. The reason why I'm going to answer your question as best I can and as shortly as I can. The reason why I typed what I did in the chat room was to get a general feel of what you were talking about. You asked me these questions, okay? By your commentary is the reason why I answer those questions. I didn't ever tell you that I didn't know the history of the Black Manosphere. You assumed that. You assumed that. Did you
By
ever
your
hear me?
questions, I'm supposed to
No,
assume that.
right. No, you assumed that. You assumed that
By
I
your
did not
questions,
know.
I'm literally supposed to
Sir,
assume that
sir,
you don't
am
know
I
anything about this
right?
space.
No, no. So what sparked your interest is because I typed Kevin Samuels. Other than that, you completely ignored me. That's what
No,
sparked your
I answered
interest.
all of your questions, even the Kevin Samuels question.
Okay,
Because if
so
you've been here for this long, you would know that Kevin Samuels was a very minute part of the space 3 years. If you've been here 5 times longer than 3 years, there's no reason for you to be asking these questions.
okay, and what question do you feel that since I've been there amount of time, what question should I not should I know better than not to ask?
Every single
Which
question that
question?
you ask,
Which
every single
which one
question that you ask,
which
all
one in
of them,
particular?
all of them.
Like
Worrying
okay,
about
I wasn't aware tonight. Like the one question I asked you, why do they call Kevin Samuels the Godfather? You told me that you were
because
the
they don't
original
understand the
Godfather.
history. I was the
All right,
original
I was
godfather of the Black
okay. I
Manosphere.
was not
Yes,
aware
you
of that
was.
tonight. Right, I was not aware of
Yeah.
that until tonight.
hmm
Okay, so again, I'm
Okay.
doing research. So the next time I speak on the Manosphere, I'll say, you know what? I was over at MOT's channel, and I heard everybody calling Kevin Samuels a Godfather. Come to find out that
He became the new godfather.
The original Godfather was actually MOT. So Kevin Samuels stole MOT's identity. Is that
No, no,
correct?
no, 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 no,
No,
no.
no.
O'Shea was the person giving out that name to personnel, like when
Ah,
he gave me
ah.
that name.
Okay.
And
Speaking
then
of
Kevin
O'Shea,
Samuels
let's.
became no, no.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's move on. Let's stop talking about Kevin. He's not worth it. He's gone. Rest in peace. Next.
Yo, MOT, you there?
He went quiet. Is it me or
I,
is it him?
well, I mean, well, no, he might have went quiet. He might be muted. He might have got a phone call. Uh,
No.
yeah, I
You
don't know.
want to you
I'm
you
thinking
want
some
you
of this stuff is rudimentary.
you want
Well,
to
well, again, there, brother. I don't know who I'm speaking to, but I don't want. I don't know. I don't understand why MOT insisted that I didn't know the history of the Manosphere. I never told him that. He
Well, I
only assumed
mean,
that.
by saying you don't know who you're talking to, that kind of implies you kind of don't, maybe.
What you mean? I don't
In a
know who
while
you
too.
are. But I don't know who
I
you are.
know, that's the whole point. That's what I'm saying. It's
Okay.
like, okay, you might have been around, but
Okay. Who are
right.
you?
See,
Who
so
are you?
allow us to fill you in, though.
Okay. Introduce yourself to me then. Who are you?
I'm Complex Design.
Okay. Complex Design. And
Started a channel.
what?
I'm one of the founders of a channel called the Black Brain Trust.
Well, here's the
Okay.
thing, man.
I've heard
All right,
now if
but
you would have
that's who I am. That's who I am.
okay, if you would have told me the Black Brain Trust, I would have known who you are. I would have known you by name, but I've heard of the channel called the Black Brain Trust. I have heard of that. Yes. Okay.
Okay. All right. Go ahead,
Okay,
MOT.
so
He's back.
all right, so sorry about that. I had a phone call come in. I had my stuff wired to where when I have a phone call, it turns stuff
No,
off. So all right,
not a
so
word.
now that I'm
Not
back.
Okay.
So now
That'll
I'm back.
work.
Now
Okay.
anybody who's been listening to O'Shea's that long, because a lot of these dudes are still over there, they know this. Now, I never brought this up to anybody. I just let people run with the actual idea of thinking that that's the case. Because
Mhm.
they support the very people that they claim that they don't want to be like. So all of your questions you should not be asking.
Again, I'm still kind of dumbfounded of why shouldn't I be asking these questions? Because whether I've been here a year or whether I've been around actually the space from the beginning, why should I not be asking these questions? That's what I'm confused about, MOT.
Okay. Well, there's nothing to be confused about from this end. All right. You
Okay.
know that most like the black community creates nothing but battle rappers, dumbass niggas that are fucking rife with entertainment, and personnel who actually think that they're going to get something for free out of the government without participation. That's what the black community actually creates. They're not
I would
attracted to,
I would say some of the black community creates that. I wouldn't say all the black community,
for
but I
the
would say
vast
yes.
overwhelming majority of
I would
people, when they
say
came
I would say.
online, what did they come online to talk about? They came online to talk about rap shit and dumb shit.
But
The black community as a whole, I'm not
mhm.
talking about specifically us, are
Okay.
not interested in those things. They're interested in cool shit. They're not interested in any of this other shit that you talked about. And
Okay.
even if you've never came online to ask these questions that you're asking tonight, the
Mhm.
results are obvious. Every place you go, you have some buck dancing fucking coon trying to pretend like he get all the women, or that way he want to try to slide the conversation into entertainment, so that way he can have an actual place within the conversation, because he's too stupid to fucking contribute whenever we talk about realistic shit that is not entertainment or focusing on bitch based shit.
Right,
Would you agree with that, or would you disagree
right,
with that?
right. I would agree wholeheartedly with it, and I think, and no disrespect to you at all, or anyone else on the panel. I think that's how, for some reason, that was your original perception of me. I think you thought I was probably one of those guys that came up here
No,
to
sir.
troll you,
No, sir.
or one of
No,
those guys
sir.
down in the
No,
chat
no,
room to
sir. That
troll.
wasn't the question. That
Okay,
wasn't what I had a problem with. What I had a
okay.
problem with is that you've been around this space for 15 years.
Well, I won't say 15. That's stretching it a
Okay.
little bit,
Oh,
but
okay.
long enough.
13 years. Angry
Okay,
Man on
long
Blog
enough.
Talk Radio is 13 years ago.
Well,
Can we agree on that?
let me go ahead and tell you
No,
why I
no,
know
no,
it.
sir. No, no,
Okay,
no, 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 no.
right,
We're proceeding with the
we'll agree.
conversation.
Right, we'll agree
Okay.
that he was right. We'll agree that it's been at least 15 years, and that's my point. That 13 years, that's my
That's
point.
not your point. That is my
there's no.
fucking point.
Don't,
That's my point.
so can
I
it be
just
ours?
said that.
Can it be our
Okay.
point?
So here's the thing. No, it's not our point,
Is
because
that
you
right?
just disagreed. You
No? That's
just
that point.
disagreed.
Is
Oh,
that
okay.
point
So here's the thing.
exclusive for you, MOT? Is
Yes,
that
it is
point
exclusive
exclusive
to
to
me,
you?
because when I
Why?
said he was here, okay, so when he said that he was here for 15 years, you disagreed, and now you're trying to come up and say now that you do agree with it, right? Now, right at
No,
this
I'm
point in
talking
time,
about the timeline. Whether it's 12, I'm not talking about the man himself. I'm talking about
I've
the timeline.
already have actually
Okay,
said what the
okay,
timeline was,
okay. If
and
you say
then
it's
once I
50,
said the
okay,
timeline, like, oh, okay, so what we're doing is we're having a hood conservative moment here, to where you come up with no information or act like you don't know any
okay.
information.
Well, I
I
can
catch
tell
you. Wait,
you.
hold on,
Wait,
hold on.
wait. You
I
asked me
catch
for a
you up
timeline.
with the information.
Wait. You asked for a
I catch
timeline,
you
so I'm
up with
giving
the
to you.
information.
September 14th, 2020, 24.
We're gonna move on with the conversation. Get this dude the fuck out of my chat. All right. So the problem is that personnel who come to this
Oh
space,
Lord.
who's been here fucking long enough, and asking day one questions as if he don't know the space. Once he get more information about the research that he refused to do, he tried to make that, oh, that's my point. No, nigga, that ain't your fucking point. You came up here with no fucking information. I had to catch you up with information. And then you just don't pretend that those are your points once you're educated on them. So, since you've been here for 15 fucking years, you can get the fuck out of here. All right, what's going on, Lawrence? Sorry about that.
Hey.
No, no, no. You're you're fine. Complex, complex. You've been waiting
Hey,
longer.
Lawrence, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. Uh, you've been waiting longer than I have. Go ahead. You go
He's
first,
one of
man.
these mad niggas that I want these fucking
Go-
animals fucking dead. And he's still butthurt over the fact that I fucking said that. But at the end of the fucking day, those people were talking about killing us too. So don't come up here.
I, I mean,
Like a
I,
lot of these people
but,
who pretend like they care about black male outcomes, they keep citing Kevin Samuels and BGS and all this other shit. Like, dude, you know full fucking well that those people don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Oh well,
I,
why
I,
isn't your channel the standard of the black manosphere? I'm like, dude, it's not even the standard in the black community. What the
I
fuck are you
was
talking
gonna
about?
say you can't sit up here and like well how are people supposed to find it? Dude, YouTube has a search
Yeah, sure
that
does.
we can start for starters. There's a thing called search. It's a little search bar. Okay, or I'm sorry, I think they removed the search bar and they put a little like search a magnifying glass over in the right hand corner
Yeah,
of your little app there or something like that. And then yeah, you click that and then you type in say black men tech, black men politics, black men economics, or and then guess what'll happen? It'll give you back shit based on your search query, right?
yeah,
And I'm
yep.
not even trying to be a jerk and explain shit like this, but bro, when we say asking questions in good faith, that's kind of a dumbass question. That's why I'm like, well, what do you mean? Like, here's the deal. If what you've been around is Angry Man and Kevin Samuels, and no disrespect to Angry Man, but I'm just saying this. If that's what you know, that's because one, you sub to all of them, and two, your YouTube algorithm does a bit of confirmation bias. It feeds you
Yes,
the shit that you like to look at.
Well,
correct.
let
So
me
And
if
let
your
me
it's
let
like,
interests
me
aren't broad and they're not varied, guess what you're not gonna get? You're not gonna get variety.
let me ask you a question. Well, actually, it's not even a question. It's more a commentary on what you're saying, Complex.
Go ahead. Yeah, you
Here's
got it,
here,
Lance. Go ahead.
here's what's funny about the whole thing. Even if you didn't do a search and you were watching Angry Man or whoever, I don't know, because you know me, I don't know these guys. Um, so once you start watching one or two channels, all the other channels are going to start coming up in your algorithm
They start coming up.
unless you go in
Yes.
to change it. But what's fascinating is that even if you don't specifically look for Man of Tomorrow, considering the number of shows he's been on and the arguments and debates he's been in, he's going to show up in your algorithm regardless.
I mean,
Because a lot of those times what'll happen is they'll get lots of views because of the fight or the argument or debate or whatever have you made. So you're gonna know who he is. You're going to. So it's
to say that
I
you've been
don't.
here 13 years and pretend that you don't know who I am, and then once you say that, and then I back you down to a point like, oh, I've been subscribed to you for a while. Okay, so now we can cut off that line of questioning, and we can cut off that line of questioning. Like, hey man, so why are you here? Because
Well, like
because most of these people did not want to hear when I fucking said it. Is
well,
that
like
man?
well,
I want you motherfuckers just as gone as y'all used to want us gone, and they don't want to hear that shit.
like I said before, they got no choice. That's because then when he first asked the question, one of the earlier questions in the chat, I actually responded to him when he was saying, what do you do for people, who are just coming in or whatever, or something along those lines. I responded back. I simply said, look, man, we don't have to do nothing. We just have to wait for them to die, because they will, because it's
Yeah, yeah,
inevitable.
yeah. Wait them out. It's
Yeah,
not my
yeah, that's
job to go in on some fishing expedition and start putting defibrillators on fucking skeletons, trying to bring these motherfuckers back to the good space,
well,
man. Like that's not what I'm here for.
yep.
hey,
Hey,
MOT,
hey,
Like,
I'll say this. I'll say this. I want to host to get in, but it's
yeah.
funny when the goddamn government basically tells you that you're going to be a permanent underclass in 2053. I'm like, how much more of a wake up call do you need?
And you still
yeah.
here for entertainment past that? Okay. All right.
Yeah, because he was seriously trying to resist that part about the vast majority of the black community, being dregs on society. He was really he really didn't want to
Yeah,
admit to that.
really trying to dodge that,
Yeah,
and every
Okay.
point he couldn't answer. He just tried to bury Sanders his way, across the field, and to try to, plant his flag somewhere else. I'm like, okay, so if you've been here long enough that you shouldn't be asking these questions, you try to act like you wasn't because here's what these people do. Let me give you guys some inside baseball of what these people are actually trying to say. If what you're saying is true, then how come your channel isn't more popular? I have outcomes. My outcome said that I don't need to give a fuck about none of these people. They think that I have to. Oh, well, since you got outcomes, you just try to make your message more popular? No. Not trying to have these dudes here. Don't give a shit about the eyeballs. I had 700 to 800 people here 8 years ago in this chat trying to pretend like they were brand new. I could bring up any one of those fucking live streams and be like, okay, so why is that dude still over there? If he knew, I just
we
go to
lost.
do that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what it is, man. It's just that they don't answer this. Go on, spiritual logical. Go on, man.
Hey man, what's going
What's up,
on?
Hope?
What's
Once
up, man?
again, what's
Shalom,
going on?
shalom, brother.
Shalom, man. Once
Chilling.
again, people don't know about cat videos, about twerk videos. This whole thing. Anytime somebody avoids something that's self-evident, it's self-evident to why all those creators he created are popular. It's self-evident, and it's almost like they're afraid to expose themselves. The fact that that's what they like. They
Yes.
like that stuff, and
It's
now
too easy.
they're really projecting themselves, and they're trying to say, well, it's like a double-minded thing. It's like the stupid, but you like the stupid, and you don't know how to resolve that issue between yourself
Mm.
and the stupid you like among people who are not stupid. Because he's coming over here, we see it for what it is. It's self-evident. It's obvious. It doesn't need explaining. Like when people ask
Right.
questions, they don't need explaining. It's like, why do people watch twerk videos? And you be like, huh? You know why they watch twerk videos. The question is, you still got a high school mindset. You're still an adolescent. You're still like undisciplined, unfocused. That's your problem. Because he named those people he watches. And that's what it's all about. He doesn't watch people who have real conversations that involve real life outcomes because that actually requires a higher level of thought. It requires outcomes. You're talking to people who actually know what they're talking about. You can't just BS yourself around people who know what they're talking about. And that's why a lot of people flock to that sector because they live in their imagination. You can be whatever you want. You can act like you're a millionaire. You can act like you're the king of the world. You can do whatever you want as long as you pay your tithes to whoever stream you on. And that's what they go to. They super chat just so they can get cool with somebody. Not because they actually support the ideas, because there are no ideas, no coherent ideas, no logical ideas. They just want to be cool with somebody who got numbers, like you said. I mean, and the fact that we know why everything's popular because there are a lot of people who are broken, who are unfocused, who are irresponsible that have not grown up. That's a lot of people in the world. And that's why it's important for like-minded people who have overcome all of that to network, to pass this information to people who are actually equipped to use it and actually have some kind of impact on the world. Like you said, MOT, you said it well. It's supposed to exclude people who are fools. He literally was like, well, why are you not popular among them? It's like, what do you mean? Like, why isn't it popular among a blind person? Because he can't see it. It's like, come on, man.
It's one of the weirdest questions to ask, bro.
It's self-evident
And
and it's
and then
scary.
like as the conversation go on, I'm like,
Uh-huh.
okay, he been here longer than 5 minutes. He been here longer than 10 minutes. He been here longer than 5 years. He been here longer than 10 years. Oh shit, this was been here 13 years. Like, okay, so where the fuck is
You
he from?
set the bar real low, MOT, 5 minutes, and then you went
Yeah,
up from there.
yeah.
And
You
and,
said
Because
and
so
because
low.
to them,
5 minutes?
you you have to understand. To them, like here's the overall point that he's making. Ooh, in your face. I listen to people who's more popular than you. Ooh.
Well,
It's like it's just
well,
like okay, yeah, it's
I'm
nuts.
sorry. I'm sorry, MOT. I had a delay. Go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
No, it's like their point of contention is you have to dumb down your content so that way I can listen to you. And I'm like, I raise my content so I don't have to listen to you. That's what it is. I know that my content is very fucking high level. I know that if you are twerk video, bitch at Keisha motherfucking level of conversation, you're gonna feel lost like a motherfucker in the shit that you listen to. What's going on
exactly.
there, Jerry? And it's like, look, it doesn't hurt me that I don't have more people watching. What actually does hurt me is that we don't have people with better outcomes.
Yeah.
That's what actually does hurt men, period.
I
Yeah.
mean, what good is it, MOT, if we get like 5,000 views on a video and there's literally no conversion rate,
Yeah,
Well,
no
right?
conversion rate.
I was,
Versus if we get 300 and then you get 10 people to move on some information. Which one? What do you see the value, right? Where?
well, actually, I was
Right.
gonna bring that. I was gonna bring that up because
Go ahead, Lawrence. You got it.
Yeah, thank you. In the years that I was away, I had thought a lot about that subscriber nonsense. And my thought process was is that you're always going to have a higher number of subscribers and watches and people watching because it's nothing but entertainment. So in my mind, channels like MOT, Hope's channel, I expect small subscriber bases because those are the people who are genuinely serious about getting it done. So somewhere over time, they decided to equate subscribers counts as like you're counting dollars. I guess I don't know. I have no idea. But in my mind, I've always expected the channels that actually are productive, showing benefits, got a transfer rate of people who are actually achieving something to always be smaller than the larger ones. I've always expected that, and we've tested that theory many times. Not just us, but even bigger channels. Like MTR. I remember in the beginning with MTR, he would do videos on finance, etc., and so on. He admitted one time, literally in a video, I'm not doing them anymore. Nobody really seems to care. They only talk about women, so that's what I'm sticking with. We tell
O'Shea said the same shit.
yeah,
And it was self evident.
me, Complex, and a couple
Well,
of other people. We tested that theory on Agon's channel that one afternoon. You
Oh
know,
yeah, that's right. Sure did. I
yeah,
remember that, Lawrence.
yeah. It
Yep.
was me, you, Judge, Yuri, Bronzebird, Bluebird, and a couple other people. I mean, we ran that show for a couple of hours. It ran all day, and we've seen the result. I mean, it is what it is. But using subscriber counts or popularity as a sign of achievement has always been foolish to me. So,
but it's not foolish among the people who they hang out with. It's not foolish
well,
among the places where they stake their stead at. It's not that. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna go over there, and I'm gonna come here for this. And it's like, dude, listen. If you're trying to get to the negotiating table, and if you think you don't even understand what the red pill is, let alone black pill, and you keep listening to fake black pill people, and you expect the shit that I talk about to overwrite something in your head to make you come over here and listen, like, bro, you're in the wrong place.
That's you're in the wrong place.
Wrong place you're in.
I mean, and this is what that I was kind of confused by that guy because I'm like, well, damn, if you're mentioning Blog Talk and all this other stuff, and I'm like, okay, there should be some basic things that we should already kind of start off on as a premise, right? One, if you were to go back to like the 2015, 2016, like the onset of 2.0 and all that, this was a very small space.
At that point, yeah.
It was at that time. It was not nearly what it is today. And see, everybody thinks about how things were back then in the context of today. Did all of these acronym type shits, right? All these 3-letter, 5-letter acronyms mean something. These social memes. A lot of that shit didn't exist. It was a
But it
different
became a
time. It was
unifying.
different.
It,
Oh
it
yeah,
became a
yeah, yeah, yeah,
unifying
yeah. With that,
point. They
with the
couldn't grow,
with that 2.0 paradigm, yeah, it all became that. Yeah.
but they couldn't grow the space with actual productive people because they wasn't.
yeah.
They can only grow the space with the actual place to where they only seen themselves at the top of, which is entertainment, foolishness, and
Mm.
nonsense. But here's the other
But you
thing.
know what? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Let me see. Go ahead.
You never heard O'Shea lie about the history of the space. Was never literally
Nope.
even fucking required for what he was doing. You never heard Angry Man lie about the history of the space. Not really required for what he's doing. You've never heard Obsidian lie about the space. Never really required for what this shit that he was on. But other people did. And they've been here
Yep.
long enough to know better. So
Yep.
it's a way of stopping the progression of the conversation to catch him up on the ignorance of the space, and then you realize he has no ignorance about the space. His overall concept is, well, if this is where these people wanted to go, then how come they're not there? I'm like, you got to ask those people that. I'm already at the top of the fucking mountain. I was at the top of the mountain when I came here, and I could
Well, see,
guarantee you, for
Well,
the motherfucking
that.
money that I had, they
what,
would be
what, what
throwing
he,
it in motherfuckers' faces. They
wait, see,
would be doing that shit. They would
but
be
see,
doing it.
but see, here's the issue though. Here's the issue though, and it's a 2 point thing, and I'll make it brief because I know Hulk wanted to say something. The first thing is it goes back to what I said on your last stream. Again, we have to get to the point where we don't entertain them in any capacity because, like I said, we're above them. And I'm not saying that to be conceited. I'm not saying that for hubris. I'm simply stating the facts of what's
Facts.
going on in
That's
our
it.
lives and what's going on in their lives. That's all. I'm not trying to be better than anybody. I'm just saying right now, as it stands, we sit above them and not just productivity, but in life, in conceptualizations, into manifestation, whatever phrase you want to use. We in every metric, we're above them to a number of degrees. That's number one. The second thing
Hmm.
is it goes back to something that I had stated to Hulk in the chat about something I said to him about 3 years ago when he had somebody on his channel who didn't believe in the Most High. Look, you
Hmm.
already know you're diametrically opposed. So why would you even entertain having a conversation? That's a waste of time. And as productive men, that's our most valuable asset.
Time.
I mean, that's just my perspective. Like I said, that's one of the main reasons why I left the space for over 3 years. For that very reason, it
Hmm.
was a waste of time. It was the same conversation about the same type of situations with people complaining about the same things. There was no point to that, especially when the answers were already given years before I even got here.
Yes.
And and I've been here what 5 7 years now, somewhere in between there. The answers were given
Hmm.
long before that. So what are we doing? And then like I said, when you take myself and Complex and the rest of us who and Yuri and the rest of us who did that day on Agon's channel, and no and the brother, none of the brothers, not a single one that I'm aware of, has talked to any of us saying that they used what we gave them to achieve anything. So from that point forward,
Nope.
I was done. I was done because
Yeah,
because
I
because
remember that live stream because you said you were like, "I'm gonna do this and I'm out," and then you dipped right after.
well,
Yeah.
because with all due respect, here's the thing. You can't sit here every day in and out for 5 to 6 hours a stream talking about how there's no older brothers to show you, teach you, to explain it to you, this, that, and et cetera, and so on.
Yep.
And when we come do it, you tell us you're not going to do anything with it. And I'm sorry, I run a business, Complex runs a business.
Yep.
MOT runs a business. So many, we know our time is valuable. We don't just waste it on anybody. We just don't. Because for that what was that? 12 hours I think the thing ran.
Yeah.
12 hours
It
that
I
was.
mean,
stream.
I think Aegon kept it running that long, and then it
Yeah,
was just we were in and out of it at various times.
yeah.
He
So
kept it
so
running that long though. Yeah, we just
But it
we
was said
talked about
multiple
so much
times over
shit.
multiple days, over multiple ways. It wasn't
yeah,
that they didn't
Yeah,
they didn't want to listen to it. It's just that
they didn't want
they
to.
didn't want
Yeah.
to follow it. They didn't want to
Hmm.
so
follow it, which is
yeah,
Yeah,
fine.
so yeah,
I
so
think
so 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 I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hulk. I've already been talking. Go ahead.
nah, you good, you good. I was just gonna say, I think these guys are trolling because you can't give an answer to somebody who doesn't want an answer. And they act like they want an answer, but what the problem is that they want to entertain their foolishness in peace. As long as people actually are logical and productive, you know how just shining light exposes the shadows, the shining light. You don't have to really address the darkness, but as long as you're light, you kind of you kind of skewer out the shadows. And that's kind of what people who are responsible and logical and productive and kind of self-accountable towards life, that's how we are. Just our very existence is an affront to foolishness, to dysfunction. They don't want, as long as we talk, it offends their
Hmm.
conscience. It offends the fact that it kind of just exposes what they're all about. And they want to grift in peace. And as long as somebody somewhere is saying the right things, it's kind of it's kind of like exposing them de facto. And it's like without directly addressing them, you kind of like, exposing them in a roundabout way just by saying what is self-evident because everybody knows a lot of stuff that we do as adults, as men, especially been through many experiences, many backgrounds. We all know what the right things to do are, and that's why we promote them, giving examples in our real life of how the right thing kind of substantiates itself.
Hmm.
It's not necessarily like I got to tell a grown man that he got to work to eat. It's like what? It's like that's the kind of level they want you. What you mean I got to work? I thought I could just get on here and just hang out. No, no, that doesn't work, and it doesn't work. But it's like a lot of these people are just trolling because they hate anybody who's just being what we supposed to be. who's doing the
So let
right
me ask
thing.
you about that, Hulk. Let me ask you about that,
Uh-huh.
right? Because
Hmm.
I'm kind of bothered by that activity that is referenced as trolling, right? Especially when we look at, let's say, black adults.
Uh-huh.
What say you about that type of activity, and what is what has whole adults like doing what I can only deem as like extremely immature shit?
Well, simple. When you can't refute what's being said, all you default to trolling. You can't say nothing else. They can't say that what you all have been talking about for years is wrong. They can't even dismantle any of your arguments because they are reality. So all they can do is emotionally troll in a way that appeals to their audience because their audience are really the fools. They can't really address us. It's really for entertaining their dumb audience, and they
And,
won't
and
say that. No, you got
I'm
it. You
sorry.
got it. You got
No,
it.
I was going to say the Hulk's absolutely right, because at the end of the day, if you look at all the channels we've been on, all the streams we've done over the years, and I mean all of us, either individually or combined, you could see point blank that they come up, they have no argument against what we say, not a one. They never said we're wrong, never.
Right.
They say they don't like it. They say how it makes them feel. They talk about all the stuff that's a female framework, if we're going to be honest about it. Okay. And as far as it goes for us, and this is the point I keep trying to bring home since I've been back, and Hulk and I have talked about this because when we talk, we a lot of our stuff has a tendency to interact with our faith. So from our perspective, and I'm sure everybody in the chat would probably agree to, as well as the panel, there is something about a righteous man that sends everybody who's unrighteous off the deep end.
Mhm.
Yeah. When you
It's
know how
just what
things work.
all
it, yeah,
all
Damn,
day.
damn,
it's just
damn.
what it is. It's just what it is. Righteous men do that to people because we bring a light that shines all through their darkness. They can't hide nothing,
MOT is
nothing.
MOT has seen me literally get on I think it was Ramil's channel.
Oh yeah,
And I just
Ramil Channel. Oh
I
god,
was
yeah.
I was talking about I was just dealing with the topic. Just talking in the topic and saying what makes sense, thinking that yeah, this is what needs to be said because there are solutions to life. There are solutions to problems. And just because I said something, the trolls pop up and they bring up something that has nothing to do with the topic or the conversation or even anything. It's
Have to
just
derail the conversation, man.
exactly. That's
Yes,
what it's about. Derailing the conversation. Hey, you're not supposed to say that out loud. We all know that, but we're not here for that. We're here to just be
Mm, mm,
emotional. We're
mm.
here to we're here to rage because a lot of these guys have broken. They're broken inside. They're empty. They're broken, and their identity is coming online saying a whole bunch of things for shock laughs as grown men, and that's scary. That's your life. Because
yeah.
as much as these people think they have real life, I do this, I do that. Yeah, but you come online and your real identity is what you're doing now. Because if you actually have a life, then why aren't you promoting that and not just and instead of
Exactly.
trolling for laughs, And it's crazy.
Hey, Yuri.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
brother, how are you? How are
Hi,
you?
little bro. Hi, little brother.
Yori,
How you doing?
I'm
What's going
good,
on, man?
big bro. I'm good. I'm good. You know, I man, it's hard for me to talk about this space because look, I am of the genuine opinion that people really aren't here for any sort of solution. I would say the vast majority of people here, and I have to be honest about this. Now, people can agree with me or not, but look, I'm usually the one that's the optimistic one. But going through this deal over and over and over and over again and having people default to the same bullshit that they defaulted to before we opened our mouth about anything productive, people talking about some rap videos, some pop culture shit, some off the wall shit that has nothing to do with production, right? Now,
yeah,
working in a business is similar to owning a business because you still have to run with that production level aspect, people don't know how difficult it is just to make sure that we run our own shit right. We got
Households first.
we got everybody coming after us.
Jesus Christ.
You know, closings happening, dealing with clients, massaging little family situation, whatever it is, right? It's like
Yep.
having everything together, getting certain things with. I mean, because working in the real estate industry, you look. The deal either happens and everybody gets paid, or everybody's
Or it
pissed
doesn't.
off because shit didn't work.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, and it's crazy.
I
It's
tell you what's
crazy.
I tell you what's crazier. I tell you what's crazier because I'm gonna do a quick shout out here.
Go ahead, son.
Now I don't know I don't know how everybody else knows. I don't know how deep their knowledge goes about my feelings and relationship with the men on this panel. But I have a great amount of love and respect for every person here. But I want to give a shout out to Yuri in particular, and I'll tell you why. There's something inherently wrong with our community when somebody outside of it has more desire for us to be productive than our own. I have a problem with that. I got a problem with that.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying. I'm being a shout out
All
to
right, hey,
you.
look, I'm like this. You already been a real one since day one, since me and that dude met, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, something. I don't know how long it's been.
It's longer than that.
Yeah,
It's been
but
some
actual
years,
men.
dude.
Yeah, but
I
actual
wish
men.
I was here for 5. I wish I was here for 5 years. Probably wouldn't be pissed off on panels
Well,
if it was only 5
how long
years.
ago was it, dude? It was a minute ago when you came through and I met you.
Man, look, I've been here since 2019. Not trying to age myself. Well,
Okay, 2019. That's about right.
2018. Yeah,
Yeah,
2018.
that's about right. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that was around when I met you.
Maybe I've been here for 5 years and it feels like I've been here for 10 years because I've seen so much bullshit in this space.
Because I was like, dude, it's been longer than a couple of years.
Yeah.
But like I was saying, it's difficult. It's difficult when you've got about 90% or more, because I think I'm being gracious with the 90. It's probably more who like I said, who don't want to be productive, who don't want to see us be better. And like I said, there's always something inherently heartbreaking when somebody who's not even part of our community can come in here and look at it the same way and be like, yo, we got to be productive, we got to do this, let's work together, let's make it happen. Something's wrong with that picture.
Well, Lawrence, can I offer maybe a different take on that?
Sure.
Because
sure,
I agree 100% of what you're saying, right? But then let's do it like this too, right? Even with the Brain Trust, with its founding, right, back in 2018, like
hold on. Before you go
Yeah.
there, let me get all the basics out the way for the algorithm. I hate you. You're a liar. It's not true. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Okay, go ahead.
Why would you want me gone? Why would you want me gone?
Oh shit! Oh my god! No. So I was gonna say, man. So back then, man, we used to have a cat. He's an Asian cat. His name was Scholar Chang. I don't know if y'all remember the name, Scholar Chang.
Yeah.
He used to be around.
I don't.
He was around during the BGS Coliseum days, right? And we used to refer to him as our Southeast Asian correspondent. And we did a live stream with him when he broke down Chinese culture to us, dude. It was a dope live stream. It was like within the first year. I'll have to dig that one up, man, and share it. But Scholar Chang was a cat who would come through and he'd just be chopping it up, building with us, man. Talking politics, economics, tech, all that shit, right? And then when I look at that kind of stuff with Iori and everything, honestly, bro, like my interactions with like cats like Scholar Chang and Iori, there was another cat that used to come by the Brain Trust too, a white dude, man. He used to come through and just be like, yo, man, this is real dope information you guys putting out. I can't remember his name, but that mirrors.
Are you talking about Savage Red Recovery?
No. This dude's name was I can't remember his name. Now he used to kind of go by his actual name.
Okay.
But that mirrors what goes on in, say, like my real life, my daily dealings, right? My business partner is Somali, right? And he's somebody I literally met here in the space, Anti-Gravity 74, for any of y'all that might know that name, right? We've been business partners literally since 2017. We continue to rock with each other today, right? That happened in the Manosphere, right? He's originally from Somalia, Kenya, and came here when he was young. The people that I speak with on WhatsApp on a daily basis, overseas, China. See, for me, the technocratic platform that we establish, globalist mentality, all that, it requires that we all become international partners together. We get on the same accord. That's why I don't have any kind of problem with you. I've never had a problem. Like, he fits in. And I'm not even saying like, oh yeah, you got to fit in. I'm not getting at that. There's a mindset, Lawrence, that you were talking about, right? And Yori was just talking about it too, especially when you're a business owner. Like, if you're really serious about what it is that you do, you're about bridge building. You don't approach your business with bullshit, petty ass racial biases and shit like that, because the only color that's actually important in the grand scheme of things is green.
Well, I would say there's a slight caveat to what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. I agree with everything you said. I think for us it goes deeper than just a business mindset. I think it's us internally in our core, because you're I don't know how many people know, but Yuri and I talk every week. Sundays are our day. We spend a couple hours with each other, and one thing that we both agree on is that it's not just a business mindset, it's an internal compass that you have as a man.
Absolutely.
Morally,
Yes.
intellectually, spiritually, faithfully, you pick whatever you want. Because the fact of the matter is that my business acumen might be great, but it doesn't translate well into it doesn't mean it translates well
Personal.
into personal. But when Yuri and I talk, Yuri will tell me point blank, dude, you be the first brother I bring home to my family. because because no, but I'm saying it's more than just business. It's a well-rounded aspect of who you are. You have to be centered, not just in your mind, but in your spirit. You know what I'm saying? You have to understand how you're moving, why you're moving, what's the motivation behind it, what's the purpose behind it, et cetera, and so on. And again, using Yuri as an example, when you look at people from other cultures, they don't readily invite us anywhere. And when they do, it's because they vetted you to the point to understand, okay, this brother gets it. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but
No. I was gonna say I agree 100% with what you're saying. Like that's stuff that I've actually experienced, and I'm saying as a result of just being in business and over delivering. Right? What they say, under promise, over deliver.
Yeah. Yeah. Over
That
deliver.
is that the saying?
Yeah, that's it.
Over deliver, under promise. Yeah.
Yes.
So those type of things build a reputation for you, and that's what you're talking about. Like, you literally, your reputation and how people view you, and like, look, this is a stand-up guy. This is a good guy, man. You shake his, you need to meet this guy, right?
Yeah.
And it's good. It's good as a man to like develop yourself to get to that point where people view you as
right.
What is that called? They view you as a, what's the word I'm trying to? They view you as a.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I don't know what word you're looking for, but let me throw this out here. What it means is that at the end of the day, your core is so strong that whether you're a successful businessman or not is irrelevant. You don't need your business.
It's irrelevant.
You still stand true for being who you are, and people will see that.
Right.
So whether we lose our businesses, we lose our jobs, whatever have you may, MOT is still going to be MOT. Lawrence Guy is still going to be Lawrence Guy. Hulk is still going to be Hulk. Yuri's still going to be Yuri. Complex is still going to be Complex. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
For us, it's not losing anything. It's getting knocked down, so we have a challenge to get back up and try it again and keep pushing. That's what it means to us. Other people, it means whatever it's going to mean. But that's we look at it as a challenge.
Right.
Well, I was going to say, we understand that, like, Like, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hulk. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to piggyback on what he's saying. It's like
Yeah, go ahead.
a, a lot of us have been made by our experiences. We've learned
Hmm.
and we've grown and we've networked and we've developed ourselves from our experiences. And this is kind of how men are developed. There should be a foundational structure in the man from his parents, or in my case, grandparents. I think MOT and Lawrence. Our there should be some foundational structure. But experience does the rest. The problem with this space is that people they don't even have the capacity to learn from an experience because they don't even desire solutions. They don't desire the things. They will do anything. They're compromised. They'll do anything to be seen, anything for attention, anything to laugh. And it's like that core. Even if something happens in the business, it wouldn't stop us because our character is still intact, and we could do it
Exactly.
again. We
Correct.
could
Yeah,
do it again,
Exactly.
and we
exactly.
probably and we could do it better. We could. It just refines it. When you have your foundational, it just everything just refines you. It doesn't destroy you. It refines you, and that's kind of what we promote as men. Is hey, I know everybody has a lot of things going on. Especially if you're under 40, you're probably going through a lot right now. But that's your experiences to refine you. That's the core that
Exactly.
developed our character, and we just want to share a lot of our wisdom, experiences, knowledge, skills, whatever we have, and help other people who have that same mindset to overcome whatever they're in, because there is a solution to problems in life, and that should be the core of this space, and it is for where we are, but it's just not the case
Hmm.
for Black YouTube.
Like I said many a times before, we got to keep this in mind. And like I said, it's a difficult thing to swallow. It's a difficult thing to accept, but it has to be accepted by especially by men like us. Not everybody can be saved, and not everybody should be saved.
I agree.
Yeah,
Isn't that an
yeah.
individual impetus type of thing, though?
Yeah.
Actually,
I
yes,
mean,
yes.
you
Well,
you
to
ensure your
to
own survival, so you know.
to a degree, to a
Unless you're a
degree.
fool.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, but to a degree, because from an individual perspective, yes, you are responsible for your own survival. But at the same
Hmm.
time, we as a culture, as a people, we also understand that that individuality has its limits, and we have to come together as a community. That's why we have places like
Yeah,
Rosewood, why we have places like Black Wall
yeah,
Street, et cetera, and so on.
right,
There is
right.
strength in that unity, but that unity only works when everybody takes the individual
As
impetus
dominant, as
to
strong
ex-
as,
to
yeah,
personal responsibility. That's the
Yep,
only way it's
totally
going to
agree.
work.
right.
It's the
Yep,
only way it's going to work.
yep, yep.
Correct.
And before we go to the next one, I want to say this. The reason they hate people like us is because they're compromised, and they don't want to. They don't want it to be known that they'll do anything to be famous, anything to be popular. They hate
Yep.
people who stand on principles. They hate people who stay with what they're doing and they have a work ethic and they're true to what they're doing. See, we can't be bought and compromised because even like Lawrence was saying, our life is more than that. Our life was developed through a lot of adversity, through our foundational lineage in our families, and many other things that we can't be moved by algorithm. We'll find a way. See, here's the thing. A lot of times these dudes will say, well, you can make money. I'm like, y'all don't believe that you can be productive doing something good and responsible in life. Do you have to be a fool to make money? Do you have to be a sellout to make money? Do you have to act effeminate to make money? I mean, it's because I'm just speaking to people within that worldview. It's because they think it's all about money. But the problem is, okay, you're going to put on a dress. You're going to do. You're just going to throw away your masculinity. You're going to throw away logic. You're going to throw away everything, and that's what they're doing. But then it's self-evident that they've done that, and the fact that we promote what is logical, what is masculine, it's an affront to them, and so they just
Mm.
don't want. Like it's like good and evil can't exist. Light and darkness can't coexist. One is going to take out the other, and light always takes out darkness, and
Well,
that's
it's
kind of
like
where.
it's like I said one or two streams back about money being a tool. See, for us, money is not an end all be all. It's simply a representative tool to do what we
Hmm.
need to do to move
Yeah,
forward into other things. And matter of fact, the example I believe I gave Nagone is, can a hammer break glass? Sure, but it's built for a nail.
yeah,
I mean, you know, I mean, it's just that simple.
a
You
tool
know,
for building or a tool for destruction. It's like,
right.
hey,
Like I said,
Right.
you can break glass with a hammer, absolutely, no ifs, ands, or buts. But it was built for a
Yeah.
nail. It is what it
Yep.
is. You can get mad about it all
Yep.
you want to, but that's the facts of the matter. So for us, the celebrity, the money and all that good stuff, it's not a means to an end. It's just something that happens to come as we're doing what we do.
And they
Mm.
say that, and they claim. Here's the. And let me say this because this is my last point. Then we got to let I think Rael. My
Yeah.
last point is this: if they were just saying, "Hey, we're just here for money. We're just here to laugh, to entertain."
I'd have more respect.
Cool.
Exactly,
You have
exactly.
way
But
more respect.
they impose on what we're here to do. They're imposing on what we're here to do because we share. We all started in this one group, and it's kind of like, you know, they're trying to commandeer, because a lot of when we move around, we was on third party panels. Everybody kind of moved around. It was kind of before we really
Yep.
saw people's true colors. Everybody was kind
Yep.
of, it was an open panel, and people were coming up to have any kind of discourse or engagement in the public discourse. So I was going to
Mm-hmm.
find people that we don't agree. That's the public discourse. The issue is only one of us can say we're about solutions. Only one of us can say we're about productivity. Only one of us can say that we're about
Mm.
bettering the fellow man and black man, or just man in general. Only one of us can say that. The other is opposed to that. And we got to be honest about who's who.
Well, you see, because the thing about that is though is that you can figure out who's a productive man just by the way you have an argument with him. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody on this panel, I do not agree with everything 100%. I don't. My own personal experiences and stuff like that is opposed to some, understanding of others, and an agreement absolutely. And I'm pretty sure the same thing applies to me from all of you. We're not going to see eye to eye on everything. It's impossible. But the way you define a man and whether or not he's productive and a good man is how you interact during that disagreement. I don't need to call you the N word. I don't need to talk about your mama. I don't need to tell you to go outside. I don't need to be belligerent. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Mm-hmm.
just describing
Yep.
everything that we trying to get away from.
Yeah, exactly. Because real men who are strong in who they are don't have to fight like that. It's just like, okay, well, I see your point, brother, but I gotta say, I can't co-sign it, and then it's over. I do, I don't,
Yeah.
I don't, I don't need to start. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to start calling people names. I don't need to, well, you don't know what
Trolling
you.
and all that other mess,
Yeah,
man.
you don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. You only got 200 subscribers. What the hell is that?
Right.
I mean,
Wait,
it's like, what does
what,
that mean?
I mean, what the hell does that even mean? I mean,
Somebody tried to tell me that about truthers I know it. They was like, well, the truth is I know it. Shit, meant everything he said. I mean, that he'll be more popular. I mean, more popular among who? Like, what are you talking about? And it's like, to them, popularity equal right point of view. And it's like, once somebody says that that's the case, then you really can't help them. What's going on, Ryle?
What's up, everybody?
What's
hey,
good,
shalom,
family?
Yo,
How are
yo.
shalom,
you?
shalom, man.
Peace,
Yeah.
peace, man.
Wake up
I
from the
think,
nap, bro.
yeah, man, I had dozed off for a minute,
Yeah.
man.
Ah, man.
Oh man, I think MOT was about to go to something else, so I wanted to let him go to that before I say anything.
No, it's just at the end of the day, they hide behind the aspect of community, like they are a woman trying to benefit from it. And it's like, nah, man, you got to contribute to it, so that way you can
That's
benefit
exactly
from
what
it.
it is. It's welfare, social
I'm sorry.
welfare.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, MOT. I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at the concept of it because they
yeah,
try to hide behind community, but it's a
yeah.
destroyed community. I don't.
Yeah. It's like, dude, listen, man. You got a pack of hot dogs hanging from your chest with wires and a countdown timer, and you tell me to bring it in close for
What
a
the
hug,
hell?
man. It's just like, man, I don't know, man. But that's what I'm on, man. Like, bro, like a lot of these people are not here for good intentions, and they don't like the fact that there's a community that can be a community without them. They don't like that. They hate it. Because if they could do the same thing through entertainment, which they can't, they would already be doing so.
well, like
So
well,
the
like
only
I
thing
said,
they got
well,
is coming
well,
among us and trying to reset the conversation. But,
like
but
like
go
I
ahead.
like I said before that I'm going to shut up because so Rael can talk. Like I said before, what's going down in the world in the next couple of months, they're gonna learn quick, and they'll be looking for us. I promise you that.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man, I got my arms folded. Got my arms pre-folded and held to the knoll on the face. But
Hmm.
XC, thank you for the $5 super chat. This is the real talk from real brothers. Stay vigilant. Yeah, man, you got to.
Salute.
Yep.
Yeah,
Salute.
thank you, appreciate that.
Appreciate
Hey,
it.
go ahead, Rael. I'm sorry, man.
Ryle.
Oh man, you know, as Hope was talking about, man, salute to Hope, and everybody else on the panel. Hope was
Salute.
talking about. We've seen, the different iterations of the same type of BS.
Yeah.
Let me be clear, because me and Complex, we did a stream on the Brain Trust dealing with masculinity and how it's developed, and we're actually going to revisit that. But what we want to do is we want to deal with it from the generational divide, because this is really a bigger issue in Black America and many other groups too. This generational divide, in terms of um, what we're typically experiencing from Gen X and Boomers specifically, um, because these two particular generations really have such a um, we have such a conflict oriented interaction, and it's for a reason. It's not by accident. Typically, what we see in the boomer generation, I mean, obviously, the boomer generation is referred to as the me generation. Um, and I was watching a clip of this black dude the other day. He's a businessman. I've seen him before. I can never remember his name because I don't really see him that much. But I was sent a clip by him where he talked about, and I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna put it in the chat, where he talked about how the boomer generation, the black boomer generation, he specifically called out the black boomer generation, is the only generation in America that it's the first generation in America that is going to leave the future generation worse off than what it got itself. It's the first. And when I saw this, because there's a lot of talk that happens in these spaces, like, you know, from the mentality of certain types of people, and we already know who I'm talking about, where they didn't do anything wrong, and this is the generation that really has introduced a lot of the social ills that we see in society, um, in terms of public policy is concerned. Um, and at the same time, they're the first generation that's consistently always talking about what the younger generations are not doing. Whether it's Gen X, whether it's millennials, whether it's Z's, um, and they've given the lease to all these particular generations. And so it's no different than when these types, especially those who haven't done really anything in life, come into these types of spaces where the one thing about Gen X specifically is that we have been a generation that has been trying to figure things out. We have been that generation that has, really try to offer some type of explanation or try to figure out what's really going on. And what we've realized throughout the years is that one of the main reasons why we find ourselves in these particular positions is specifically because boomer generation sold out. And so we're going to have to come to grips with that. That is something that we're going to just have to grab hold to and really acknowledge, because I don't really think that specific generation really wants to acknowledge the damage that it has done. And so it was good to see an elder actually acknowledge it, to see an actual boomer say it, because it was like, okay, finally we get a black boomer who actually acknowledges the truth. And this is not against any of the boomers who have done good work, but even he himself has had to acknowledge, looking at it from an economic perspective specifically, but overall, the damage that that generation has wrought upon Black America. So it's not surprising that we are in a space where a code is something that seems to be allergic to Black men, because quite frankly, it's something that we don't really have an understanding of having amongst Black men. I mean, the only thing that really shows us really some kind of code that we can really point to, and it's sad that it even have to be this way, but it's really from entertainment basis, really hip hop. And so there's been a certain code of how hip hop has like thrust itself upon the culture in terms of the code of ethics that comes through the Zulu Nation and things like that, where it really was a actual creation of a certain set of principles in which the culture worked around the creation of the art form itself. But overall, we're not used to seeing that. And so trying to get a group of men who are not used to understanding what a code is, like, I mean, it's just it's just a lot of appalling things that you see that you just don't expect men to just engage in, especially like when you start talking about people in their 30s and the 40s and their 50s and 60s. It's stuff that is supposed to be broken in you so you never do it from a childhood. And we're having to try to break shit in dudes that should have been broken when they was a boy, so they wouldn't grow up to be the kind of males who engage in this. But we find ourselves like trying to tell dudes like simple things like, man, don't bring, don't say anything, about, people's family members, and just things like that. Because I've been in the space a long time, and I've seen cats, man, reveal some very personal things as far as like their families are concerned, parents and stuff like that. And I would never sink to the level that I've seen people sink to using their family members, especially family members that had passed on, to try to hurt people and to try to win an argument. And so I remember one particular individual did this, and I thought it was just the most reprehensible thing. And I'm gonna name him too. Black Uru did this a few years ago when some of the Z's specifically, there was a conversation being had, and um the Z's were basically like, look, we're not into saving this group. We don't care. We don't want to hear that. We're not going to do it. We've seen y'all fail at trying to do that. It's worse than what y'all had it. So we're not really interested in that. We don't care. Let it burn. And so Black Uru took a cheap shot at the black males by saying, when we were talking about these Keisha types and these loose women, and he took a cheap shot by saying, well, a lot of y'all are, talking about, let it burn, but quite frankly, because him and BGS specifically, they had a problem with the idea of black men taking that particular approach, and saying that, well, what is going to look like? And a lot of us was like, it's going to look like a lot of these mothers going to be fucked up. That's what it's going to look like. And that's just
That's
what it
why he
is.
is like,
And
okay.
so, he said, well, a lot of y'all, to paraphrase, talking about Keisha, but at the end of the day, a lot of y'all came from Keisha. And he laughed it off like it was funny. So it was a cheap shot. So he couldn't win the argument against what they were saying. They were pushing him back against saving Keisha. And when he couldn't win the argument, when him and BGS couldn't win the argument, then it became, I'm gonna take a cheap shot at y'all mamas. You know what I'm saying? And it was very deliberate because, you know, I somebody had later brought it up, like maybe I don't know, maybe like 8, 9 months ago on a panel I was listening to, and the guy, he brought it up again, and he said, "Yeah, y'all said this," and he tried to backtrack like he didn't say it. I'm like, "No, I was there. You said it. I remember that." So the guy never forgot it, basically, and so it was a cheap shot, and so it was just like, man, why you gonna sit here and say something like that, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, because at the end of the day, man, like, no matter how loose these women live, typically, man, the children are the ones who hold the shame of their mothers living loose. They don't hold it because they don't feel it. But nobody, no children want to see their mothers, man, be used like a prostitute. Even children know, it's something about children that know there's something wrong with that. And when you try to use that as a weapon against dudes who are making a very cogent argument against your proposition, because at the end of the day, when you old as hell, you ain't gonna be doing no saving anyway. It's gonna fall on the younger cats anyway. So you want them to do something that you're not gonna even be in a position to do yourself. You want them to expend their energy and their resources trying to save. Typically, a lot of times, daughters that if you were around, you didn't even develop them to their fullest potential anyway. So it's kind of a really underhanded way of really trying to stave off like you know legitimate critique of positions that young men are taking, because they're seeing the landscape, they're seeing what's going on, and when they say, you know what, hey dog, y'all tried that say the black community stuff, man, that shit don't work. You ain't got a viable option on the other side, so I'm not doing that. I'm gonna make my own decisions for my own self. And when you try to take a cheap shot like that, it really shows like really what kind of man you are. You know what I'm saying? Or what kind of man you're not. Because a lot of these dudes, when they come to these spaces, they do be looking for answers from older cats. And when they come in these spaces, man, they need some kind of elder kind of leadership, not some old dudes who want to keep doing the same old thing because they really ain't got no other option besides that. And when these younger dudes are saying like, "Nah, man, I'm gonna do something different," you want to take a cheap shot. And what we see in these spaces, man, is dudes that's willing to resort to any mean to win an argument, to feel like they're on top. And it's like that is not the kind of space that's going to produce any type of code. It's just not in the fabric of the men or the males in that space. Men are about a code. That's what men are. Men represent a code, an order, a structure in a thing. And males who want to be popular, they're really like females in a male body. They're just here to get likes and attention and to grift and get money, but they're really not here to change. And the only thing you can do with those type of dudes is just really separate yourself, because they're never going to change. We've seen these dudes in these spaces for all this time. They are who they are. We've had these arguments time and time again. We've known what they've done to us at the Brain Trust for years. They're willing to lie on the Brain Trust, pick fights with the Brain Trust, because there's something about these dudes that know that members of the Brain Trust represent what it's supposed to be. And a lot of it is shame subconsciously coming from a lot of dudes not being on the accord that the brain trust is and has been. And quite frankly, the brain trust has been about actually helping black men, no matter what your age is, whether you're in your 20s, your 30s, your 40s, you want to get into a
40s,
new
50s.
career, you
Yeah.
yeah, 50s, and whether you want to get into a new career, you want to find something else. And we've seen comments from dudes in their 50s saying, you know what, man, I'm kind of interested in that tech, man. How do I get into that? So you have brothers that's open to receiving the information and switching, because ain't nobody going. The years of working for a company for 30 years and retiring, those days are over with. So people are
Yep.
going to switch fields, and it's good to have a space where they can come and get a source of information where they can see the latest trends in the marketplace in terms of labor. They can see the trends with certifications and the degrees that can help them shift to a different line of work and career path. And when you have men that are just purposely blocking that type of space from actually becoming more of what the space needs to hear, then that just shows you everything you need to know about the kind of males in that space and how they're not really about anything that's remotely resembling productive black men. In actuality, what they actually perpetrate is a form of manhood that is designed by people who don't have their best interest. What they represent is the type of quote unquote manhood that people externally want black men to be labeled as actually black men. What they represent is not true black men, though. Historically, when you look at
Yeah.
black men, this is not black men. What you see is a caricature of a man. It's not it's a man that makes himself think that he's actually solving shit when he's really, you know what I'm
Really
saying,
not.
like spinning his wheels and really just wasting time. So they're not even representing true masculinity. They're just representing the external forces who've been able to put pressure and exert influence in Black America, becoming basically a caricature of a man himself.
Well, Ryo, those are the guys. Those are the guys that are they think conversations are going to solve some shit, right? They think a conversation, and just in and of itself, is a form of solution orientation, or let's just say, right? And so the grift in this like YouTube space and everything just literally becomes about a bunch of fucking squawk boxes. Yap, 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 yap. Cash app, super chat, talk, conversation, as Tita Gali would say, Mule, conversation, right? And it's never any action orientation after that. See, what you do is you discuss something in terms of like the problem itself. And what you do is you got to like analyze the shit and then say, okay, hey, here's a way to fix this. Here's a way to do this. Here's the way to do that. Conversation is supposed to lead into something that then sets course for a course of action. There's never any talk of an actual course of action about a goddamn thing out here for the most part. Like nothing, dude. Like nothing at all.
No. Matter of fact, I was having a conversation with Alonzo, and you know, and I'm telling y'all, man, like this is my little bro, man. Like I'm so proud of him, man. To see how far he's come in this space, because he represents, man, what you can be when you come into a space and you get around the right types of men, and to see how he's grown. I mean, we're looking at potentially the next Alonzo Herndon in insurance, man. That's what we're looking at. Like
Oh, so?
that's what we that's what we
Yeah,
have in
for
our
sure.
presence. You know what I'm saying? And so,
All day.
when I look at him and I see his evolution and the things he talked about and how he's willing to even grow more so, and how I see where he's trying to go, like it's beautiful to see, man, because it's like I told him when he first came into space, I'm like, man, you're gonna have to deal with a lot of bullshit in this space. I'm just letting you know. Like it ain't gonna be no kumbaya, all black men stick together shit. I'm like, I'm letting you know. I'm like, but pick your spots, man. You know what I'm saying? Pick your spots and hit. You know what I'm saying? And so he's done that, man. And so the sad thing about him is that he has a mentality of growth and growing well beyond where he wants to get to. And one of the things that really has disappointed him is how, as he relates to other groups of people in this particular type of conversation in terms of life insurance, he gets more of a positive feedback from other groups externally than he does from black men, even though he specifically wants to help black men really get themselves together using life insurance.
You can't.
Well,
And
Lawrence Guy was speaking on that earlier about Yori and shit. Same thing.
right, so
Because
and it's just go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Because you got to understand, it's It hurts me to say this, but it's always going to be that way. Because unfortunately, even though it's an old expression, it still applies. Crabs in a barrel, man. Because you got to understand, MOT said something years ago that stayed stuck in my head, where he had made a comment in comparison us to other cultures, where we're the only culture whose goal seems to be to drag the dregs of society of our society and community along with us for some odd reason.
Mm.
And when you don't do that, they ridicule you. They talk down on you. They sabotage you, to be quite frank. Um, and the problem we have is that, unfortunately, I can say that the success in my life, unfortunately, has predominantly come from people who don't look like me.
Mm-hmm.
And here,
It's a difficult thing to say,
Shit.
but it is the truth of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I've worked for brothers. I've worked for sisters. I've worked for Asians. I've worked for Indians. I've worked for white. I've worked for Latino of every kind. And I'm telling you, I've I've gotten more love. I've gotten more love, more opportunities, but at the very least, willing to sit down and talk to me. Where my own would just look at me like, "Oh, well, you a nerd, or you corny, or you this, you that, and et cetera, and so on." I'm like, but bro, we're talking about making money, man. None of that matters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're, say, look. As long as I'm the nerd who could bring you $1 million, let me be the nerd.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But give me the shot. You
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying? And unfortunately, that's the case. It sucks, but it's the truth of the matter. Um, he's got to become not just picky, but he's got to become discerning. He has to learn to discern among our own people who's with him and who's not, who's for him and who's against him, because that's going to be his biggest problem. That at least that's the first part. The second part is going to be the rest of our people who feel that because he made it, he's supposed to come back and just get them and help them and give them stuff.
And
I've I've gone through that as well.
let me say it like this too. It's a damn shame when you have genius and you are there's trepidation in you to express that genius with those that look like you because they're scared to grow bigger
No,
to
no,
the
they're not scared.
point to,
They're not
to
scared to
hold on
grow
to
bigger.
hold on not that particular person. I'm saying the people that's around you are so comfortable just being average or good, and you're trying to go great and phenomenal, and because the people are so comfortable where they are, you're hesitant or you have trepidation of expressing that. Meanwhile, you got external groups saying, "Hey man, come over here, we got something for you." Boom. And it's like yo, how many great people do we have to lose in our group for us to wake up as men and women and realize, like, we've been through this already. We've been through this integration shit.
But we're
We
not. But
we
we're not.
we we, we
But
lost
we're
that.
not.
We lost
But,
that brain drain. We lost that brain drain that
but we're
went to
not.
go build up other groups
But,
of people. Like,
we're not. We're not going to. No, it's like I said
it's
before.
rhetorical. It's rhetorical.
Okay, all right. Because like I
It's
said,
rhetorical.
you can drive a car 100 miles an hour, man. But once you reach a certain point of that cliff, no matter how much you hit those brakes, you're still going over that cliff.
I never realized that. I never realized how low the self esteem in black people were
Oh yeah,
until
yeah.
until until me and Complex started covering the Black Business Class series that we've been doing, and we have had black men like literally fight against our content, saying it's boring. I never thought showing black men at their greatness
Wow.
would be
Uh,
so triggering to black men. Not black female, but
Because
black
well,
men. I never
because
I never thought it would be that way. I never
because
I never in a million years would have thought it would have been that way.
what
Never.
there's two reasons for that. The first one is that out of everybody right now on this planet, we're the only ones who are afraid of our own inherent greatness. It is what it is. And it's not that we're afraid of it because it's there. We're afraid of it because it means we have to accept the responsibility and accountability for it.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Yep.
That's the problem right there. Because once you realize you're great, that means you got to work. That means if you're great and you have those skill sets and those abilities and you don't use them wisely, that's a reflection on you. And that's the problem. Nobody wants to work for it. Nobody wants to accept accountability. Nobody wants to do the hard labor that comes along with that.
Mhm.
That's the first part. The second part is that you have a situation, especially among our men, where unfortunately, as you said earlier, um, we've got a lot of men who were raised by emotional women, so they themselves are emotional. So to some degree, we want them to be better. We want them to stand up and be the best of who they can be. But at the same time, we have to understand that this is who they are. They're broken.
Lawrence. Lawrence. When Rael had brought up, and shout out, I see Dr. Phoenix. I saw him in the chat. Hey, salute, brother. How you doing,
Oh,
man?
hey,
Yo.
Doc. I
Um,
didn't even see you. Hey,
yeah,
Doc, how's it
Doc,
going,
man.
man?
Doc
Oh,
done pulled up on us,
Phoenix.
man. Yeah, Dr. Phoenix, man. He done pulled up on us. Um, you know, shit, I said something about Dr. Phoenix. I kind of lost my point. What were you just saying, Lawrence? And I just wanted to follow up on that. I had someone want to say that.
Well, the point I was trying to make about the brain drain is that if our own community won't access those of us who are great, then somebody else will. That's just law of the jungle.
Okay. This is what I was going to say to that. Man, when it occurred to me was when I was doing the racing stuff, right? And I'm a brother out here with like go karts, and we race them and all this type of stuff. And this stuff costs anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000, like for one machine and stuff. And when I started seeing who it was that was actually buying from me, right, it kind of clicked in my head, right? And then we went into the micromobility stuff, and then we got into the IoT side of it, and then partnered with some factories in China. And then guess who our customers were? They didn't exactly reflect how we looked, but they were more than willing to spend their money, right? Like like when I say like my first taste of getting like really big chunks of money in terms of like sales for tech sales and stuff like that, they didn't even come from people that look like me. And so in my head, that was when I was telling you, I'm like, well, experience. And this was the point I want to get to right here, right? About initiation, because Ryo brought up the whole masculinity live stream that we had did, and one of the focal points about it was being initiated into certain things, and we're talking experience from experience standpoint, not like like the like a sorority or fraternity type initiation, but we're talking about like when you're young, when you're like 12 years old, and then that time when you got to go out to the field and your dad puts a gun in your hand and says, kill the rabbit because we're going to eat it, or kill something, or he takes you out fishing. Hey, let me tell you something, we're going to catch some food today. You know what I mean? Like, getting into the survival instinct and tapping into that. When you mentioned about how a lot of men were raised, this was the point. When you mentioned about how a lot of men were raised, if they were raised by like their mothers and women and stuff, they didn't go through the proper initiation processes throughout different stages, right, of their adolescence.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah,
that's
that's what
because
I meant. Yeah,
there was no man there to actually take them through it.
right.
You know what I mean? So but once again, it's like we were talking here. It's to say, okay, we can literally pinpoint. We can fucking pinpoint the problem. Then it becomes okay. Now that we know the problem, what say you all? What are you gonna do about it? And that's when it's just literally falls flat.
Well, that's when it goes back to what I said a minute ago, where at the end of the day, now that
Mm-hmm.
you know, you have no excuse
Yes.
anymore. You either put
Yeah.
up or
That's yeah.
you either put up or shut up. You either shit or get up off
Facts.
the pot, or you know what I'm saying, you make it happen. Because from that moment forward, you cannot escape accountability because now you know. And everybody's
And
going to see you for who you really are based on what your end results are.
I want to get this little part in just to make it clear, okay? For the people who have been told or who believe that black people don't know how to work together and that we're just a defective group of people, us not working together is abnormal because when you look at the history, it goes against the historical data. Okay. So not working together is the abnormality. Okay. Not working together is abnormal amongst black people. Black people work so well that Tuskegee Institute had foreign students from Japan, China, India, Africa, the Caribbean, who went to Tuskegee, and literally Tuskegee was looked upon as a sort of beacon for people in the world who have been oppressed, especially through colonization. And so they needed to up their skill set. The Chinese knew that they needed to learn capitalism, but they also needed to learn trade as well, in terms of trades as well. And so Tuskegee was a place not just for black men, what we're finding out, but for other groups of men in the world. So when people say like, "Oh, y'all going to another country and y'all conquered," well, when other groups of men were conquered, they came to these so-called conquered black men for help. Okay, that's how on point we were. That we were so on point that presidents were using our ideas in terms of the National Negro Business League and Teddy Roosevelt using that as a template to set up the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the largest business organization in the world. So for all these people that are so ready to fight the brain trust specifically, just recognize that the brain trust is moving in the same way that the National Negro Business League moved. It brought together men, black men, as a consortium of men to pull their resources together to engage in business activity. That's what we were on. That was the norm. You know what I'm saying? That's how you got your Black Wall Streets. You don't
But here's
get
the
Black Wall Streets out of thin air. You
but see
got it from
but
a cultural framework that represented something that we were and that even foreign people ultimately emulated when they came to the United States as well.
but here's the problem. Here's the problem with everything you just said. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I think so. But go ahead.
No, I'm talking to Rael. I'm asking, does he know what the
No,
problem
go
is with
ahead.
what
Oh,
he did?
No, go
Here's
ahead.
here's the problem with what you just said. They don't care. And the fact that you even have to explain that to another black man is ridiculous. He should know that inherently because we've been behind the
hmm
eight ball for centuries. So any opportunity for us to get up and lift ourselves up and be better and do what we need to do should be done. It shouldn't have to be explained. You shouldn't if it's Black Brain Trust and you open your first show and say we're here to make men help men get their bags and be productive and do their job, that's it. One time.
Yeah.
The fact that you still have to explain that to this day, that's the problem. And the problem ain't you, it's them. That's what I was
Well,
saying before. You have to understand that at the end of the day, at the end of the day, we are outnumbered. It is what it is. And it's always been that way, to be honest with you. This is not even a new thing. There have always been a smaller number of productive men as opposed to a greater percentage of men who weren't. That's why there's leaders and there's followers. It is what it is.
all right. Well, Ryo, like I want to talk about the working together thing. The idea of not working together toward collective progress is a way of working together. Unfortunately, that's what it turned into. So these
Yeah.
people understand, know how to work together. It's just that what the collective account is and what the results want to be. They're not
Hmm.
stupid. They wasn't born yesterday. They know
Mhm.
exactly why they're here. They've
Like
always
I
known.
Can I?
like I told you before, MOT, they know, they just don't care. They know.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
Can
I mean,
I? Can I
the
add something to that when you guys are done?
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. I'm sorry. I'll say this real quick and then I'll let you go. As a matter of fact, we can prove it. The very fact that they come at us the way they do proves that they know. That's why they keep coming at us.
Hmm.
I mean, it's just that simple. Because other than that, if they're all about entertainment, watching girls twerk, chasing women, then why are they over here? They know. They know. They
The
know.
only difference, because this is something that has been over 100 years in the making. The only difference is like, unlike people, and this was not a slight against him, but it was just a reality of that time. Um, People like Booker T was more magnanimous and was trying to see the bigger picture as far as the collective group, whereas
Mhm.
now we push back against that collective group shit,
Yeah.
because that collective group shit is where the weak dudes get to hide in. They get
Yep.
to
You can
hide in
hide a
that
lot of weak
collective
ass
group shit.
motherfuckers behind that.
That is
You
You
know
can
correct.
what
hide a
I'm saying?
lot of weak
And
ones
that's the
behind the
only
collective shit.
difference. That's
That
the
is that.
reason why he couldn't really see the full range of his enemies the way that they existed out there. Garvey was able to see it. That's why Garvey was out there challenging the masculinity of the black intellectual class of those times, because
Yeah.
he recognized that they didn't represent masculinity. That's why his
And
crew
that's
would go around kicking people's
exact.
ass, because
Exactly.
Correct.
because he recognized they was on some weak shit.
Yeah, Garvey was brolic with it.
And that's one
Yeah.
of the reasons why you saw near the end Martin started to shift more towards Malcolm, because he saw it too.
Correct.
Because because once you get to the point of when you get to desegregation and having us and having integration, we went from being a community of people to being people who only focus on individuality, and that has never been where our strength was. Our community back then with Marcus, Medgar, Booker, Frederick, it was all about cohesive unity and everybody being on code. That's why shaming used to work for us. That's why back in the 50s, we had the higher marriage rates than anybody else. We had the highest production people than anybody else. It's what it is. Yeah. I'm
Well,
sorry,
Lawrence.
Yuri. You were gonna say something?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The interesting thing is we talk about the fact that, I mean, I'm paraphrasing here, that you know that black people don't work together, this, that, and the third. I get that point, right? But the other part that I'm going to say is, for the people that are working together, that are on the same accord, us winning and doing what we got to do is our own reward in itself. Because, like you say, Lawrence, all the time, not everybody deserves to be saved, and not everybody should be saved. So, to be perfectly honest with you, the burden of performance and the stuff that has to be done is on the whiteboard for people to decide what side of the deal they want. It's not anybody's responsibility for them not to take the deal that we're giving them, because otherwise they got the other deal that's worse than the deal that they're giving them anyway. So it's the choice that they've got to make.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I can
you
see that.
you you know when you're in the right space of men. You know when you're in the right space of men, when you're willing to take leadership from those men in that space. That's when you know you're in the right space of men.
That's
Like
fair.
that is a very that that's the tell right there. That is the tell amongst black males. If they're unwilling to accept leadership from black masculine men, that's the tell right there. That is it. If you really want to understand really what it is, that's the tell. Because the truth of the matter is, and it's sad to say this, man, I'm not one of these people that really want to say this. The truth of the matter is, you have white guys that's more willing to follow masculine black men than black men are. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
true.
That is
Ouch.
true.
That's a
That's
fact.
very true.
And
Ouch.
that's
That's
sad.
very
And that's
true.
sad
Ouch.
to have to say
Yeah.
that, but that is the truth.
Ouch.
That is very true,
Yeah.
and
Hurt.
That's the truth.
that goes back to what I was saying earlier
Ouch.
about getting that level of respect outside more than we do internally. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said earlier, it's like crazy respect for the men on this panel, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I love them, and like I said, we don't agree all the time. I don't agree with everything that's said. I don't. But that's part of being a dude. like I said, there's a certain amount, regardless of how much you disagree with somebody, that you still have to understand that's a man you're talking to.
Well, with
Yeah,
Lawrence, when you say that, it's not what we have to agree on as men is principle.
exactly.
Opinions, everybody has one. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
we can respect all that. Man, me and Ryle argue about a bunch of shit all the time.
Man,
all
remember
the
the first,
fucking time, bro.
We argue about shit all the time.
remember the first time me and you met, Complex, on Game Changers channel?
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah,
Years ago, man.
yeah.
And remember how we were talking about my ex-wife and your wife passing, and the way I felt
Yes.
about stuff. You
Yep.
you dragged me down for an hour and a half, bro, and
Man,
had me
come on, bro.
and
I'm
you dragged
sorry.
me down. You dragged me down for an hour and a half about my ex-wife, and you got me to change my perspective on it.
Wow.
And like I
Or,
said,
or,
like I said, it doesn't require me being belligerent. It doesn't require me fighting back. What it requires is that an understanding that two grown men, can be respectful enough to hear each other long enough to see if there's anything of value in what's being said. But see, we don't. But from the other side, that's not what happens. It's immediately, oh, nigga, you don't know what you're talking about. Don't even take long enough to let you finish your statement.
right.
but, 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 but they've already figured.
When
But
you
they've already,
keep checking you, they ain't even listening to what you're trying to say. That's
yeah,
to your
Absolutely.
benefit. Look,
What's
I've
that?
been,
Listening to respond,
I,
Iori?
bro,
Yep.
look, man, I don't. I think listening to respond is too much for some of these people. They don't listen or respond. They just thinking they doing both.
yeah, yeah.
Like literally.
Because I know when I first came into the space, I was having a hard time at first, and like I said, it goes back to what Complex said about understanding that when you're talking to real men and you're building that relationship with them, you have to have that same mindset of being a man. In order to be a man, you have to listen, you have to hear, you have to absorb, you have to evaluate what's being said to you objectively, not from a personal perspective. Okay, this is why when people used to tell me, oh, Eisen's like 10, 12, 15 years younger than you, and he's telling you ABCD, and I was like, so what, it was true. I mean, age is irrelevant as long as the facts are correct. It is what it is. Yuri's pulled my coattail on a couple of things. Like I said, with you, Complex, with the thing with the ex-wife, and we've had other conversations. That's the
Yeah,
thing about
for
being
sure.
a man. You have to be able to have your mind open when talking to other men to look at things from different perspectives. Because if not, you're gonna miss something. And that's why when I first came into space, some of the panels, I hate to say this, but I had to take control over some of them,
Yeah,
because because I come up on the panel and they're calling each other bitches, they're calling each other niggas, they're calling each other this. I was like, wait, we're not gonna do that. Not while I'm here. I can't have it. I look. Enough of the world comes down hard on us already. Why do we need to add to it? We're just talking. You don't have to, you're a man. You don't have to disrespect another black man. It doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't. It just doesn't. You know what I'm saying? I
If
mean,
you're if,
yeah,
it's
if
just
you're not
crazy.
in, if you're not in the space, and this is for anybody that's listening, and this is the primary reason why when I was asked, I joined the Brain Trust. If you're not in a space of men that you're willing to follow in battle, you're in the wrong space. You're in the wrong space.
Well,
You are
look,
literally you're in the wrong space because I was reading something from Warren Buffett, and he said there's something that he talked about. I can't remember the actual term. I have to find it and link the article. But he talked about this thing where you could turn a lot of people off, like trying to be a know-it-all, when you should want to be in the space of men where you're not the smartest person in the space. He was like, if you're the smartest person in the space, you're in the wrong space. And so that really stuck to me. And so, you know, when they first started the channel, I was here from the beginning, and so I would, I love the stuff that they was talking about. And I'm gonna be honest, man, like it's refreshing knowing that as a black man, you don't have to know everything because you got some other brothers with you, man, that could bring up the rear for you. Like, okay, you don't
Yep.
know about this tech type stuff. Okay, but my
Mm-hmm.
mans and them over here, they know about that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about the trucking shit, man. Oh, but my man MOT, that's his lane right there. You know what I'm saying? So that's a great place to be in, man, because you don't feel like you, because a lot of times, man, what we feel as black men is that because we be feeling like we be out here by ourselves a lot of times, especially when we start this journey, especially you start getting a business, when you could be around a group of men that can put in on stuff that you are already doing and vice versa, man, that's how you build that brotherhood. Because the truth of the matter is like when people start talking about things like churches and stuff like that, the temples were supposed to be a place where men came to discuss business anyway. That was what the temples was for. The
Yeah, well,
temples was
yeah,
the temples was not for what we see now, entertainment, hooping and hollering, swinging on chandeliers and all that type of shit.
right,
The
right,
the
right,
actual
right.
true intention of the temple was for men to come together, discuss business and community affairs.
The
So
temple,
clearly
the
we see
temple was
that's not
everything.
happening.
Yeah,
Right. So
the temple was everything. I mean, that's
right.
where men went. They defined the laws. They defined the
Yes.
moral character of the society and the
Yep.
community. They decided what was going to be business. They looked out for whoever had less to make sure that nobody went hungry or was living on the streets. That's what the temple was for. That's what it was always
Exactly.
for.
Exactly.
And I don't care what deity you believe in. I would challenge you to find it say different.
Nope. Nope. All of them. It doesn't matter what religion. It
Every
doesn't.
every
And that's where you see the
because
issues at. That's where you see the
yeah.
issues at. The fact that we have to come, the fact that we have to come to a digital space and form something like that shows you the dearth of that being lacking in Black America. That proves
Absolutely.
it. That
Absolutely.
proves it right there. That proves it right
Absolutely.
there.
Absolutely. And like I said, that was everything, man. That was everything. That was everything. That temple was core. That temple was hardcore. And going back to the Black Brain Trust and all that, that's the thing that I never understood about the Black Brain Trust. So you come to the Black Brain Trust, you hear the people on it, and you decide that you're going to come here because these men are going to teach you stuff that you want to learn or you need to know, and yet you're going to sit there and you're going to ridicule them and call them out on everything they say. Then why'd you show up? Why'd you even show up? It's like me. It's like look, if I've got a tech issue, if I can't get Blaze, I'll get Zero. If I can't get Zero, I'll get Complex. But either one of those three men, as far as I'm concerned, are masters of their craft. So if I get Complex on the phone and I'm telling him what my problem is, you can best believe I'm silent
I'm getting right
because
to it, man.
because to me that's your field and therefore you're the leader. I'm following. You say to do it, I'm following it. It's just that simple. I'm not going to debate you about it. I'm not going to ask you your subscriber base. I'm not going to ask you if you pulled any girls this weekend. I need the job done. And but you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
It's and the same thing with MOT. Like with my son-in-law, you know what I'm saying? He wanted to get into trucking, had a little issue with his driver's license and the whole 9 yards. I picked up the phone, called MOT, told him what the deal was. He said, "Look, this is what you do, yada yada." I didn't say a damn thing. I just listened, wrote down the notes, and I passed on the information. That's how it works, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not rocket science. It's
Yeah.
not
Hey,
rocket
by the
science.
way, my daughter said, I had you guys on speaker on my headphones charging, and she said we got to be careful about our conversation because the Illuminati's going to get us.
Oh, they already know us anyway.
Yeah, of course they do.
That's what I was telling you. Told you. They already know who we are.
I definitely know they know who I am. I made it a point. But anyway,
No, she's
um,
just like, you guys see, you get the Illuminati's going to get you. I was like, no, girl, be quiet.
but at the end of the day, between community and society as a whole, they were coming after us anyway. But so for us, it's just another day in the park. But yeah, but like I said, it's that's just the way it is, man. I get what you're saying, Ryle. I do. I don't disagree on a single point you made. But as I've said many times before, this is where we are.
Yeah, well, Lawrence, I'll do this, man. I'm gonna just give my pragmatic view of it, right?
As
You
always.
work with well, I'm saying you work with who you can, right? I'm seeing I saw a couple comments in there where you guys were just kind of having the back and forth. And there's a brother in there, and I guess he's talking about production value and stuff like that. And
Oh, you talking
I
about
think
Jay
he even
Z?
mentioned, yeah,
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 you talking
yeah.
about
He's like,
yeah,
I think we're on 5.0 now. I'm like, no, 3.0 really never. Look, that we're just at the literally beginnings of 3.0. To be honest with you, 6 years was spent laying the groundation and the framework. And I think it was Mule that was telling him, like, you if you're trying to get information, you don't necessarily need to be paying attention to production value. Can you hear what's being communicated clearly? Is it of interest? The production value be damned. When I go look up like how to fix something, right? A customer brings some shit in, and let's just say it's something I've never fucking seen before, and I'm like, okay, I go into the little search thing and I type it in. I don't care about the production value of the video. Did they tell me how to fix this shit? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm watching it.
All day.
That's how this works.
Well, that's what, and that's the problem because when you start doing the production value thing, now we're talking about entertainment, and we're not here for entertainment. Because if you don't have enough attention, if you don't have enough of attention span to pay attention to us without all the blinking lights, then you need to go.
Yeah, and
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 don't
if
get
you
me
think
wrong.
the
Don't get
blinking
me
lights
wrong.
are supposed to overtake most of these pure entertainers here, then I think you're here for like a lot of these people came in for the wrong reasons. They was like, so why ain't you more popular? It's like that's not the case. You need to replace why ain't you more popular with why ain't you more personally successful with the information that is being given? Because there's always been an information gap. The black
Yeah,
manosphere is the information gap.
yeah,
We solved the information gap issue. So if you don't have better outcomes with the information gap being solved for you, then you literally came
Hmm.
here for the wrong reason.
yeah.
Hmm.
It's
And
not the space.
yeah, and as far as it goes for my statement, that's not directed at you, Jay Z, at all. I'm talking in general. It's just that for me, in my mind, production values are irrelevant. The question is what I give you is practical. Can you implement it? Can it make you productive? Can you bring you success? I don't need a big studio. I don't need a $3,000 microphone to do that. My little headset mic is more than enough. I'm good. And I don't think anybody who's coming to learn stuff should be worried about that.
Hey,
All you
MOT
all you need to do when you get here is to bring a pen and paper. That's it.
hold on. MOT Garfield has said he's been trying to pass this particular, I think his CDL. He said he keep failing the test is really hard. I think he might could use some resources from you when you get a chance.
No, well, he can give me. Um,
Hey
yeah, man,
Garfield,
just get
you
in
with
contact
us
with me.
right now, bro. Look. Uh, I read your comment. You got your passport and all this other kind of stuff, and you ain't carrying no extra weight, bro. Look, you winning already, bro. Shoot.
Hey, man, well, let me tell you something, man. Like, I lost my CDL, and in order to get it switched over to another state, I failed that test 5 fucking times, and I had 10 years of experience because I
Hmm.
didn't get the core information. Let me tell
Yeah,
you, if you walk in there, and this is, you know how far up I am. I couldn't even pass the fucking test. It took me actually going through, looking at the information to actually pass the fucking test. You're
yeah.
talking about a dude who was in the field 10 years,
Hmm.
and I just trying to switch my shit over, from like, Colorado to Mississippi, which is what I
Different
have
state.
now.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, so yeah,
you know what we're gonna have to do, MOT. We're
yeah.
You and I and whoever else applies, but you and I know specifically because we've done it before. We're gonna have to have a stream like we did on Agon's that one time when we had to explain to people just how many businesses we failed at before we became successful.
Oh my God, do we have to do that again, man? That shit was painful. My
Oh
God,
man.
and I made all the mistakes. I'm talking
Oh,
about
we both did. We both
MLM
did.
marketing, the prepaid legals, the fucking Amway. The dude, you don't want to know.
Yo, man. I mean, oh, geez, stocks, a
Yeah,
private investigation firm. I think I failed businesses before I figured it out. But the reason I say that is because I think sometimes, and I'm not saying anybody in the chat, but just in general, sometimes people see the end result and think it just came that way, not
Mm.
realizing the amount of years and sacrifice and loss and et cetera and so on.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think that's necessary to remind people of sometimes.
And I think for a lot of black men too, and y'all are gonna have to get over this. Man, don't be afraid to ask for information, man. Don't be afraid, man. Like if we don't know it, we don't know it. But you're gonna be kind of hard pressed. Like if you ask us, like we can at least, if we don't know it, we can point you in, at least point you in the right direction. But y'all are gonna have to learn how to find information too. You're gonna have to learn how to be able to use Google, which was a godsend for me because it allowed me to locate information that I really needed throughout the years, in terms of my own personal growth and development. So y'all are gonna have to really learn how to really locate information because you're in an information innovation age. So information is critical. You know what I'm saying? So you're really gonna learn how to learn, gonna have to learn how to actually locate information, um, because what we do at the Brain Trust is we actually find that information, but we know how to go about doing it. We know how to find it. That's why it's like y'all see, like, man, how y'all learn? Like, y'all get this from? Because we know how to go about finding this particular information that we want to share with y'all. And so having a space like the Brain Trust is critical for men who don't really know how to go about locating information. And it could be, especially when you go on, you in, not midlife crisis, but you in like employment like crisis in terms of like you trying to figure out, okay, I want to switch to something else, but I don't know where to even go look for stuff and stuff like that. And that's why the Brain Trust is really critical, man, because a lot of the stuff that's out here, man, we covered this type of stuff. And so it's not as difficult as y'all might think it is. You just have to learn how to actually go about doing it. And many of these schools are out here, they're really waiting for y'all to sign up to switch over to different things because the programs are already set. You have public-private partnerships in which a lot of times you can get actually paid training while you in these programs, unlike before. Like that's
Yeah,
different. It didn't used to be like that. Like you got actual like programs with major companies where you actually get paid while you're in your training. So if,
Correct.
if
yeah,
Tesla if Tesla
yep,
has a partnership with the local government and you get hired, like if you get into this program and you start doing your training in your program, like you're going to get actually paid while you might be going to a Tesla place to learn different stuff or whoever it might be. So
Yeah.
this is a great time for a lot of black men who want to shift over to something that's much more hands on and stuff like that. Man, it's a great opportunity to be able to do that and have the benefit of actually, because that's a legitimate thing to have to worry about. Like, well, how am I going to pay my bills when I'm trying to do these programs and stuff like that? Well, you can actually get paid actually being in these training programs, which is really a great incentive for a lot of men specifically to sign up for these programs.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because what? Because
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
no,
brother.
no, no. Go, Yuri. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. The reason I was kind of agreeing with you is because I started looking at some of that stuff to kind of round out parts of my skill set a little bit too. Depending on where you go for the resources, I will say that wherever you do go, there's a process. There's an intake. There's a counselor. There's going to be people that kind of put you through an initiation, this, that, and the third. And don't be discouraged if that's what you want to do. Remember, depending on where you're going for this stuff, the speed and the implementation of what they're going to tell you can can change depending on different factors, like depending on how good the people in the office are in terms of putting things together, et cetera, depending on what grants are available for the thing you're trying to learn from. Because, for example, how we do it in our state is they've got something called uh, a UCSD partnership, which is like a workforce partnership type angle. So if you want to get into something like tech or something else like that, first thing they're going to do is they're going to say, okay, what industry do you want to get into? Then they're going to put you through an intake and a workup, right? They're going to ask you certain things, put you through a test, put you through a battery. And then once that battery comes out, they're going to say, okay, like, yeah, you can do that because you scored well here. And then they're going to say, okay, if you want to get into tech, we've got a $7,000 grant that we can give to you, which means while you're training, you'll get $7,000 per semester or per program to do it. Because for us, it's up to seven. So it could be like, you know, $2,000. It could be 3,000. It just depends on need and the program. So, when they looked at tech for me, because when I went through the battery a while ago, they're like, yeah, like you can do tech. And right now, the Department of Labor and like all government departments need people to kind of do this. So they're willing to give people that are even willing to try $7,000 to go through it, right? The situation is, though, it's not the fact that the money isn't there, it's the fact of how organized are they to actually put you through to get it done. So if you get in and you get frustrated because these people don't know what the hell they're doing, that's just part of the process. Sometimes you're going to have to find somebody who actually knows what the hell's going on in working that out. So long way around it, but it is what it is.
The gone.
You gone. It's good,
Yo,
man.
what's going on, man?
What up, Aunt?
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm just
Hey,
listening to
hey, Nigo.
this
What's up,
conversation
Nicole?
with these. What's going on, man? I'm just listening to some butter laid brothers up in here, kind of breaking it down. That's just it. I'm just pulling in at this moment, but
Yeah.
Well, we
hopefully,
we we we're glad to meet your approval, Your Majesty.
yeah. Thanks, man. Cut it out,
The consigliere.
The gone, the underboss of the Manosphere.
man.
Yeah, I'm saying
Oh.
Don Corleone. That's what I'm saying. Oh,
The
Yeah, man. But you
consigliere.
cats are definitely breaking it down. That's exactly correct. And this manosphere, that we're really talking about is really about, we've always talked about improvement and really what's going to work out best for us and for brothers, really. And it's fine to have differing opinions and differing views. That is not a it's not a problem. We can call guys coons or whatever. But if people want to take views from opposite sides of the fence, I got to be very frank. I don't really have a problem with it. We should be thinking clearly and let's and be truthful about the facts that the stuff that we talk about. And I think that's what we really need to stick to, because black men have always been a group in this country that has been diverse. As much, we've got some of the same problems hitting us. We've come with some different ways of looking at things, but we've always had we look at things always not always the same way. We've always had some differing views on things, which I think is fine. But let's stick to the facts, man. Let's stay truthful, and I think that's a big issue, and that's something I think that we've kind of varied away from a lot here in this space. And but yet, we do want people to be involved in business. be a lot more intelligent about what they're getting involved in family life and other stuff. And let's stick truthfully to that. Just some ways we've started to vary out of here. I don't know, man. It's got me vexed.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, bro, like I want to make make another channel called "Preventing the Days of Future Present" and just have all these conversations in a generalized sense because these people are going to keep destroying what the manosphere actually means because everybody who comes here have a different iteration of what the manosphere is supposed to be, and then like once they understand what the manosphere is, they're gone. They're gone. You don't see them anymore. But like the people who email me that since they disconnected from the manosphere in whole and in total, they had better outcome. Even now listening to me had better outcome. My whole point is to make damn sure and certain that you could just have better outcomes by taking the actions in your own life, man. It doesn't take a lot, bro. It doesn't take a lot to talk to people who got their shit together because people who got their shit together want to see other people who have got their shit together. People who don't got their shit together, they want to see more clones of themselves. So we're actually fighting an ideological battle where people haven't done the work. Where entertainers, the work is already done. Making no progression is the actual outcome for entertainers.
Man, I want people to succeed. I'm trying to build a network, yo.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, what the fuck do I get out of having me being the only one up here? What the fuck do I get out of that?
I
No,
mean that too.
we want to see a lot of people succeed, but they're folks that are definitely in this space that want to keep things very stagnant. They like to stay the way they like the way things are, and that's a problem we see in the community as well. We do see those who like things being somewhat dysfunctional and running around with a lot of these this dysfunctional women and all that, and these guys they thrive in spots like this. That's brothers that I see here on this panel and out here in the chat and a lot of other places. A lot of guys are not really into that, man. They're not trying to play that game. So you know they're on to really moving forward, and we've seen quite a few brothers kind of step out of the sphere because of what they've seen a lot of. So I'm sticking. I'm going to stick to let us consistently stay productive and as best as we can and help each other to do that.
I
Yeah,
want.
there was a movie. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead. You go first.
Um,
Nah, I'm not saying I'm done. Go ahead.
there's a movie called what is it called? A Soldier's Tale or Soldier Story?
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
A
what is
soldier
it called?
story. A
A
soldier
Soldier
story.
Story.
Mhm.
And this was the fight in the story. This was it. Like the older dude was like, we're in a position where we can actually get respect. And I mean, it was an extreme situation that ended up happening in the movie, but it's analogous to this particular experience. We are in a position as black men to put ourselves in better positions. The last time we were in this particular position was post Civil War, where you had the federal troops in the South, and we were able to have protection to be able to start doing things and achieve some forms of political power and stuff like that. And quite frankly, we're in a better position. We're in that kind of position because, man, we don't owe anybody shit at all. We've done for the whole of Black America for years. It's okay now for Black men to say, you know what? I'm just gonna think about myself first and what's in my best interest. And I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna link up with these brothers over here who got the same mind because they want to achieve some shit. And we're gonna pull our shit together and we're gonna make some shit happen. Because we can't just keep giving entertainment as the excuse for mediocrity.
Oh yeah.
Like we can't like because the reason why these cats want to entertain so much is because if you take away white people, as much as these folks love to talk about white people and what they doing to us, if you take away white people, we're actually on top. We're on top. They're being subsidized. Their failure is being subsidized by white people. That's the irony of it all. And so we have to really understand that. Like they don't they have the mindset of if we join with them, I gotta earn my position. I don't get to entertain my way to a top position. I gotta actually earn that shit. Because now I'm amongst men and they're not going to allow me to just, shuck and jive my way to the top position. Like, no, I'm going to have to actually earn it through my interactions with these groups of men. And so that's why you never see them challenge us on our own turf because they know better. They love to fight in their own turf because they know if they came into these spaces and had these conversations with us, it will be a quick ethering
Well, you,
because
well,
none of
well, you,
none of the stuff that they do is actually making when you actually say you care about black men and you do the kind of things that they do, it don't make any sense. You can't care about black men and want only black men to be seen as a group of entertainers. There's no way you can say you care about black men thinking like that.
look, look, you talk about they won't come into our space to talk to us or challenge us. I mean, first of all, they can't have a conversation. Look, I'm not trying to be an ass, but just to put it in simplest of terms, okay? A turtle can't teach a bird how to fly, okay? It just can't. We're the birds, they're the turtles. Think about it. They're not going to come into space because they wouldn't know what to say anyway.
Oh, I know.
I
Oh,
mean,
I know.
I
Yeah, I
mean,
know.
if they came over here and Complex is talking tech, what are they going to say? If they come over here and I'm talking mergers and acquisitions, what are they going to say? Yuri's talking real estate. What are they going to say? MOT's talking trucking. And what are they going to say? And the Gone, for crying out loud, he's lived long enough. He's probably got a little bit of everything I just said. What are they going to
Man,
say?
Nagone is a Wall Street guy. Look, he had to get BGS right one time during the Coliseum. Am I
That's
lying?
what I'm saying.
I,
So
I,
so so
yeah,
so
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
because everything they
Shit.
have to say, is over on their space, on their channel, or whoever other channels co-sign with them or whatever have you may. Like I said, we don't need to worry about them, man. We've seen this in Rome, we've seen it in Babylon, we've seen it in Egypt, we've seen it in Persia, man. It is going to implode. It always does. It's the nature of the beast. All we have to do is wait. And like I said earlier, with the way the world's looking right now and the stuff that's coming down the pipeline for the world as a whole, I promise you they'll be looking for us. They will. Just like I tell the guys, don't worry about getting no chick. Trust me, they'll find you. And when it hits the fan, they'll come looking for it. Who they gonna come looking for? They gonna go looking for them or they gonna come looking for us? They gonna come looking for us.
That's a fact.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I keep telling brothers there's nothing to worry about. There's no argument here. There's no debate whatsoever. We already know how this ends. We've watched it through 5 empires, if not more. we know how this is gonna end. Who cares?
Nah, but
Yeah,
those
ardent students of history
no,
know that things happen in waves.
but
I'm
but
sorry, Nagone. Go ahead, bro.
but there's a
Facts.
profit. There's a profit margin for these guys. A lot of these guys got a little job in this thing or whatever, and this is what they're chasing. It's crazy.
Hmm.
This is what they
Absolutely.
this is what they're chasing.
Because not to be rude, but going back to something New always talked about, and News been saying this for as long as I've known him, how they come in and they talk about celebrities and rappers and all that good stuff. Why? What they doing it hasn't that lifestyle and what they do has no basis in day-to-day reality. So I look at all those guys over there in that space the same way. What they do has
Well,
no base.
Lawrence,
Yeah.
no, I was going to say that's actually, you know what? Let's go there. That's actually what Ryle and I've been digging into.
Mm,
Right? We gotta look at what happened to Black society at the turn of the 20th century.
yeah.
Right? There was a cultural shift that took place in terms of our old world elite and then our new world elite coming into the period after Reconstruction. Okay, and these are your talented tenth types. Like we
Hmm.
didn't have this type of social orientation at the turn of the 20th century. We didn't, right? Which you've had over the last what, Ryle, 120 years.
Hmm.
120,
Yeah, because
130.
we gotta yeah around that time, yeah, about 120 years. If we go back to say like 1900, 1904, with the creation of your fraternal and sorority organizations and all that, and
Yeah.
the whole social plan for Black folks, where we shifted ideologically, we shifted from being productive people. I can't, bro. Let's go here. Rael, was that last week? He found a book, or he found something about patents. Rael, you want to talk about this? Let me tell you something, man.
Oh,
You
patent
know,
is. Yeah.
yeah, it's a patent. It's this guy. He worked in the patent office, right? They talked about when like you had Black folks that were creating things and and creating whole patents and stuff, and how the whole thing worked if you were on, say, like some sort of plantation or something like that, who gets the rights to the creation,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And then even
I'm
out
familiar with it.
and then even right and then even outside of that, the brothers that just did create like industry trend setting devices and things, right? Nathaniel McCoy, right? You get the term the real McCoy. It was
Right.
his oiling systems for steam engines, right? And like everybody would ask, okay, was this system the real McCoy on this, right? Because he had like little back doors and shit that he engineered into his stuff. And so people would try to mimic what he did, but they didn't understand that there were like little things inside of it. And
Hmm.
so that's how they knew. They would ask, is it the real McCoy? And so there are so many uh, instances of our industriousness. And so what it points to me is a a purposeful. It was on purpose. It was like to shift Black people into a different social strata, a different social category once their human resource capital had been thoroughly utilized to really
Right.
rebuild this country in this image of what they now call modern day America,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? And so after you did that, then there was a 120-year agenda here to recondition your mind through the generations that you ain't done shit outside of pick some goddamn cotton because you weren't
Yeah.
worth shit.
Yeah. 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 But 90%, and I could be off a little bit, but 90% of this country's, if not the world's, success at productivity, technology, and et cetera, and so on, you will always find the
I'm sorry,
foundational
Elijah
aspect.
McCoy. I'm sorry, Jay-Z's right. Elijah McCoy. I'm thinking somebody else. I said
No,
Nathaniel.
no, you
Elijah.
good. You good. You good. But
Okay.
90%, and then, like I said, I could be off, but 90% of this nation and the world's technological foundation and success has been based on the inventions and the concepts that our people were the foundation of.
Yes.
Period. Point
Yeah.
blank. I don't from the first security system to GPS to wireless internet to fiber optic cables and everything in between. That's us.
I
That,
look,
that,
look, all the way on
that's
down
us.
to things as mundane. Look all the way on down to things as mundane as a goddamn ice cream scoop.
My dude, as mundane as ranch dressing. That's us.
On
Hell
the
no.
ranch.
Think about
Why
some
do
of
you
Off
think
think
the
that
about the
all those ingredients became ranch dressing? Because they didn't allow you to have the good shit. So you
Yep.
had to make the bad shit into the shit that you can actually eat.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Run that back, MOT. What?
All right.
That's how
Ranch
ranch dressing
dressing.
came up?
Yes.
Yes, ranch
What?
dressing.
Yes.
Ranch dressing was a couple of slaves who lived on a
What the
ranch,
fuck?
had a whole bunch of stuff
Yes.
sitting around. Nobody liked it, and they came up with a recipe for it, and that's how ranch dressing was created. That's us.
Yes. You didn't know that?
No
You didn't
shit.
know that?
No.
I didn't know
No.
that shit. God damn.
Holy
No.
shit.
That's let
Oh
Yo,
me
my
I
let
just
me
god.
got my
let
head
me.
fucked up for the night. God damn.
Oh man, so
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm not even gonna get into the red beans and rice or the pecans and
Oh
everything else.
yeah.
Yo,
Mm-hmm.
man,
Macaroni
like
and
it's
Mm-hmm.
cheese before they
yeah, the
took it
most
back. Like, bro, come
and
on,
the
man.
and the mac and the
No,
macro the
I
mac
mean that kind of shit makes sense, MOT. But damn, ranch.
yes, ranch
Yes.
I swear to
dressing.
God, I didn't know
Ranch
that.
dressing.
I
Yes,
swear to
sir.
God, I didn't know that, man.
And I would
That's
dare
what
to say
that's
I
blue
swear to
cheese
God.
is up there with it. Because ain't
yeah, blue
nobody
cheese
talking
right.
about that shit either.
Yeah. Yeah, blue cheese right behind it. But like
Mm.
I said, when I said the mundane, I went all the way. I went all the way.
Yeah, you really went there because
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, dude, like ranch?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
you thought I was
Okay,
joking
but
till MOT said something, huh?
yeah,
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, wait, y'all know, wait,
I
what?
mean, I mean, there's so much history that I know about this shit. It fucks people up even talking about it. And that's how come I just don't say anything until it's actually germane to the conversation.
Mhm.
Right.
yeah. And well, to go into what Complex was talking about, um, I came across the article written by a white lawyer, and he was talking about the uh, and how like because it really hit me like reading his like because it made so much sense what he was saying because what he was talking about was how creativity in terms of black people it actually helped undermine the notion of black people's inherent inferiority and what made them what made them say that black people basically are the type of people who are inherently inferior because during this particular time one of the aspects that they considered of civilization was creativity, being creative. And this is one of the excuses that they would use for black people to justify why black people were in slavery. The problem is that you had a lot of slaves, man, who actually made inventions. Okay. So this undermined their ideology as it related to slavery. So in 1790, they passed a law. The federal government passed a law saying that in order for your invention to get submitted into the patent office, you had
Hey,
to.
Ryle, you have a lot of background or a distortion on your end. Could you
Can you hear me?
come back out and come back in? Yeah, come back out and come back in.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounded like there was some bargain or some shit going on.
It was, but it wasn't the usual Borgin. I've never heard that type of Borgin before.
Yeah,
So if
that's
you
why I was
could
like, it
come out
sounded
and come back
weird.
in.
Okay.
Because it was while he was clearly talking, but the background was like Borging out what the fuck he was saying. I've never heard that type of Borgin before, period. Ever. And I know he's at home.
It was literally making his voice sound different, dude. It's weird.
Yes. And yeah. So I'm gonna drop the link again so that way we can
All right. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it wasn't him. It almost sounded like it was something in the background.
it
Yeah,
wasn't
whatever it was. I mean, typically he uses like the Beats headphones joints. I know that's typically what he uses. So it might have just been like he might just have to like shut them off, turn them back on or something. I know he
don't
uses
worry
the
about
Beats joints.
Yeah.
it. Alright. He's back now. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Good.
Cool.
Okay.
Right on.
Can y'all hear me now? Am I good?
Yeah. The
Okay.
same
Yeah,
thing.
you good, bro?
That shit, I hear it.
You
Yeah,
hear it?
I heard it. Yeah, I
What?
heard it for a second. I heard it for a quick second.
Am I good though?
It's still there.
No, it's still there.
Damn.
Do they need to be charged?
No, I mean it's kind of like
I
the
don't even know if it's the
Budweiser
headphones
toad from the
now.
What about
fucking
now?
commercial.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
What
wait,
about
wait.
keep
now?
Go ahead,
talking.
speak, bro.
No,
No,
keep
you.
talking.
I think you sound good now.
Go ahead.
Am I good? I'm good.
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah, you sound
yeah,
good
keep
to
Okay.
going.
me.
All right. So
No,
basically they
it's
passed.
still going.
Yeah,
It's still going.
yeah.
Same thing. Same thing.
Yep, just came back.
Hold on one second.
But anyway, in the interest of dead space,
Yeah.
my point I was saying earlier, like I said, man, I want people to be successful. I'm trying to build a network. Um, I don't know about you young whippersnappers, but I know me and the Gone, we don't get up like we used to in the morning with that spring in our step. I'm trying to find, I'm trying to find some help, you know.
Yeah.
Well. That's why I try to stay in the gym a little bit. That helps.
Hey, I do the gym too, man.
Yeah, that helps. That helps a little bit.
I'm just saying though that I don't jump out as quick as I used to. But yeah, but like I said, you know, because for me, you know, and I think everybody else can agree, the more people who are successful, the more we have in our space. Because the thing about successful men, especially men who work towards that success, their minds change, their minds shift. You can take the most ratchet dude in existence, but if you get him to be productive, watch his mind change and he start thinking like us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Like the chief master sergeant that was around in the first beginning in the military, he was like, "Look, we gonna find you a woman, but if you fuck this woman up, or if you have any intentions on doing anything outside of what the fuck we say, we gonna know because she's gonna tell us.
Yep.
And once that happens, you're fucking gone." And most of those people who left, they needed to leave. I'm like, damn, all these motherfuckers, like, yeah, because at the end of the day, they didn't have good intentions on being part of your group. They wanted to move this Maggle shit forward. They wanted to be Maggle plus one, and that's what the fuck they wanted. And it was crazy and how correct and on point that he was. And then as soon as he left, it turned into the professional military.
Hmm.
The professional military where people wasn't on their shit and was trying to fry people for no reason and wasn't standing up for their troops and wasn't trying to get their people invested or involved in this shit unless they could benefit from it. It was night and day. It was kind of like, these are all the warnings that I'm going to give you about this military that you think that you joined. And as soon as he left, that's when the real military showed up.
Hey, look, man.
That shit was nuts.
When I got my first degree, and my commanding officer called me in his office trying to get me to go to OCS school, he made my life hell for 6 months after that because he didn't like my answer. So I know what you're saying. There's the military, and then there's the military.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know what I
somebody got
mean?
some
Yo,
background noise.
Riley, you good, bro?
No,
Can
he's
y'all hear
on
me
mute.
now?
He's trying to. I got it.
Well, I think he's fine now.
Yeah,
Okay.
he is.
I don't know what the hell's going on. But
Yeah. Okay, you good, bro?
so
All right.
what I was saying was not to make a long story short, but well, to make a long story short, basically the patent office they passed the law was passed where in order to get your specific creation actually submitted, because what this does is keep people from being able to go out there and copy your shit and claim credit for it. So what happened was they passed a law that said that you either had to be you had to give an oath. So you had to swear an oath to the United States. But the problem with that was that because black people were, because of the Dred Scott decision, black people weren't considered, you know what I'm saying, that came later, wasn't considered citizens. And slaves definitely weren't considered citizens. So what happened was you would have slave owners that would try to take credit for the invention. but they couldn't do it because they could not prove that they actually created the invention. So you would have men who could still sell whatever they created. They didn't get a patent for it. So basically, in a nutshell, what the dude was talking about was, until recent years, I don't know, like maybe like 1911, I mean, not 2011 or some shit like that. Like, it's recent times. The patent office has now started taking into account the race of the person who actually submitted the actual invention, which is very telling because a lot of slaves had, slave owners' names. There's really it's hard to figure out, like, well, who really created, because this was such an important thing amongst black people, making sure the right black people got credit for the inventions, to the point that when this black dude became the first black person to work in the patent office, he dedicated a lot of his, like, he even wrote a book about it, making sure that he could find any evidence of any black people who had actually created certain inventions, to make sure that they actually got credit for it. This was like a big thing because black people used to use this as evidence of black people's ability to create. And so this was something that they used against people who tried to justify slavery based on the notion that black people weren't creative. So black people were like, nah, this person created this over here. This black person created this over here. But it's very telling that the patent office did not keep records, or they might got some hidden records, but officially they didn't keep records on the racial makeup of the person who was actually submitting the stuff. So
Bingo.
for all we know, man, we could be sitting here talking about 70 during that particular time, man. You could be talking about 70, maybe to 80% of stuff that was actually going through the patent, like, was actually from black people.
Well. First of all, if they hopefully they're not just doing it based on race. It's also about property rights, because that's where the real issue came. Because most
that's what Lawrence.
Most
that was the whole thing that he was getting at.
The whole point.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Understood. Because I want to see Charles Page get his just due. That's who I want to see get his respect. Charles Page.
Yes.
Because a lot of people don't know. Forget the Orvilles, man. Charles Page built the first airplane. He did the first patent for an airplane.
Yes.
Sure did.
Hey, Charles, Lawrence, I got a live stream coming up. I got a live stream coming up pretty soon. I've been covering old world technology. It's been a series I've been doing in conjunction with Rael, when he's been going over the black business class and the intelligentsia at the turn of the 20th century.
Yeah.
So when we first started this stuff about a year ago, there was things that he was finding that set me on a path. And I ended up doing like 3 live streams. I think I've done 3 thus far. One was on like old world electric vehicles and all that kind of stuff. And I talked about C.R. Patterson, right? The brother in Ohio who was building trucks and buses and carriages and all kind of shit, right? Had white folks working for him.
Yeah, I remember him. Well, I've got a 5 terabyte external hard drive. So whenever I found out anything about black inventors and stuff like that, whether it be a video, paperwork, books, I download it straight to that external hard drive. So I always have copies.
Yes.
So if there's anything you're looking for or whatever, let me know. I got it.
Okay. And you know what? That's good to know. Because we got a lot we got to break down, right? Because when you bring him up, basically, between him and the Tuskegee Airmen, I mean, I'm trying to understand how it was that we didn't have some sort of mastery of the skies prior to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We must have been doing something during. Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't understand that with Charles Page was born a slave in 1864. He decided in 1898, that makes him 34, to decide to create an airplane.
34.
But what people don't realize is that half a mile from where he was building his airplane, that's where Wilbur and Orville lived. They were watching him.
Yeah.
They was watching him.
They were watching it as a
Wow.
copy.
Wow.
And see,
A lot of people don't realize they were half a mile to a mile away from his house. They lived that close to each other, so you could stand on your porch and see what he's doing.
Wow.
Now, mind you, also the Wright brothers, what they got credited for, and so this is the whole thing, man. This is the whole thing. What they actually got, what they are on record as being credited for creating, is a biplane.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you
Okay,
ever
it's a
went to
biplane.
Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, you'll see exactly what they're credited for
Mm-hmm.
and not credited for.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So when they talked about that, they didn't put the little details in there. No, they did a biplane type of thing, and I mean, how many biplanes did you ultimately see in production and in use in aviation? Not much. They tried it. It didn't look. You had the onset of jet propulsion and all this type of stuff coming on board. Like, what place does a fucking biplane have for any of this? Look, Charles, his design, and so this goes back to the era or the age of the dirigible, right? The blimp or the dirigible or the Zeppelin. Okay, we look at the fuselage of a plane that has the same basic shape. What they did is just condense the fuselage because there's motors, engines to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the idea or the notion of the concept of how a basic flying machine, airplanes and blimps have the same basic kind of cigar type of shape, right? In terms of the fuselage. A blimp is much bigger because it uses volumetric pressure inside the cabin. Versus an airplane, since it has propulsion mechanisms, it uses thrust and lift. That's it.
I mean, for all intents
right,
and
but
purposes,
at the onset of every turn of these industrial waves, there was always brothers there that were literally, like you said, they down the block looking at what he's doing.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
because he was doing the real shit.
Yeah, and if it wasn't that, it goes back to what Rahel was saying. The fact that he was a slave, he's property. The slave master automatically owns his patent.
And there we go.
Yeah, I mean that's how it was. That's how it was. But
well, I mean that just goes. I mean, I don't think black people, because we a lot of times we're so focused on like slavery, you know what I'm saying, and the narrative behind that. We are missing critical pieces in terms of our history, in terms of things like actual creation and inventions.
No,
See,
and I agree 100%, and that's where the disconnect is, because
yes,
as a community, we spend so much time focusing on the tragedy of what happened to us. We're ignoring the diamonds in the rough that came out of that.
the brilliance
And
of black people.
yeah, exactly. So my thing is that if you're going to look at the history of what we went through, you have to look at it in its totality. You can't just pick and choose because you want to be angry about something, because adversity builds character, and necessity is the mother of invention. And make no doubt, we fit both of those.
Well, the thing is that what black people need to realize is, if they actually care, for those who actually care, is that if you take away black people's contributions from the United States, especially during that particular period of time,
it's a dust bowl.
It is a 10th world country, fuck third world. It is so far beneath any development. I mean, it is like literally, these people are alive through the ingenuity of black people. Like, I mean, you get from George Washington Carver, right? You get from George Washington Carver, who helped Thomas Edison create the assembly line for Ford. You're talking about a period of time where
he created the peanut oil for Rudolph Diesel and the diesel engine too.
Speaking, come on, bro. Yep. So y'all are really going to like. There are, if you Google Amazon, like there are tons of book on black inventions. Y'all are going to be very surprised at the things that black people actually created in this country. Like it's going to shock you because the actual creativity aspect of black people, it actually tells a different story than what we've actually had in this country. It tells a completely different story, and it makes it really shows that white people were not superior. Because if you got to steal from slaves, that shows how inferior you really are. If you got to steal from slaves, that shows you that you're not what you claim to be. And even with the law that they passed, which I don't know if it was meant to be that way, but even when they were trying to take credit for it, they couldn't take credit for it because the patent office required you to actually prove that you created it. So when they couldn't prove it, they wouldn't get they couldn't get the acceptance for the patent. So even though they were trying to steal it,
Mhm.
under the guide, because their logic was, well, I own the slave, so basically what they create is mine, and they wouldn't even accept that. So you got to really look at this particular period specifically, where you would never thought that black people was actually creating stuff based on slavery and all this other type of stuff. But what you find out is that pre Civil War and post Civil War, man, you have had, man, all types of inventions, from the railway car was created by a black man, to basically the hooks the railway cars to each other. The railway signal was created, I think, by the
The
same black
signal,
man.
the switch, the
So
switch, the
the
switch.
switch,
Yeah.
yes. So I mean, you're talking about, man, creativity, man, in black people, like you would have
Well, you
never
well,
thought that they
but
had, like, but it's there.
well, you see, but what you have to understand is that, and just to give a little context to what I'm about to say, my faith, my lifestyle. I'm a Hebrew Israelite, okay, from the tribe of Judah, and everything you said to me does not shock me. It does not surprise me, even if I didn't know about it already, because as a people,
Mm-hmm.
we are touched by the divine.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question to it. Or as I like to do, like I used to tell my daughters, what greater people could there be whose hair literally reaches up to talk to the divine himself? You understand what I'm
Mm,
saying?
mm, mm,
Nobody
mm.
else's hair is a straight up antenna going straight up to talk straight to the Most High. But
Yep.
but that's the nature of who we are, and we've always been that way. And to have an understanding, that's not all black people, to be quite frank with you, because not all skin folk are kinfolk. Not trying to be rude, but that's just
Yeah.
fact of
Yep.
the
That's
matter.
facts.
Not all skin
That's
folk,
facts.
not you know what I'm saying. Not all skin folk
Not
are kinfolk.
kinfolk.
That's right.
So
Yep.
so with that being said, it's exciting, and I try to tell sisters too, because I try to make them understand this is not just a guy thing. I got a long list of women inventors as well.
Don't
I
get
mean,
started. Don't get us started on that shit too.
I mean,
Exactly, because we gonna cover that too.
Yeah, because I'm saying because like that song said back in the day when we were younger, sisters are doing it for themselves. They were back then, bro.
Hold on. So Keisha
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
invented things too? Oh no, that's not true.
wacky,
You a simp. You a simp, Lawrence.
Wacky
wacky,
Keisha invent some things.
wacky.
You a simp, Lawrence.
what up?
What's up, little brother?
What's
What up?
up,
What
brother?
up? What's
What
going
up?
on,
What
everybody?
Yo,
up?
What's
man,
going on,
What's
white
going
boy?
on?
Oh,
What's up, LOT?
I got a big
What's
old
up?
I got a big old grin on my face right now, for real, for real.
You know who's gonna say that,
One of
man?
my 1.0 OGs right here.
What's going
Okay?
on,
Putting
Complex?
it on the wood.
YL. Yeah.
What
younger than
up?
us,
Wacky.
but he's still an
Iori.
OG around here.
What's
I
good,
know
brother?
he younger than us. He the OG in his mug, right?
I know.
Yeah,
Oh dang, yeah, I'm the youngest. Oh damn, I'm the youngest on the panel. Okay.
Yeah, you the
Cool.
youngest and the OG at the same
And the
time, bro.
At the
OG at the
same time.
shoot.
Yeah.
Young man, old soul, right? Always had an
Hey,
old
Yes,
soul on me. I
sir.
had to. I
Hey, if
had to
you got it,
develop
you
it.
got it.
Yeah.
Shit.
But
Shit.
but to add on to what you brothers were saying on the panel is that we have to throw away this defeatist concept when it comes to us as a people.
yes,
We
sir.
have to throw that away because and we have to stop using slavery as a crutch to keep this defeatist narrative alive, which is that we can't accomplish much because we're under a system of white supremacy ever since slavery and what have you. When the reality is, and I think brother Lawrence hinted, he didn't say it maybe verbatim, but he hinted toward the fact that when it comes to the history of our people, slavery is just one single aspect. That's obvious. I mean, what I'm saying is very obvious. It's not
Yes.
profound. It's just one small chapter in the book of the history of Black people.
Right.
When you look at throughout the history of Black, especially when you know who you are as a Hebrew Israelite, because that is the so-called Black people on this side of the world are descendants of the Hebrews that the Bible speaks of. When you understand that history in totality, you would understand that we contributed to so much accomplishments in the history of mankind, and these accomplishments outnumber the times that we fell into either captivity or any types of trials and tribulations as a people. So once
Right.
we know who we really are, we'll understand that.
Absolutely.
But because a lot of us really lose knowledge of who we are, we're stuck in this defeatist concept. Thus, there's a scripture that says, and Lawrence knows this scripture, that the book of Hosea, chapter 2, verse 6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
For lack of knowledge, yep.
When you lack knowledge of who you are, you will fall for any type of lie or these false narratives, which will keep you in a position of mental bondage.
Yep.
And
Mhm.
yeah, but to
That,
add
that's
on,
that's
go
why
ahead.
that's why miseducation is worse than enslavement, because as
Yes.
we can
Yes.
clearly see from historical precedents, slavery did not kill the creative spark in Black people. But you know what does? The miseducation of not knowing that history can kill
Yes.
that in your group.
And
Because when you
Yes.
look at your group,
You're
when you
and
look
even
at your group, you don't
yeah.
see any accomplishment. So it makes you don't want to look at the past because
But
you don't think there's anything in the past to look towards to inspire you. But once you see the creativity, the perseverance, I was saying this on another channel recently where I was looking at the numbers that Tuskegee was producing because basically Tuskegee was like its own bureau of statistics in terms of economic development and activity amongst Black people. And me and Complex, we was talking about this the other day. Um, they estimated that Black people's wealth in 1863 in the United States was $20,000. By 1913, which was 50 years later, Black people's estimated collective wealth was over $700
700
million.
mil.
and we
Okay,
didn't and we didn't need them to
And if
do
you
that.
translate that to today's numbers, that's what, 24
over
bill?
$21 billion in today's
21
dollars.
bill.
Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, all right.
As a matter of fact, today, right now, the collective value and monetary aspect of Black people in America exceeds at least 35 countries on the list of countries in this nation for gross domestic
Yeah,
product.
yeah. GDP.
In a 50, hold on, from the ending of chattel slavery to 1913, 50-year period, 20,700 million. And oh, by the way, I've been looking for this information and I finally found it because I never wanted to say it definitively because I didn't want to be wrong and put out any erroneous information. The idea of putting trade programs in high school, you know who they got that idea from? Booker T. Washington.
Yes,
They
yes, they
got the
did.
idea from him.
Yeah, they did.
That's
Okay.
how Germany got it too. Germany talked like if you ever been to Germany or lived
Oh,
there, they talk heavily,
Yep.
heavily about why they restructured their society behind teaching this shit in high school rather than making people go after it after high school's over. You can just integrate this
Yep.
shit into education.
Come
That's
on.
Other
correct.
countries have done this shit.
Come on,
Right.
they getting it. They getting it from
oh
us.
man,
We
god
already
damn.
had it, bro. We had it in the Rosenwald schools. We had it to where you have many many incubation centers in the Rosenwald schools that mirrored what Tuskegee was going to give you. So basically you had basically what Booker T. Washington created was a pipeline of black male development. He started at the lower educational level from boyhood. He got you to tinker with tech and shit like that to get your mind creative. And then when you graduated from there, now you go to Tuskegee where you can actually learn something that you can really do. Then he creates the National Negro Business League, a business organization that allowed you to funnel yourself into that learn from men how to do business. I mean, what are we talking here? Like, there's no question, like, all this stuff that a lot of black people like to give white people credit for, man, they got that shit from us, dog. They got it
We're
from us.
talking about the fact that they use that shit as the model for the goddamn U.S. Chamber of Commerce. See, this is the part that be fucking me up.
And don't forget where America gets its idea for a free breakfast program.
That's correct.
Oh, for
From
the
the Black
Panthers.
Panther Party. From the Black Panther Party.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
Your
Like,
modern day
Last
WIC,
California.
your WIC, all your WIC stuff today.
Yeah.
WIC for women. What is it? Women, infant, children.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's what it's called, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
You can thank the Black Panthers for that.
Thank the Black Panther Party for that. And and let's even I'm going to leave after this, but let's even go, rewind it back to chattel slavery, right? Where there were aspects where it was the slave who taught the quote unquote master how to grow certain things, because prior to chattel slavery, rice was not grown in the United States.
It was not.
It was not. It was actually slaves who actually taught people how to grow rice within the southeastern part of the United States. And and one of the reasons why, right? Because once again, I want to throw away this narrative about slavery. Well, of course, slavery happened, but this concept that because there's a concept by those who are, not well read or not well researched, that so-called black would just walk around half naked in West Africa somewhere, and somebody grabbed the magic lasso and just grabbed and tied him up. Okay, it was even acknowledged amongst the rules of Europe that one of the reasons why they agreed to have so-called black people to go to the Americas as slaves and all around the world as slaves is because they were highly skilled people. It was acknowledged. It was, according to Claude Edison's book called Dirty Little Secrets, he spoke about that the rules of Europe understood that black people were highly skilled in agriculture. They were highly skilled in construction. They were highly skilled in several other things that we now call the skills trades. And because of that, amongst other reasons, that's why the rules of Europe agreed to use so-called black people as slaves, because one of the main reasons, because we were highly skilled. So therefore,
Wackio.
Yes, what's up?
I had a question. I had a question to ask.
Go ahead.
In your view, how does some little lowly, poorly old slave become highly skilled at, say, something like construction?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ooh, that's a
I just thought I'd ask the question, Lawrence. Hey,
No skills whatsoever.
don't judge me. Don't judge me. Don't judge me.
No. I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you. I just
Okay.
know. I just know.
Thought I'd ask because I want to know from Wacky.
I have even further question. If these people were so fucking inept, why don't you train them as birth to do your bidding for your actual society and to be afraid of the actual point of them becoming free?
Exactly.
If they're so incompetent.
Right.
Holy shit. Oh my God.
At the end of the day, I'm sorry, Wacky, go ahead.
Well, I have to say, unfortunately, right, so-called black people, because once again, the narrative is that during slavery, black people were so, I guess, so incompetent, like MOT would say, or so stupid, or just so dumb, when in reality, black people today is 100 times dumber than black people from yesteryear. We all know that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Elaborate.
Who you want me? You want
Okay.
Wacky Word? Oh, go first.
Wacky because goddamn,
All right,
that
Wacky
one
Word.
right there. That one just hit home.
I'll elaborate. 90% of the niggas in the black manosphere. Boom. There you go. I mean, if you do your research of yesteryear, can you tell me of anybody that's as dumb as 90% of these niggas in the black manosphere today?
No, no, it don't
Exactly.
exist.
Fuck,
It don't
man.
exist.
Jesus
No, it literally
Christ.
does not exist. No, that's
And
real.
you can see, you can pinpoint when it started, and that's when we started to move away from the divine connection.
Yes.
Because
Right.
again, as I said before, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, and like I said, we're the people spoken of in Scripture, and we have always been divine, and we have always been blessed with skill sets and everything above everyone else. So for me, it's a no-brainer. Of course, we're going to be that way. We're built that way. And as far as it goes for the whether or not we're inferior, here's the thing: if those folks are supposed to be superior, then I'm lost because superior people don't worry about inferior people. They just do what they do.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I mean for real. Because if I think I'm above somebody else, I don't worry about them because quote unquote they're beneath me. But yes, for some reason you tell us to leave and then we go, you follow us. You tell us you don't like us, but you emulate everything we do. You tell us you don't need us, but you bring us in because we've got skill sets and abilities to do what you want. So it's weird.
Almost as if it's like Lawrence. They actually kind of cracked the code. I gotta say this because my little one just came out. We're about to go on a late night scooter ride. So, all right, babe, give me just a second. I'm gonna finish up here. You know, it's almost as if it's like
cognitive dissonance.
So there's a it's like a system. There's a system to how you extract out of black folks without them knowing you're extracting from them. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay? I just want to make sure I'm getting this right.
Yep. It makes sense. But
right.
but that only works on the very people Wacky was talking about, that 90%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that's the. But see, here's the thing, right? That's funny that you say 90% because see, it's the same black folks that'll tell you, well, there's only 10% of us, right? That are qualified. Right. So what the fuck? What are we supposed to expect of the other 90, right? And so I'll just say this in closing because we're gonna go ahead out for our ride, but I'll say this in closing. We are kind of our own worst enemies at this point.
Well, we're supposed to be. Well, look. Even in Scripture, the Most High said He's going to remove 2/3. That should tell you how this is going to go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to argue with that, bro. I mean, shit, I didn't write it; he did. So, hey, listen. Okay, if he put it in the book, I just going to make sure I'm part of that 1/3 that sticks around, right? Because I got a baby cakes here, right?
Right.
So but yeah, go ahead.
No, but I will say this, and I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to put it in perspective. There's a stairway to heaven, and there's a highway to hell. That should give you a pretty good idea of the traffic pattern.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that's the best line I've heard in his face.
Wow. That's a good one.
I'm still in that shit, bro. I'm just letting you know. I'm using that shit. Appreciate you.
Copyright Lawrence guy.
I'm about to bounce. Before I bounce, MOT. You said something real funny in the comment section that made me laugh. You told somebody that the fact that black women don't want them is progress.
Yeah, it is.
Dude, goddamn, bro.
Yo, that's funny as hell.
I mean, the fact you can't put your prenup sprinkler system into some vaginal t-shirt cannon is fucking progress, my friend. It's fucking progress.
Yo, hey, y'all have a good night, man. It was great speaking with y'all.
All right, right. You be good,
Be
brother.
good,
All right,
brother.
all
Be
right,
good.
man.
All right, Lawrence. All
Oh
right.
fuck, dude. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Like,
Al.
Be
Uh,
good,
like,
brother.
like,
Be good.
you don't understand, man. Like, bro, I could say far worse things than the algorithm can actually
Boy,
pick
I'm
up
trying
in
to
a
tell you.
heartbeat.
Wait a minute, MOT. You already said, I want him to die. They fucking came up here earlier, dude. Like,
I mean, but these are these obsolete men who are mad as hell that the women that they thought that was going to be there for them ain't there for them. That's progress. The fact
this
that you
this
can't put the peen off into something and just blast off and leave the rest of society to fucking pay for it. Progress, progress, progress.
well there's something hold on, there's something that a lot of these intellectual and pseudo intellectual black men have learned the hard way. Um, the irony is that it's this very class of black men. Because when I say pseudo intellectual, I'm talking about your pro blacks and stuff like that, who try to mirror what Garvey represented. See, they try to mirror it, but they don't have any work behind it. And your
fucking
intellectuals, they
cosplay.
right. So your black intellectuals undermine the very class of builders amongst black people. The irony is that they're complaining now that black women want money while they're out here saying that they're speaking truth to power. Like I said the other day to a mutual colleague, the only people that I've seen in history that were able to speak truth to power is court jesters.
Yep.
Okay? Those are the only people that can actually speak truth to power. Instead of speaking truth to power, these cats need to learn how to get power. And that's the issue. So now, because money is a form of power, these same dudes who don't want to go for power because they're weak, they're denigrating the black females who are actually saying, hey, let me go be a judge over here. Let's go over take over this court. So like, no, that they're filling the void because you're not filling it. The same thing that we actually used to do, the things that we used to do in terms of building towns and actually running government as men, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. You're not doing it. You're being a court jester by getting on podcasts and going back and forth and actually thinking that you're speaking truth to power. Well, you've been speaking truth to power for over 100 years. How that shit working out for you? It ain't working out for you. You ain't got no institutions to show for it. Meanwhile, the National Negro Business League just celebrated its 123rd anniversary. Tuskegee is still up and running. It has all types of things that it's doing technologically. They got stuff they're doing with NASA and all that type of stuff. So Booker T. Washington has two phenomenal institutions that he has left behind that are over 100 years old, and we want to talk about people who speak truth to power, but who don't build actual power. Man, give me a break.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just that's it.
Yeah.
I think it's an amazing accomplishment that dudes can no longer fight feminism with hard dick diplomacy. I think it's fucking great that these dudes are sitting around
Oh shit.
with a dick harder than an armored personnel carrier and they can't figure out how to spread this shit among other people. Nobody wants you. They don't want you here. And when you go other places, people see you just as lame as your ass is in the United States because men of character don't let you have women that can possibly ruin societies. Now, you got very used to no protection within this community. But at the end of the day, when you go other places, for the most part, they're not gonna let you ruin their actual DNA with your fucking bullshit. At the end of the day, I think dudes need to be louder. I think it is a celebration. I mean, there need to be a Black History Month for sexless fucking black men who ain't got their shit together. Like, I think there
MOT,
needs to be that.
they can't even handle true conservatism. If they go to any of these other countries and deal with
Oh
real
goddamn.
conservatism,
Actual fucking
they would
conservatism,
Yep.
lose their
bro,
heads.
Yep.
You
They
bro,
think
lose
you're
their
gonna
shit.
run up on
bro.
somebody's daughter? You think you're gonna run up on somebody's virgin daughter, adult daughter, and you think you're gonna run game and get that with no consequences?
Look.
Shit.
Let's
No, you're
look.
not.
Bullshit.
Wait.
No, you're not.
Bullshit.
Well,
No,
hold
you're
on.
Hey,
not.
yo, hey, I gotta dip out. We're gonna take off for that scooter ride. I'm gonna continue listening in. Hey, man,
Yeah, man.
Lawrence,
I see how fast y'all been
Rael,
traveling on fucking scooters,
MOT.
man. Slow the fuck down, man.
Huh?
Seriously.
Oh no. I'm riding with my baby cakes, man. I'm gonna go slow, man. I'm gonna go
I
slow.
see both of
So we
y'all, man.
just
Y'all traveling fast as fuck. That's not no 5 mile
nah,
an hour
dude,
ride, bro.
dude. No, she good for the shit that we do, man. Like, well, I was getting fucked up when I was going double the speed. So we're not doing that no more.
Okay.
So
All right.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, be careful out
Well, I
there.
got too many goddamn injuries over the past 2 years, man, where
Oh my God, bro.
I'm just now back to like normal health, dude. I ain't trying to see that shit again. But hey, man, y'all have a blessed one. Shit, I appreciate this chop up so
All
much.
right, cool,
MOT,
man.
Lawrence Sky, Iori, Hulk, Ryle, y'all know what it is. Everybody in the chat. I got to get up out of here. Peace, y'all.
All right, man.
All
Have
right,
a good
salute,
night,
man. Y'all
man.
be
All right,
safe out
bro.
there, bro.
All right, cool,
Shalom.
man.
Yo,
Be
hit
good,
me
top brother.
We'll do.
later, bro.
Be good.
Hit me later, bro.
I'll hit you later, bro. All right.
All right.
But what I was saying is that we already know they can't handle conservatives because they don't really know what to do with me. So there's that. And as far as it goes for the daughter and the virgin, man, me and Yuri talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
All the time about how you come over to another culture, you don't know how to act, man, you're gonna get smoked.
No. Look, you won't
Smoke
get
so
through the
easily.
door. You straight won't get through the door, man. Your ass will be escorted the fuck out if you don't know how to comport yourself right quick.
You know, Iori, it's funny, man, because I've talked to women in Africa before, and they will tell you that their own father did it wrong. So you have things like the bride price and stuff like that. So what
Sure.
happens is that you're required to pay that. That is a requirement in some of these places. So let's say you don't do that. So let's say you take the daughter, you end up you marry her. So you did marry her, but you didn't do it the right way according to the custom.
Right.
If you don't give that family that bride price, if you don't give them that dowry or whatever, when your child when your child gets married and if they get a dowry, that they don't even get to it doesn't come to you as their parent. It goes to their grandparent because you didn't do it right.
Right.
So this talk about what these I keep telling black dudes, you can't sit here and say you want a different culture while you want to be a hedonist at the same time. It don't work like that. You can't have it to where the women in your group are easy prey for easy sex. We already know that there's going to be a group of females what that's going to apply to. That shouldn't be how the group of your women should be typified though. That
Correct.
shouldn't be the norm. It shouldn't be easy for you to have sex. Like if it's easy for you to have sex, there's something wrong within your group, especially when you're not being productive. So all this game stuff is really coming to a halt because a lot of these dudes who have not grown up since their teenage years, the women, whatever you want to say about them, they're going beyond the just getting some attention. Some of these chicks is trying to get some money. They're trying to get some power. You ain't focused on it. So what you want them to do? Like that's not your mode of operating. And so basically this crowd of black males, in terms of your intellectuals and your pseudo intellectuals that hated on the actual true group of black men, you're getting your comeuppance. You bought into that ideology, but that ideology leads you nowhere. And that's why you're being made a mockery of, because what you're trying to put forth as being a black man is not really a black man. Like I was saying earlier, it's a
Correct.
caricature of a man. It's not the real thing. You're not a real man. And so that's what you're getting pushback on. And so if you do represent true masculinity, man, you should never want a woman that doesn't acknowledge masculinity and doesn't respect it anyway. That's not somebody you should want anyway.
Exactly.
That's the first problem right there, because true masculinity is based around discipline. And
Correct.
that's and the first test for us as men is discipline sexually. That's our first test.
Correct.
That's our first, because we, if we're lucky, we grew up with our fathers, grandfathers, who teach us the basics of this, that, and et cetera, and so on, how to carry yourself, comport yourself. But the first real test of discipline for us as men comes when it comes to the opposite sex, and the first girl that your hormones kick in for, and learning to control yourself and the discipline and not to go too far and not to do this because you see your future for something else other than being a baby daddy, you know what I'm saying, teenage father, yada yada. That's our first test. And the vast majority of us as black men, and I'm speaking as a whole, not us
Sure.
specifically, we fail. Well, it actually, you know what? That's not true. That's not true. Let me correct myself, because truth be told, the vast majority of baby daddies are the same men with multiple women.
Mhm.
So it's not as big a percentage as I thought. But still, nonetheless, there's a failure on us as a whole, that we chase an ass all the time. That would be the 90%. Always chasing ass.
I
And it's like,
would. I have an addendum here
yeah.
to what you said. I don't think we fail. I think they fail. There has to be a delineation between people like us and people like them.
That's fair. That's fair.
People,
I can't argue with that.
people,
I can't.
people
Yeah.
like people like us learned everything that you said from the knees of our grandparents, our parents, our aunts, our uncles, the culture around us, the use of shame.
Yep.
They didn't learn that. So that means that they aren't a part of us in the way that they comport themselves. So I look at them as being separate from us.
No,
You
no,
know,
and yeah, and you're
that's
right.
all.
You're and
So
and and it's starting to change a little bit, at least with some of the women I've seen. It's not going to be enough to do anything of importance. But I know, like, my ex-wife was looking at something with some girl talking about going to a $300 restaurant and all that stuff, first date, and she's like, wait a minute, wait. She said that's not how we were raised. I said, no, it wasn't. I said I had sisters. The way it worked is like, look, you always had money in you always had spare money in your pocket in case you had to take a cab because you got ditched. You always had a quarter, at least back then when payphones were a quarter. You
correct, correct,
know what I'm saying? And you always ate a little something. So when you go on a date, you don't look like a starving broad who never had food before or know how to go out someplace.
right,
And if you asked a man for something, you always knew that what if he gave it to you, you had to give him something in return. Everybody knew that.
correct.
Everybody knew that. And the same thing worked in reverse for us. We knew those things about them the same way there were certain rules that we had to abide by. If you left together, you come back together. You don't leave no girl out there by herself.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? You don't have to spend a lot of money to take her someplace, but you make sure wherever you take her, it's a good time. And that was generally a quick movie for like $5 and then go to Burger King or McDonald's.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't all this stuff that you see now. But like I said, it's somewhere down the line, as that 90% that we delineate from, they've let the women start commanding and dictating the rules of everything, and that's never how it was supposed to be. It's not
Correct.
meant to be.
Correct.
It just isn't. It's not meant to be. And the reason for that is because we can see the results of it after the last 40, 50 years.
Correct. Correct. You
And like,
know,
like I said before, we saw this before we did it. Like I said, that Rome. Look at Rome.
yeah.
Look at Egypt. We saw this before when women are in positions of power and control, and we've seen it. So I don't know why they expected it to be different this time.
Correct. There was something that shoot, I forgot it. It was good too. Um, yeah, keep going, bro. It'll come back to me. It'll come
Yeah.
back.
Well, like I said, that was just the main point I was trying to make. Is just that that 90% of men, like I said, for us in that 10%, you won't see us doing that with women. You
Correct.
just won't. I
Correct.
mean, you
You
just
know,
won't. Ain't
I'll
nobody
tell.
trying to spend $300 on no chick we just met. Nobody.
Right. 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 I'll tell you this. I
That's your
remember it.
icon.
Let me look. My sister called me up to borrow $600 once, and I said no.
Hmm.
So what makes a chick
Nah,
I
man.
don't know think? So what? So what makes a
Nah.
chick I don't know think she gonna get 300?
Right. Right.
I'm sorry, Yuri, you were
Yeah.
saying something?
So what I was saying was, we were talking about traveling, and we were talking about some of these dating coaches, and some some of these people that don't deserve to kind of like do what we do. It was something that happened like 10 minutes ago. We were making the delineation of people that don't want to travel or can't travel or shame people into travel, shame people away from doing whatever, right? And whenever I hear these people in this space shaming travel or doing all this other kind of stuff, they sound like the most insufferable women that you see. Like if you look at like these people shaming people for quote unquote traveling or doing whatever they want to do, dealing with their own agency as men, right? They sound like women. And this is exactly why uh, I'm glad that they ain't coming. I'm glad that they can't come. I'm glad that all the negative things that will keep them away from dealing with our peace of mind is the way it is. I ain't trying to share nothing with them. I'm trying to share stuff with people like y'all because we can get along and keep it moving and just enjoy ourselves. So that's what I was saying. Yeah. In the sense that everybody can't come, man. Everybody's not supposed to come. We're able to come because we did the mental work, the emotional work, all the other types of work that we did so that we could become the people that we could be proud of in a foreign environment.
Yeah.
That's not something that many people can do in this country. Most
Yeah.
people can't. Most people can't really stay consistent for 15 minutes. Forget about an hour or 2 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
Their shit is broken. So it
Well,
is what.
like I said, in that respect, that 90% of men is not that different from the way the women are acting. You let them talk long enough, they'll tell you who they are.
Correct.
It,
Correct.
it doesn't even take long anymore. You give them 15 minutes, I promise you, you'll know who they are.
Correct. Correct.
And like I said, my thought processes have changed on a lot of issues. In some ways good, in some ways not so good. But still, nonetheless, I'm still consistent on where I stand. They can't be. They don't know how to be
Correct.
because they've never had a square to stand on.
Correct. And I'm gonna say this as well. I'm not saying this about all women because the good women are going to come with us anyway, or they're going to come with somebody that's going to offer them a good deal that's better than the deal they got here. Only
Hmm.
the people that are stubborn that feel like they're better than the deals that other people are going to offer them are going to stay here. And if they want to stay here, they can have what's here. That's it. Like no, it's not complicated from there. You
Well,
know, they
for me, from a scriptural perspective, you know, you go to Isaiah, and he talks about, in the days to come, there'll be 7 women to every one man. And they'll tell you, I'll have my own bread, I'll bring my own clothes, yada yada. Just give us your name so we could be above reproach. And the truth of the matter is, like I told dudes many a times, just because 7 women show up, don't mean you got to take them. That's number one. Number two, you got to understand, if I'm a man of faith and I believe in scripture, then I know eventually we're going to be taken out of here and we'll be in the wilderness just like our ancestors were. They're not going to have a choice but to be 7, 8, 9, 10 women deep from one man, because there ain't enough men to go around to survive out there in the wilderness. They're going to have to.
yeah,
And it don't even have to be scripture. Just let World War III kick off.
correct, correct,
They're going to, I mean, in order to survive, because that's what women do. They adapt when it comes to survival. They are between the two genders. They are the singular, most focused on their own personal survival than we are, because we'll sacrifice for many,
mhm,
depending on who that many is, of course. But we'll sacrifice.
correct.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean, we'll throw ourselves right between our children and the lion, our parents and the lion, our friends and the lions, except for that. They
There's
won't
not
do
that
that.
many people you're gonna have to do that for.
No, I
Like a lot of
agree.
these people want the collection of the entire community to do that for random people, but for the shit you already got, that's already
Mhm.
enough. The shit
Yeah,
that
that's
you
true.
actually would do that for, the two, three, four, five people you would do that for, that's already more than enough. There's
That's
no way
correct.
you're gonna be able to. There's no way you're gonna be able to do this shit for random people who don't understand how shit works. It's
Oh no,
fucking
make
dumb.
no, make no mistake. I was not in
No, of course.
whatsoever.
I mean, but I'm arguing with
The
a
black.
dumbass in the chat because a lot of people think that
Uh,
once the community is fine, that they're going to be protecting and cover. I'm like, no,
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 sir.
no. You're going
No.
to be left outside of that.
Uh,
Like, if you wasn't participating in that, you're not going to be covered by it. Like, look,
See,
everybody
and that
wants life insurance after the fucking premiums need to be paid, and as soon as the actual
but
policy
see,
need to be
but
done.
that goes but that goes back to them to what Rael was saying about them not understanding history. Because if they understood history, and that's one of the reasons I think they don't want the community to get better, because they know if the community got better and came together, they're out. They know they are. Because if the community went back to being built and being structured the way it used to, they would be shamed out, point blank, no ifs, ands, or buts. They'd be ostracized, excommunicated, whatever term you want to use. So, I mean, it is what it is. But no. Like I can't remember who said it, but it goes back to look, the only women, and the only men or boys or whatever you want to call it that have the right to my protection are those I have authority over. Anybody outside of that is irrelevant to me. That's
Yeah,
all.
Yeah,
And if you decide that you don't want to deal with my authority, then don't get mad when you get cut out.
correct.
It's just because I can't help somebody I don't have authority over because I'm not going to be going back and forth with you constantly.
That's
I'm not going to be debating you. I'm not going to have you questioning my decisions and my movement unless you can prove I've been a piss poor leader, which you can't.
yeah.
Outside of that, you just argumentative. You got to go
And if you were
because every time you question something, you put the brakes on everything else, and you stop everybody else from moving forward. And I will not sacrifice the group for the sake of one.
correct. And by the way, if you were a bad leader, they wouldn't be there to deal with you anyway. So the fact that you are a good leader is the thing that keeps them around to deal with you. Otherwise, they'd find somebody else whose leadership
of
is better.
course, of
Yeah,
course.
You
They're
absolutely.
know?
only here to make fun of the fact that we haven't done all the fucking work so that way they can fucking benefit.
Yeah.
And once you
Hmm.
realize this is an individual household issue versus a group based thing that they can actually benefit from, this is why when they come up here, they're like, oh man, you want people like me gone and I can't hide behind community because you spoil your community. I'm like, bro, listen, man. At the end of the day, you have a bad ideology of what the 90s were about. It was about separating the men who was willing to do anything from men who was willing to wait or locked out. At the end of the day, it didn't matter. You got invested into a bad plan that you've never seen throughout society come into a great fruition. We don't have to do shit for you. We don't have
No.
to team up with you. I don't care about community. At the end of the day, not part of the community. There's some people that's not gonna be caught up in that shit. But at the end
Hey
of the day,
man.
they are.
Hey, like I told my old neighborhood back in Brooklyn, man. Look, yeah, man. You did this, you achieved this. You should come back to the neighborhood. Why? Why would I do that? Y'all made fun of me every step of the way. You called me a nerd. You called me a brainiac. You beat me up after school. You would knock my books out of my hands. You would just mess with me just cause.
Yeah.
And now that I did what I was supposed to, like I did from the start, and it's become something. Now you want a piece of it? No.
Right.
And here's the difference between then and now. If you push me, it's not gonna be like it used to be. I will whoop your ass.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be like when I was a kid and you get to beat me up. Now I'm a grown ass man, combat veteran, father, husband, yada yada yada. Oh no, I'm gonna whoop your ass. You could fight all you want to, but I might whoop your ass. I'm not saying you won't. What I'm saying is it's gonna cost you. Because I promise you, even if you win, I'm taking a finger, I'm taking an arm, I'm taking a leg, I'm taking something as a souvenir. That's just the way I look at it. because I don't expect to win every fight. I don't, but I will make you remember me.
You know what? I think we should make a bet.
Who? Me and you?
Let's give BGS $5,000 if he can last an hour with you, Lawrence. No host barred.
With me?
5,000. I'm willing to put up five. Yes, I'm willing to put up $5,000
But I don't want to do
if
that.
BGS it more. No. I know you don't, but it's
Oh,
so much of a great public service
but you know,
to everyone who claimed to be a part of the Black Manosphere. What? 25,000? 25,000. 1 hour.
I don't. I, not to be funny,
25.
but
Lawrence. 25,000. You
not to
wouldn't
not
like.
not to not to be funny, but it goes back to what I've said many times over the years. I don't even know who these people are. I know their names,
Yeah.
but I don't know the because I told you before. I don't listen to them. I don't waste my time, even for entertainment. I
Lawrence,
don't do
don't
it.
worry about it. Got it figured out. Are you willing to waste 1 hour
Jeez.
of your time for $25,000? That's the question.
No,
Ah, trying to make the world a better place.
no, no. That's okay.
Okay,
That's
all right.
okay.
Okay, all right. All
But
right.
if you are,
All right. I got it.
but if you are kind enough to still do that, I have a charity you can give it to.
Yes, I'll give it to any charity that you want. Not to you. Any charity that you want.
Oh no, I would never take it.
$25,000.
No, I would never take it. It would always go to
No.
charity.
But we have to make sure that we're gonna make sure that a guy who claims he has all the answers cannot go up against a man who definitely has answers to questions. 25,000 any charity.
I don't know. Let me think about it. I don't like that. Let me think about it. I don't know.
I, I feel like I feel like brother Lawrence is getting set up for something he didn't ask to be a part of.
Yeah, I know. I
No,
know.
it's
But
no, it's not that. Like I said, like me and Hulk talked about many a times before, and like I said earlier today, people I'm diametrically opposed to, I just don't waste my time with. I just don't.
yeah.
And it's nothing to do with UMOT or the money. It's just like I said, I know we between BGS and Angry Man and everybody else's name I've ever heard, I know I'm diametrically opposed. I just don't waste
Correct.
my time with it. I just don't. I just don't. And it's not trying to stay inside of a bubble. It's just that I know who they are. I don't know them particularly, and I don't watch their stuff, but I've heard enough, and I've seen other people talk about it enough that I'm like, nah. I you know how you have people you don't even want to be in the same room with.
There are people. Dude, I can name all 50. Like, there's
Yeah.
no reason for me and Nick Fuentes to be in the same room. Even to ask him about BGS's 5-year marker for helping black boys. I know what his fucking answer is going to be.
Did you say Nick
Who the fuck
Fuentes?
signed me up? He fucking said that on an actual live show.
Nick Fuentes.
BGS said it. BGS said that Pearl, or whatever her thing, Pearly Things, and Nick Fuentes is supposed to provide outcomes for black boys within 5 years. He fucking said that 6 months ago. He
Well, don't.
literally fucking said that.
Yeah. Well, look,
And he
Hannah,
like
Hannah, Hannah,
that human said that.
Hannah's got enough going on at home right now. Yeah, I don't worry about her.
I know you know her personally, but I'm just saying people actually thought that because of this guy, they was gonna be fighting on the behalf of. She came here, subsumed the audience for much as she subsumed for, and left. Like, a lot of people don't even know that this person just that they're too young to provide the solution that they think is gonna happen. It's never gonna happen.
Well, I mean, see, here's my thing about Hannah, and well, actually, not just Hannah, pretty much all of them, because they fit the same bill, male or female. Here's the thing: unless you've shown me that you've consistently done the same thing you're telling me to do, then you're just talking out your ass.
That's all it is, man. I can't really fuck with it in any meaningful way, but
Yeah.
this is just what it is, man. It's just that people don't understand that the outcome of ideology is the outcome of ideology. It doesn't matter whether you're religious, whether you're non-religious. It doesn't matter if you don't have outcomes to which you can point to
Well,
that is
what
going to
I
work.
Well, okay, well, with ideology, okay, here's the only outcome to ideologies, and it's a simple equation. They, with ideology, they will eventually eat their own.
You have to.
It's just that simple. Because once they
Why do
run
you
out
think
of
they had to
other,
get rid of Abrahamic law? Like people don't even understand that everything I'm talking about is pretty much fundamentalist Christianity. That's the truth.
yes, yes, it is, it
Like
is.
like if you paid attention to it actually, as an atheist, this is still fundamentalist Christianity. People don't even
It,
know that much about what the fuck I'm talking about, and they claim to be Christian themselves.
well, a lot of people use the title, not even understanding what that means. And I don't just put that on Christians either. I
Just
have
like
that
Black
same.
Manosphere. Just like Black
Hey,
Manosphere.
hey, look, I have
You
the
use
same
that title too.
I have the same arguments in the Hebrew Israelite community. I really do. I really do. It's going to be everywhere. But
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 but but but Lawrence, like if people didn't know, you and Wacky Word of O are both Hebrew Israelites. But most people who they meet are Hebrew Israelites are not Wacky Word of O and Lawrence Guy.
I know, I know. I've gotten that a lot.
That's the fucked
Yeah,
up part about it.
yeah.
I got that. I got that a lot in this space actually in the very beginning. Because people's like, well, you know Hebrew Israelite I've ever seen, and what is that supposed to mean? Well, the guys on the street corner, and okay, well, first of all, I don't do cosplay. That's number one.
Yeah.
Number two, um, I'm diametrically opposed to about 95% of the stuff they talk about.
Yeah,
Now,
they're considered to
now
be Pharisees too, right?
they consider what?
They're considered to be like Pharisees too, in terms of like,
To me,
yeah,
yeah, to me, those guys they come across as Pharisees and Sadducees to me.
correct.
Um, and again, I'm not trying to disparage my brothers. I'm not in any capacity. What I'm saying is that what you read on that street corner, literally, um, yeah, we did have a 3 hour conversation about this new. Yeah, we did. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna testify to the fact everything I said is exactly what I said to you. And wacky, and we've had this conversation as well. My thing is that I'm not trying to disparage my brothers on the street corner because everybody has a purpose. At the very least, waking our people up to understanding who they are. However, there are certain things that they talk about that, for me personally, and my interpretation of scripture, is radically opposite to what they're saying. Like when they when they talk about um stuff like well, it's our time, you're going to be my slave, I'm going to do this to you, and your wife is going to be my bed wench. Now, just in that one statement, there's at least 3 scriptural doctrines that are absolutely opposed to everything they said right out the gate. Right out the gate. Because in Leviticus and Numbers, it actually gives descriptions on how to treat your slaves, and that ain't how you treat them. Number two, taking another man's wife to bed, that's kind of adultery. Well, not kinda, it is adultery. But I'm just making a point that it's just everybody's not going to agree on everything, and interpretation is always going to make a difference. But like I said, for me, there's just things that I can never sign up to, and it's not even a Hebrew Israelite thing. It's a camp thing. I think that's the phrase I'm
Oh
looking
yeah,
for.
it is camp thing. Yeah, it
It's
is
a
camp
camp thing because I know so many Hebrew Israelites, myself, Wacky, Minister Yakoba, his brother, their congregation of 500 people, Prophecy Ministries got 3,000 people. None of us talk like that. None of us. None of us talk like that. And that's just the first ones I can think off the top of my head because I know thousands of Hebrew Israelites. I do, and we just don't talk like that. We don't follow that. So to me, like I said, personally, in my mind, they come across like Pharisees and Sadducees because they're more interested in the dogma and the repetition of interpretation of the law as opposed to it's got to be a combination of the interpretation and the spirit of the law.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like when I was on Hoax Channel one time. I had gotten into a debate with someone where a young lady was saying um uh, well, we have to do this because we have to save souls. And I'm like, you need to show me that in
Ooh,
scripture. You have to show me that in scripture because
that's not in anywhere in the Bible. I tell
it's
people,
it's nowhere in
look,
scripture. And to make matters worse, we're called to bring the gospel, and we do it fairly. We say what we have to say, and if they accept it, they accept it. If they don't, we knock the dust off our sandals and keep it moving. But nowhere did he say we have to save souls. And more importantly, as I said to the young lady, explain to me when you got the authority to have that ability. Because last time I checked, that belonged to Yahushua and Yahuwah. So I don't see how you could save anybody's soul. You don't have that power or authority. So I'm lost. Or well, so and so did this, and to me they're a demon. Really? Okay. Stuff like that. It's just little things like that that kind of like push me off. So
but at the end of the
yeah,
day, you can still retain who you are as a person and retain your actual integrity about the mission. And like a lot of people get caught up in the minutia and don't care about the overall mission. Like me, I was raised in the fundamentalist Christianity, and I have a lot of respect for it.
yeah,
Why?
yeah,
My
yeah.
grandfather lives through the outcomes of the result of his household
Hmm.
that he raised, his intentions, who he
Hmm.
wanted you to deal with, the outcomes, the things that he wanted you to teach and move on. Like, why would I, as an atheist, say that fundamentalist Christianity have absolutely no relevance in society? I would be lying if that was the case. I would be lying if that was the case.
Well, the very laws of the country are based on the foundation of it. So how could you say it's not? The more
Yeah,
the moral aspect of the society is based off of it. How could you say it's not? I mean, thou shalt not kill is, first degree, second degree murder.
I mean, like
Thou
most of
shalt,
these things are like written into law, and people like don't understand how it works. I'm like, because it was literally that simple, and things got vastly complicated among that once it got vastly expanded to the overall group of people. Because look, if you have laws in place, people are gonna try to find ways around it, arguments behind it. This is why you should keep having the actual level of things being actually gone over every single year. Because people are gonna make the best arguments against that, and then all of a sudden you're gonna have a situation that you don't want, and it's like, oh my God, we got to keep this stuff going as to keep re-examining this because there's gonna be people getting off because they deliberately don't understand these things.
well, we see it in the laws we have. I mean, at the end of the day, first degree murder, second degree murder, manslaughter. Okay, at the end of the day, you killed somebody. It doesn't make a difference which term you want to use.
It
you know,
sure doesn't. It sure doesn't.
you
At
know
the
what I
end of the
mean?
day, is this dude still dead? Yes. Did you bring him back to life? No. Okay.
Exactly.
What are we talking about here?
Hmm. Yeah. So I mean, and that's, and like I said, it's not that the scriptures are complicated. It's just that we as people made it complicated. I
Different
mean,
levels of interpretation.
yeah, yeah, different levels of interpretation. And the thing about it is that at the end of the day, it's not about interpretation. It's about having it literally as is. If thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not kill. The story's done.
And it
The
has to be
story's done.
equally applied among the populace in order for it to make
Absolutely,
some sort of sense.
absolutely,
And it's like a
absolutely.
lot of people argue for unequal interpretation, and that's what makes anything go bad. It's the unequal
Always,
interpretation.
yeah, always, always. And again, that's not just the law. That's everything from the moral foundation of a society to the nuclear family to the individual. I mean, you know, I mean, if you're somebody who has no respect for a moral foundation, then when you have kids, I'm not surprised that they don't either. I mean, I
I
mean,
mean,
it is what it
but
is.
the lack of a moral foundation that can be verified is where we are at now. Because every person who comes here come with their own interpretation of the black manosphere. We've seen it today.
Well, see, that's
And the
different
person
though.
pretended like he was here for 5 minutes, then he pretended like he was here for 1 year, then he was pretending like he was here for a year. And most of this stuff was based on the fact that he didn't know the history, regardless of how long he's been here. But he knew all the names of the personnel and he cut off his actual understanding of the simple fact because he chose to be on this side. So he has to ignore some of the history to justify the people that he's around.
No,
and
absolutely,
that's
no,
how you
absolutely.
end up here.
Well, no, absolutely, I get that. But again, it goes back to what I've said time and time again. It's willful ignorance.
It is.
You can't you can't be here in this space for 10, 12, 13 years and tell me you don't understand the foundation of it. There's no way. There's just
Yeah,
no
it's
way.
crazy.
Like I said
Right.
a few minutes ago, I don't know Angry Man, I don't know BGS and the whole 9 yards, but I've been in this space long enough to understand who they are, enough
And
that
what they represent. And what they
and,
represent.
and what they represent, and enough to decide I don't want to be part of that. And mind you, that's never looking at a single one of their videos ever. That's just
Yeah.
going off conversations I've had with you, Eisen, Yuri, Wacky, whoever, and it is what it is. It's like, oh well, so and so had this on his video. What? I'm like, what? It's like, yeah, that's what he do. Blah 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 blah. Oh, I'm not watching that. Oh, you should watch it, man. It's funny. It's entertaining. Nah, I got a different idea of
Yeah,
entertainment.
yeah, I'm out of there.
You know what I'm saying? I just got a different idea of entertainment. But but yeah, but like I said, we're broken. I mean, it is what it is. As a people, we are broken. And again, me being a man of faith, Scripture says this is supposed to be. I mean, Deuteronomy 26 lists all the curses we go through, and if you read them, it matches us to the T, to the T. And like I said, when you start understanding, the interpretation of words used back then, like for instance, uh, the curse of the bitter waters. That's for our women. Your belly shall
Yeah.
swell, and your thighs shall rot. So,
Yes.
so your belly shall swell. Who's the largest people of obesity in this country? Black women. Your thighs shall rot. How many men do we see talking about how women smell down there?
Yeah.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying? It's yeah, it's us all day, every day. But like I said, we're broken people, and the only thing I can do is the same I always do. I pray, and I pray for him to come back and fix us. But I also know, like I said before, 2/3 of us ain't gonna make it. He said so. Those ain't my words; those are his.
Yeah.
And if you got a problem with eugenics, you need to go talk to him then, because he's been doing eugenics since Adam and Eve. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
His
Just
aim
saying.
is true, and he overshoots his aim every time.
hmm So, you know, but yeah, but like I said, I'm pretty sure Wacky would agree. A lot of people get surprised when they hear him or me say that we're Hebrew Israelite. It kind of throws them off because they don't expect it.
I mean, but people have put the work in, like they put the work in to damage the actual black manosphere. They put the work in to disparage what your actual culture means. People have put the work in to disparage it among
But
any person who comes in contact with it.
well, thank you for saying culture, because that does make a difference. Because it's not a
Yeah,
religion.
it does.
It's
Yeah,
a culture. It's a faith. It's a culture. It's a lifestyle. It's who we are. It's not about what we're trying to be. It's who we are. And
just like
a
people
lot of
don't
people just say
understand that
religion.
Jewish isn't just a word; it's a culture. And
That's
once you
correct.
start understanding and explaining to people what culture is, where you're trying to get that to be among a specific group of people in a specific place, no, it's a culture. And you have people who are uncultured by actual
hmm
definition.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Because like I said, like I said, like New said in the chat earlier, hey man, man, I can't tell you how many hours me and New have been on the phone, and I
yeah.
mean, we're talking about it all from faith to belief to mathematics and everything else in between. And and the interesting part is that although I don't follow his faith and he doesn't follow mine or my lifestyle, here's the thing: there's enough respect as men to appreciate where the other person is coming from, especially when at the end of the day, the end result is the same. Do no harm, be productive, be disciplined, be positive. You know what I mean?
All right, so I have a question. So why is it, as a person of a non-religious faith, even though I was raised under fundamentalist Christianity, how come I understand your outcomes, spiritualist outcomes, Wacky World of O's outcomes and intentions than most of the people that I run into that are religiously based? Why
Oh,
is
that's
it that
oh,
I
that's
have a
easy.
level of understanding than most of these people who claim that they're part of the faith, but they don't have the understanding? Could you
That's
explain that?
easy. No, that's easy. That's easy. Seriously, I'm not trying to be funny. because we apply what we talk about. That's all.
Is it that simple? Really?
It's that's.
Is it just that simple?
I'm not trying to be funny. It's just that simple. We don't just talk about it. We be about it. If New tells me this is what he believes in, he follows that belief. If Hulk says this is what he believes in, he follows that belief. Same thing with me and Wacky. We apply what we know. We apply what we believe in. That's all.
I just want to know, like, where were we at? Well, I was in Saudi Arabia, going to Mecca or anywhere else. Are we among the same principle as men? And if the answer is yes,
Wait, say
I
that
can
again.
be able to, like, going to all these religious places across the world,
Uh huh.
regardless of religion, because I've been to a lot of them. Let's go with Mecca.
Okay.
The people at Mecca was not trying to convince me to become Muslim. The people at Mecca was trying to show you that we're all on the same principle, regardless of what you think and believe of us at Mecca. And I became a more like respect of the actual Muslim faith once I actually went to Mecca, rather
Well, that's
than not having an
good,
understanding of Mecca and not even going
but that's a simple answer too. That's simple too. Look, if I wake up in the morning and I tell you that Yahuwah is my Adonai, and I tell you Yahushua HaMashiach is my Savior and my King, I stand on that square. So it doesn't matter if I'm in Florida, Brooklyn, Mecca, six half or a dozen. This is who I am. This is what I believe. And my belief is so strong in that anybody who has a difference of opinion, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't terrify me. I don't need to get in fights with them. It's like, okay, you believe or you don't. I'm telling you, man, it's simple. This is not rocket science.
there. Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm at. And it's like if we have the same level of principle where we're currently living at, no matter what, I think we could be able to exist together. But I think that a lot of people want to adjust their principle no matter where they're at, and I think that's where all the problems kind of come in. At,
The
to be
problem,
quite
the,
honest.
pro- the problem is that when you run into people like me and New and Wacky and Hulk, you'll find that we stand on what we say and we're consistent with it. Everybody else, well, not everybody, but you know what I mean. Generally speaking, following Christianity, and I'm only speaking on that because that's what I know growing up in it myself, is that their principles are so easy to change and manipulate for the smallest and simplest of things that it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. You spend 50, 60, 70 years of your life being a hardcore Bible thumping Baptist, but yet gay people in your church and they're accepted, even though your scriptures say they're not. And I don't say that to beat up on gay people. I'm just saying that you say you're something, but you'll switch for it. Or my personal favorite, I used to tell people all the time, and I've lived through this. I'm not making it up. You know how many Christian people have screwed me over? And when I asked them why, their response was, "Well, I prayed on it, and God told me that that's what I needed to do." That's literally their answer to it. Even though it was an evil thing to do, a sinful thing to do, a wicked thing to do. That's their answer. Well, God told me to do it. Even though what you did goes against every scripture and principle that the Most High talks about, but you're telling me He told you to do that, and I'm like, you're killing me.
Yeah,
like
understand.
just like shoot me, just shoot me now. You know,
Yeah,
it's wild. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know. Yeah, like New said, women preachers. You know, and like speaking of the women preachers thing, and that's the funny thing because women seem to think that it's some kind of hate thing against women that they
it
can't be
is.
preachers, but it has nothing to do with hatred. What it is that women are emotional creatures. Period. You can fight against it. You can argue it all you want to. You can get feminists on me. It doesn't matter. They are emotional creatures, hands down. So how do you train a society in discipline when your emotions shift every 15 minutes? And yet you want to lead that society. You can't do it. I mean, you can't. The same way it doesn't work when you got men who are in leadership positions that are ruled by their emotions. It doesn't work. So if it doesn't work for men, it's not going to work for women, especially. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense in any capacity. You know.
Yeah,
So
I can feel you there, man.
yeah. So but like I said, it's not rocket science. And like I said, I'm not trying to be facetious when I say that. It's really not rocket science. It's not hard.
So we ain't got to bring Neil deGrasse Tyson in and have him respond to your statements. We ain't got to do that.
Well, it goes back to something you said a couple of years ago. Look, man, just pick a damn lane.
Go in it, stay in it. Don't worry about moving from
Yeah.
it, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, because I remember you said it because I had cracked a joke after you said it because you said pick a damn lane, and then I started telling you about what I would tell my children. It's like, look, I don't care what you do, just pick something, and if you're gonna be a hoe, then be the best hoe you can be. I don't care, just be the best at it. Just pick a lane. You know what I mean? If you want to be an asshole, then be an asshole. Be the best asshole you can be. Don't get mad from the consequences and the repercussions of that later. But I'm just
That's
saying, pick a
right.
lane. I'm just saying, pick a lane. You know what I'm saying? Weigh the options. I can be an asshole and this is what's going to happen, or I can be a better person and this is going to happen. Pick a lane. Okay, so you pick this one. Now be the best at it, whatever that is. So, like I said, it's not rocket science. It's like I said, as a people, we make it overly complicated because we throw in so much stuff that has nothing to do with the topic. You know what I mean? If if we're talking about being a productive society, then men should not come in talking about, well, bitches don't give me no attention. Women should not come in going, men are dusty. That has nothing to do with the society. It doesn't. It really doesn't. I know a lot of people
It
thinks
has
it does.
everything to do with the women get value out of you, not you getting value out of her. That's why I always thought the shit was strange.
It's
It
not.
was
It's
lame. It was dumb. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, because even with that, even with what you just said, that's still minor, because the thing about building a society is about bringing nuclear family back, because that's where it starts. Okay, so whether or not a chick talks to you is irrelevant. Whether or not a dude is dusty is irrelevant. I'm focused on the people who have a nuclear family because that's where it begins. So I'm dealing with the people who are solid. I'm not worried about the rest of you numbnuts who are just out here flipping your arms all about like you one of them little store dummies that blow in the wind. Because
Yeah.
because once I finish getting those nuclear families together and that community is built, and then it branches out from that neighborhood to a community, we'll deal with you when we're done. And it ain't gonna be pretty. It never was. That's why I
But
tell
most of
people,
these people want to be included without them. They want inclusion without any investment. Like they want inclusion from the actual benefit, but they don't want to be invested in the actual building of, the repairing of, the actual doing anything of. So that's
well,
why
here,
they come in and pretend like they don't understand the history. Then once you talk to them, they do understand the history. They just don't like the fact that you talk about their specific group of people. And I'm like, yeah, genocide's the answer. It's always has been the answer. Like
well,
once you
here,
say
wait,
that I am not willing to do business with you no matter what happens on the planet, and then they have to mischaracterize everything else that happens to get somehow back to their initial point that you didn't include me. I'm like, but your system don't include me either.
exactly. But the thing about that is that here's the funny part. When we're done rebuilding that community, they can be a part of it. They just don't like the position they're gonna have.
Yes, you got to come in here and produce like everybody else. If not, you have
Yeah,
to start at the bottom like everybody else.
yeah.
But to them, they want to make their bullshit pay. Like, okay, I've been a dude who's full of shit for this long. What can I get with my actual experience? Like, not a goddamn thing. Stand in line, get at the back of the fucking line. What are you talking about?
Yeah, yeah. Bottom line. I mean, because you can't come in and just get to the head of the line. And again, not trying to beat a dead horse, but going back to scripture, the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Just saying. So if
Yeah,
you
but
sitting
most
there,
of these people think that I can only be a part of a group if I am in charge, if I am at the head. And it's like, no group's going to allow you to do that, not even
MOT,
ours.
MOT. If that was true about them, then they would have built a group themselves.
But they can't. They know they can't.
That's the point.
They need somebody else to build a group and then hand leadership over to them. They invite a whole bunch of people in that don't belong there. And that's what they do with every single group that they're a part of. Every
Yeah,
single
yeah.
group that they ever been a part of.
Well, and yeah, and that's all they're gonna do. Look, there's a difference between somebody coming in saying they want to be in charge because they think they should be, and then you walking in with your resume.
Yeah.
There's a significant difference. Let's be real. And like I said, what it is that they know they don't deserve it. And they know 9 times out of 10 they're not going to get it. They're just hoping if they're
Right.
loud enough, obnoxious enough, and ratchet enough, it'll force us into giving it. Because if you look at everything the last 30 to 50 years, that's really how they got over. They bullied their way into stuff by being loud, obnoxious, ratchet, make screaming, yada yada yada. That's how they got everything. That's
And we let
literally
them
how
in
they.
on a one-to-one basis. And then once they got in, they
Hmm.
stockpiled the space through what the fuck they were actually on. It didn't matter what the space was. When the
Yep.
Black Manosphere, it could have been church, it could have been anything else. They
Well,
knew
they
they
done.
wasn't there for the overall outcome to which they joined. But they joined, and then all of a sudden they propped the door open, with
Hmm.
the with the door stopper. Next thing you know, you got monsters fucking ball.
And that's not just the manosphere. You see that everywhere. You
Of
see it
course
in
you do.
jobs, especially the HR department. You see it in churches when they're bringing in, leftover women and the pastor's trying to get them wifed up with some dude who's a decent guy after she
Yep.
done had 4 kids, ran the street and showing up in the church like she's at the nightclub, and the pastor's trying to get a decent dude married off her. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. And Christianity was never real anyway. Not to me. So, but that's a personal thing. But like I
Yeah.
said, like I said, man, it's not rocket science, and like I said, everybody knows. Everybody knows, and that's the thing. That's the thing. It's willful ignorance. But like I said, when the time comes and you have to stand in front of the Most High, all the answers you've been given ain't gonna cut the mustard. Ain't gonna cut the mustard because there's two analogies I like to use. One is for feminism, and one is for the Most High. Where the Most High is concerned, the first one is there are no atheists in hell. And when it comes to feminists, I've never seen a feminist in a burning building. Not a one.
Trying to save. Yeah.
Not a one. Not a one. Not a one. And when somebody's breaking into your house, you ain't calling for no chick police officer.
Nah.
And
Yeah,
like I
man.
said,
But before we get up out of here, man,
yeah.
it's like, okay, I know our outcomes are good. We're gonna have good outcomes.
Hmm.
So, what is the actual way that you think we can spread our particular outcomes? Because I work with church organizations in Mississippi, and I've gotten the best response through the parents. I'm talking about catching them at Delta Regional Medical Center, or catching them at King Daughters, or catching them at the Baptist Hospital in Memphis. Like, we catching them on the bed. Like, once you push the child out, that you have a fucking responsibility that your ass is gonna fucking live up to.
Yeah.
I've been able to get better results through that than trying to bring people into church and they fucking kids super fucked up years later, man.
Yeah. I'm confused. I understood what you said, but I don't understand what you're asking me.
Like, don't you think that's a better way of just handing them all the resources up front rather than waiting for them to seek out the information themselves? That's all.
Okay, see, that's tricky. Yeah, that's tricky because I'm 50-50 on that. Because on the one hand, giving them the resources right up front is kind of cool because they might not have known where it was. But on the other hand,
Correct.
the other 50% is that it ain't worth nothing to you unless you work for it.
No, no, no.
So so
Like,
so
here's the
so
thing: the
yeah.
parents are not going to use the information. Like what I've, yeah, okay. So let me give my explanation. I've been dealing
Okay.
with this for 15 years. The parents never use the information ever to make their life better.
Hmm.
But what the parents have done is handed down the information to their youth. and they become way better. Like they don't understand how fucked up their mother is or whatever, for
Mhm.
whatever reason. But they have better outcomes that they don't understand among the rest of the group of people because they don't understand that their mother or father figure is just as fucked up as the people that they left behind or are leaving behind throughout society and learning everything about the proper path. So I'm just
I
saying that, like,
yeah,
giving this stuff to church organizations, which I have, like a synthesized version of what my channel is, I give the church organizations, I help them set up nonprofits, blah, blah, blah. I'm just a silent investor because I go in as the primary investor, then I won't be able to set up much of this shit after
right,
one place.
right. Well, okay. So, all right. So my question is this. First of all, you're giving it to churches.
Yeah.
Myself personally, and this is because of my own personal history. I'm always leery on churches because, like I said a few minutes ago, they try to raise the men up in there to wife up these ran throughs, and
Yes.
you teaching young men how to get themselves productive instead of helping him be productive or letting him get what he get. They're plotting on him for the next 10, 15, 20 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
To,
but
to
that's not
indict,
the case with
to,
these
to,
people that I chose. Like the people that I chose, I went to school with. They want better outcomes for the people
oh,
that they're
okay.
actually in communities with.
Oh,
So
okay.
this is
All right.
a hand-picked situation. It isn't generalized. It's very specific.
Mhm. Okay. Well,
So
then
it's
what else?
like I hand it off to these people who I know want to have good outcomes.
Okay. Well, if you're doing that, then what else do you need?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like that's a better way to do it. Just
It's
tell people
better.
that's a better way to do it.
It's better and it's simpler for sure. It's always going to be better than sitting here arguing with people like BGS and the rest of them. That's for sure.
Oh, of course, yes. Yeah,
But because like I said, because I was working on the shelter thing.
yeah,
Um, and like I said, look, each one of us have our talents and skills, and it has to be applied appropriately. So like I left the space in June of 2021.
yeah,
Yeah, June of 2021. Yeah, right before my sister passed. So June 2021. So my thought process was, do I still sit here and have the same arguments over and over about the same thing, or do I get up and do something about it? Because that's what productive men do. They pause long enough to be a little bit introspective to figure out how to go about something. So we got the alimony laws changed here in Florida. Hell of a push, but we got it done. We've got the no contest divorce thing on the ballot in Texas. We got the Tennessee thing done with the paternity tests, and also followed that up by having women actually criminalized for keeping their children away from their fathers. So it's the little things because everything's not going to be done in one big sweeping motion. It has to be little things, and you have to hope and pray that whoever you helped is going to remember it and pass it on. So what you're doing now seems more than sufficient to me to make that happen.
yeah. I mean, like
I don't.
my strategies are different. My outcomes are going to be different, obviously, but
Yeah.
we have limited ways of being able to make change given how far behind we are, and that's the method I chose. Tend
Yeah.
to be the
Yeah.
best,
No.
but
Like I said, it sounds good. I don't see any issue with it, and I don't see why it should be more than that. Because we can't change the world, and we certainly can't save it, because like I said, all these things that are happening have to happen because it's the only way to reset. It's the only way. And
yeah,
like we talked about before, we've seen it in many empires before us. We already know how this story ends. So anything we can do is um, save what we can, stay true to ourselves, and be prepared. That's pretty much it.
yeah,
That's pretty much it. Because New said something in the chat about a while back about you'll try to help a young man, and his parents or family will sabotage it, and that's true. A lot of them would, because I remember Liam,
Oh
because
yeah,
I
definitely.
because I was helping Liam with his tech stuff, and that was his biggest concern. He was getting so much grief from his parents. It was insane. It was just insane. I'm like, look, man, you getting near to 18, man. Just keep your head down, man. Hold your breath and just do what you got to do, man. And like I said, I hooked him up with my man Tony, and Tony was helping him. I got to follow up on that too. I haven't talked to him in a minute, but yeah, you're gonna have that. You're gonna look. I had it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I had it my damn self. Family members that just won't believe in you, won't believe in the betterment, not just of themselves, but as the family as a whole. Until I got so frustrated, my own grandmother looked at me in my eye and said, and I quote, "Fuck them."
Yeah.
So, hey, but your grandmother has to look at you and tell you about her own children. Fuck them. You've reached a whole new level. So,
Oh yeah.
so
I have
you know,
I have women that I was raised around. They was like, you know what? I just came out of the other room. They plan on taking you down.
hmm
You can go have sex with what you think is the best woman on the planet, but I'm telling you up front, they're trying to kill you. And if
hmm
you end up with one of these people, don't have a good response if I don't treat you a certain way.
oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, it's like the passport bros. You know, oh, I'm going to Philippines. I'm going to Colombia. I'm like, okay, dude, women are the same everywhere. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but here's the other thing: the person who they went after, he's still been on the land for what 2+ years. He's still haven't settled. Doesn't that show you that just traveling to fuck women isn't gonna help you if you ain't got your own shit together outside of that?
Well, well, here, well, here's the thing I never understood. And I got nothing against passport bros. You know what I'm saying? You know, do what you do that gotta make you happy. I got no issue with it at all. None.
No, no, no.
But
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 actual passport bros who actually did it, like they did it since World War II with no actual thing. Like passport
right,
bro, like new
right.
shit is involving uncultured dumbass niggas into the travel movement as if they're not part of the federal government or any other legitimized way of getting over there. And they wanted
Yeah,
to
yeah,
make a
yeah,
broad sense of freedom and inviting the wrong people inside of the movement. So
yeah,
that's
yeah.
different than people that's World War II, Colombia, Vietnam,
hmm
you Grenada. It's different. It's different.
Yeah,
And I don't want to
Germany for
make
crying out
any
loud.
type Germany, definitely. Germany, definitely. But it's like
Germany and
that's way
France, actually.
yeah, Germany and France and England to some minor extent.
Just yeah, to a
That's
minor extent.
way different.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
I mean that's way different than traveling bands. Traveling
Yeah,
bands who just want to spread their 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 banisphere or their bandhood among anywhere else. That has nothing to do with the
yeah,
grand majority of people who travel. So just
yeah,
wanted to make
yeah.
the distinction.
No, no, no. It's fair distinction, no argument at all. It is a very big distinction. And then like I said, there are some passport brothers who've gone over and did the right thing. Like I
Yeah,
said,
oh yeah.
I got nothing against, and I'm happy for them to be honest with you. But
Same here.
I just don't want men thinking a different country means anything. Women are going to be women no matter where you go. The society is what defines whether or not how far the woman is going to go.
Again, it's a society that sets limits on female nature,
Yep,
not the man
exactly.
who's willing to have sex with anything.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's the point I was trying to make. That's exactly the point I was trying to make. Because like I said,
Yeah.
women are hypergamous by nature. So it don't make a difference if you're here,
And
Africa,
guess what?
Philippines.
Men have the same hypergamous bullshit through choice, deliberate,
Oh yeah.
radicalized choice. We have the
Oh yeah.
same thing. But people acknowledge hypergamy, but they don't acknowledge radicalized male choice. It's like I don't understand this. It's like what the fuck?
Well, I mean, the only way that
Oh
hypergamy could
my
work,
god!
the only
It
reason
becomes
the only
so
reason
hard
that
to understand.
well, the only reason that hypergamy could work at the level it does now is because those men have to be that way.
Correct. They are in infinite bow down mode.
hmm
Like they have their kente cloth just ready to bow down to anything. And and now it just becomes just bow down to just having regular attention from the opposite sex. They bow down to that too. So it's like I don't have anything
hmm
in common with most of these individuals who think like that. So
Well, like I said, I never understood it. And like I said, I've been married twice, and even with that, man, I've never been on that level. I've never been on that level, and I never will.
Yeah,
It's not. I'm not built that way. I'm just not built that way. Not at all. But going back to what you were saying about the thing with the church and stuff like that, that sounds sufficient enough to me. Like I said, start
dude,
small and let it
dude, it's
grow.
been promising, have definite outcomes. So it's like this. So it's like, you get people who graduate, good grades, Auburn, Mississippi State, Ole Miss. Bro, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move you out here, got a one waiting on you, been properly cultured, kind of like the same way they've been cultured, good outcome. Get
Yeah,
these dudes off the market. They're both on a productive path. They both understand the level of productivity, both men and women. They're taught how to engage and interact with each other. Like this is from, so it's like you have the prepared man, then you have like the prepared woman. Then you put them both together. You can have a class with both of these individuals while they're on their path of getting their shit together. And then once they graduate, a good outcome
yeah, should be.
for both
Yeah,
parties.
yeah, it should be. Not just for both parties, but for the community as a whole.
It is, and it's like I can only get this done through Christianity or fundamentalist Christianity at the moment.
Yeah, yeah, that makes
But
sense.
this is, it's like I can't even tell people about the outcomes without the constraints of pastoral context or tons of NDAs and actual, you know, pro- things between like the woman and the. I can't even do this between normal individuals who don't have the constraints of it like a church, who can't even work toward the same outcomes. It's
Hmm.
crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, and yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Fundamentalist Christianity is gonna. Yeah. Yeah.
It does
Yeah.
have its positives that definitely
It
outweighs the
does.
negatives.
It in this instance, it definitely does for sure. For sure, it does. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that would be the way to go. Because
I
if
mean,
I did
because you
it,
have
if I
so
if
much access, so much earlier. It's easy to like instill structure, especially when don't nobody know what's going on and they're so trusting of the actual individuals, and they already know this guy got his shit together, got a business, blah blah blah, from the area, grew up here. He was in the same classroom that you was in 30 years ago. This person you should talk to.
yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Very easy to get outcomes that way, but everyone else they're so less trusting of legitimate sources and not real trusting. It's crazy how
Yeah.
much access these non-productive individuals have over the actual group. It's nuts.
Well, yeah. No, that's why they are who they are. Because like I said, a lot of these dudes who are non-productive, and it's the thing that drives me crazy. They're non-productive, but they have access to some crazy networks.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Crazy networks been taken mad serious about people who would turn their kids over to a Bravo Alpha November in a heartbeat,
yeah.
knowing that they don't want their kids to turn out like that. It's crazy.
I mean, they got some serious networks going on, and I'm like, how could you have this kind of network and you're unproductive? That makes no sense to me.
Yeah,
I mean, what are you just walking around collecting names? Is that you just want to have a Rolodex just to call your own? I mean,
bro, bro, you would think so. Like I've been in these church groups and you would have individuals like you would see within the space have free reign to be around their people. They would never ask them any questions other than they just look cool and they want their kids to be cool. Crazy talk.
hmm hmm I mean, and it's not just the guys. It's not just the guys either. It's the women too. I mean, look
Oh,
at. I
oh
mean, look
man,
at.
the women
Look,
are far worse to get
yeah.
influenced by this bullshit. Yeah.
I mean, you look at Hannah and you look at who her father is, the money she comes from, the network she has, the network she has,
There's
because
no
a
way
lot,
Pearly Things could be online talking about this shit given the network she has.
and can-
It
and
doesn't
and
make any fucking sense.
and she did sales for Xerox or some company like that, and then in addition to her father's network, again, a lot of us watched her grow up. You know what I mean? She could have been anything other than A YouTube person.
Yeah, and it's like,
I
what do
could
you
see if
say when?
I mean I could see if the YouTube thing was a side hustle, but your main ingredient? That's weird.
As the primary way your face is out here, and it's like, yeah,
That's weird. And you don't put yourself in a position with this nonsense that I doubt very much if it dries up, you'll be able to go anywhere and work. You're too well known.
that's what I'm saying. Like that's what the YouTube shit does for you. It's kind of like if you get ready, if you get out of this relationship conversation bullshit, and if you were to actually go get a degree in actual psychology, anyway, dude, nobody would fucking hire you.
Hmm. Yep.
It literally
Yep.
make you unhireable.
Yep. Because that was my thing in the beginning when I first got into the space, and there were a couple of women who didn't like what I had to say, and you know, well, you need to be this, you need to be that, you need to ban this, you need to be ban that, and I'm like, well, go ahead and call my job. All you're gonna do is get me. It's
Yeah.
my company. You can't do nothing to me. Because that's what they like to do. Call your company up, tell them you're this type of person, and then get you fired. But what do you do when the company's owned by the person
When
you
you
work
own the company, yeah, yeah, yeah. When you own the company, it's kind of like somebody was like, "Oh, I seen this guy doing that," and I'm like, "Oh,
for?
what's his name? And what's his truck number? Oh,
Hmm.
look at there. Turns out it's me."
Or that, or that day with me and Platinum when I shut down the whole panel, everybody got
Yeah.
quiet. He took me too far, man. He
I
took
mean,
he
but at
took.
the end of the day, it's like those type of personnel, while they claim to be cool and shit, they go over there in the off hours, and that's where they're at. I just like, look, man, I got the outcomes that I got because I don't have to fuck with people like that. Have to know their existence, have to no. It's just that when we're here, we talk about this and it's about the outcomes. And yeah, you're more inclined on the entertainment piece. There's way too many people that you can go to feel that way. But a lot of these people are they don't care about outcomes. And they want to compete with other people who do have better outcomes when they don't want to do the fucking work themselves. It's
Well, yeah,
nuts.
yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, Hulk, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's an identity issue for sure. They think becoming an online personality means something. But that goes back to what I said earlier with the conversations myself and New have had in the past. Because like I said, he's big on that, man. You sit here and you try to compare yourself to celebrities and all these people. That's not even the real world, man. It's not even the real world. So you think because you're in a supermarket and somebody recognized you because they watched your channel means something? It don't mean nothing. It don't mean anything at all. At all. If I got up right now and I went back to New York and went and walked around Park Avenue and Fifth Avenue and all that stuff, I'm pretty sure I'll run into people who'll remember me from back in the day. But it don't mean nothing because that was then. This is now.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, I gotta be able to get up out of here. Gotta wake up early in the morning to get to
yes,
the East
sir. Yes,
Coast
sir.
from Kansas City. So, and
Yes,
then you got
sir.
anything else before we get up out of here, man?
Yeah, same as usual, man. Everybody be good. Everybody be safe. I love you. Keep your head up and keep it pushing.
All right, same here, man. At the end of the day, personnel who take offense on the behalf of the Black Manosphere are only trying to include themselves in situations and circumstances that they're not a part of. And the only reason why they are where they are is because you guys support them. So, and you know that they're not a part of our group either. So with that said, I want to thank you guys for coming through on the man tomorrow. You guys have a really nice rest of y'all night. Peace.
All right, shalom.
Yeah.